got the rock, I got the sauce, I got that drip, can't f with no op. Drinking my cup, pour some rock, stay getting lit, yeah till I drop.
shut me down, but them numbers finna run up. Bet I win. Bet I win. Yeah, I'm on the come up. Y'all shut me down, but them numbers finna run up. Bet I win. Bet I win.
Bet I might put on my back. Bet I'ma rack up my racks. Bet I go straight to the boo. Bet I go hard to the max. Bet I'ma come with the knock. You scared to get off on my block. This can I might come at you loosely. I'm killing them sound like a Fuji. I'ma just have them like, oh my god, so hard they call up the cops. You cannot walk in my shoes. You cannot fill up my socks. You don't know half of the truth. You ain't got half of the plot. But telling us lies, but when I'm surprised, they mimicking all of that God. I'm so authentic. Oh, society, I call me a menace. Whoa, but this is just the beginning. Oh, I was broke for the record, no Guinness. Whoa, y'all little suckers so strange to me. Y'all don't really wanna play games with me. Y'all lovers never been the same to me. They don't go win cause I came to eat. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm on the come up. Y'all shut me down, but them numbers finna run up. Bet I win. Bet I win. Yeah, I'm on the come up. Y'all shut me down, but them numbers finna run up. Bet I win. Bet I win. Ooh, yeah, I need my respect. I need every zero we agree to on my check. Ooh, nah, please don't tell me that. Please don't turn me in the dark night right off the bat. Ayy, 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 ayy. Young Bruce Wayne and Balmain. Why you so impressed? This designer not my calling. You got all them zeros, but you still don't feel you balling. I look in the mirror, I see winner, I'm not falling. Looking for me, you know I'm mad, you know I'm slack. I go to the max, look at my wall, trophies and plaques. You want a nab, making me laugh. Ooh, I could get that all to you, and still won't make you feel like you ain't about to lose. Yeah, I'm on the come up. Y'all shut me down, but them numbers finna run up. Bet I win. Bet I win. Yeah, I'm on the come up. Y'all shut me down, but them numbers finna run up. Bet I win. Bet I win. Yeah, I'm on the come up. Y'all shut me down, but them.
Got your money on, coming to kill, but you gotta put down a meal just to make a bill. Cause I'm never the underdog. Who you gonna believe? I got the proof, shouting the truth from the top of the roof. I got the receipts. Who you got your money on? Coming to kill, but you gotta put down a meal just to make a bill. Cause I'm never the underdog. Who you gonna believe? I got the proof, shouting the truth from the top of the roof. I got the receipts. Got your money on, coming to kill, but you gotta put down a meal just to make a bill. Cause I'm never the underdog. Who you gonna believe? I got the proof, shouting the truth from the top of the roof. I got the receipts. Who you got your money on? Coming to kill, but you gotta put down a meal just to make a bill. Cause I'm never the underdog. Who you gonna believe? I got the proof, shouting the truth from the top of the roof. I got the receipts.
Ballin', ballin', yeah, I'm ballin', it's nothing, nothing. I do it often, I walk, like I talk it. You better guard me, I'm ballin', ballin', yeah, I'm ballin', 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 yeah, I'm ballin'. It's nothing, I do it often, I walk it, like I talk it. You better guard me, I'm ballin', 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 ballin' straight out the womb. I am a natural, it's true. Really got something to prove. I am a beast, so I holler at the moon. Doing what I gotta do. They try to stop it, I hit them with moves. If you go against my game, the only option is to lose. I would never ever lie, man. Swear to God, it's the truth. Pull up on you like a driveway. Let it fly from the roof. Really having it my way. This ain't really nothing new. One of a kind, they didn't make two. I got it all, they don't have a clue. Ballin', ballin', yeah, I'm ballin'. It's nothing, nothing. I do it often, I walk it, like I talk it. Better guard me, I'm ballin', ballin', yeah, I'm ballin'.
I am a Zion, I am a lion. Pressure replying, better with time, yeah. Ballin' in my DNA, out of the Kanye. How do you guard 'em? 52 in the garden. I got at least 3 rings, they callin' me King James. I am a leader, a buzzer beater. I see the shot clock, blocking my shot now. You know the game on, you know it's game time. Yeah,
Ballin', ballin', yeah, I'm ballin'. It's nothing, nothing. I do it often, I walk it, like I talk it. Better guard me, ballin', ballin', yeah, I'm ballin', 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 yeah, I'm ballin'. It's nothing. I do it often, I walk it, like I talk it. Better guard me, I'm ballin', ballin', ballin'.
Hey, get out the way. Get out the way. Hey, get out the way. Get out the way. I'm going in. I'm making plays. So get out the way. Get out the way. Hey, get out the way. Get out the way. Hey, get out the way. Get out the way. I'm going in. I'm making plays. So get out the way.
Get out the way.
Get out the way.
Hey, I got the drive on lock. Place when I move top key, there ain't no defeat. There's ice in my veins and chasing my feet in the faith. For whoever sliding the pen, I had days when I ain't had nothing to give. I made ways for me and the team to come up. Gotta chase the glory before it appears. That's when the glory appears. Game time, hang time. Who been the plug of the power? Ayy, came with a charge in my outlet. Ooh, charge to the game like it's credit. Your team crowd need to edit. Yeah, I see face synthetic. Hold up, ooh, that's dead. Need a minute, need a plan to revive. Let's glitch, I press it. And they say what I say. They got like 20 moves and like 100 problems. I'm James with the step back, throw that shot up, I don't miss often. No look, I had to boss up, get the post up when it's OT. When I'm home team, need that gold ring with that way go on me.
Get out the way, get out the way. Hey, get out the way, get out the way. I'm going in, I'm making plays. So get out the way, get out the way. Hey, get out the way, get out the way. Hey, get out the way, get out the way. I'm going in, I'm making plays. So get out the way, get out the way.
The way we move, no, it's insane. No, I cannot lose with the pin game. In my membrane, I'm a big chain. You a small dog, let me kick game. Cause I'm harder than Iron or Iron Man. I got those hammer I use when I spit it. Can't nobody tell me I'm lesser than Thanos when snapping. I'm strange, doc, I'm in the end game, in the rent pay. They know I had to learn to hustle in the 6th grade. Life is a lover of space, but never a time. She sends you that girl crazy. Better be with me, you're kinda for me. I can set this place up like a horror story. Ain't this rapping, ain't nothing I'm teaching with y'all in my classroom. It's a Montessori with your problem. My team only prepping for winning speeches, losing ain't an option. We got circumstances, know that some of us can't return empty-handed. We don't play the bargain at the whole scene. Getting one shot, then it's time to get it, watch the news. I got little homies trying to win the game, cause he try to get his little brother some shoes.
Hey, get out the way, get out the way. Hey, get out the way, get out the way. I'm going in, I'm making plays. So get out the way, get out the way. Hey, get out the way, get out the way. Hey, get out the way, get out the way. I'm going in, I'm making plays. So get out the way, get out the way. Hey, get out the way.
How hard can you go? 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 How hard can you? How hard can you? How hard can you? How hard can you go? How hard can you go when the beat drop? How hard can you go when the beat drop?
Running through every block, we cannot ever be stopped. Put that on everything. You gon' remember the name, remember the day. Look at the gameplay, made it mine as a name change. Ain't a game that I can't save, only win-win, that's a landscape. I cannot be stopped, I'm like a savage. Shooting for your spot, I gotta have it. Hey, glory in my veins, I'm like an addict. See me Hall of Fame, I'm not your average. I'm on your neck, hey, give me respect, hey, hey, I'm on your neck, give me respect, hey, hey, I'm on your neck, hey, give me respect, hey, hey, I'm on your neck, give me respect, hey, hey, hey.
I was fast in my past, now you see I'm the one. They say work, never work, if you work and it's fun. We on a winning team, on top where you find us. We can do anything, non-stop till our time's up. We on a winning team, on top where you find us. We can do anything, non-stop till our time's up. We can do, ayy, we coming up from the dirt, ayy. They trying to get us to fall, ayy. I don't even gotta flex now, boy. It's only win by the fault. Ayy, taking off with the ring, ain't nothing left, man. We the kings, ran with the team, ran with the dream, ran with the one fan in the seats. Ayy, I pay my dues, check the receipt. Looking at you, you already peaked. Way, way, way back then. You can't follow with my tracks, man. Fast in my past, now you see I'm the one. They say work, never work. If you work and it's fun, we on a winning team. On top where you find us. We can do anything, non-stop till our time's up. We on a winning team, on top where you find us. We can do anything, non-stop till our time's up. We on a winning team, on top where you find us. We can do anything, non-stop till our time's up. We on a winning team, on top where you find us. We can do anything, non-stop till our time's up.
He gets both kills. Oh, right click. Oh, no way, Hiko. He's oh! That's early on, gonna go for the big. It's over. Oh my God, Vandy. Trent's on a 2 versus 1 for the first goal. Oh, what a flick! And we get plays coming through. Tens. Oh my God, Tens. Energy dominating this first match. Oh!
B-Dog lines them up.
They swing and the heads are being popped.
Down! Banned!
Count for the takedown point. Looks for more.
No way!
Takes up 4.
Poison Shanks, and speaking of...
While many houses are getting prepared for the big game on Super Bowl Sunday, there's only one big game we concern ourselves here. It's Valorant. Day 3 of the NA VCT kicks off now. We've got Bala and Bren joining me on the desk, which is great because we heckin' love Plat Chat. Bala, Bren, looking at the last day, or the last 2 days of action, day 2 specifically, Bala, what stands out to you as something that maybe we didn't expect to see or we wanted to see?
I think the Sentinels NRG game was the mainstay of that of day number 2, and for me, it's the same old Sentinels. You know, it's like they will get challenged by teams you don't expect them to, but at the end of the day, they'll still make it through and go on crazy runs at the end of it.
Yeah,
Bren, curious on your thoughts as well.
Didn't really answer a lot of questions. I mean, I think everybody was wondering if Sentinel's going to look really strong coming out of it, and it was kind of there. They took the win, but it was a little bit shaky. And then the match afterwards in day 2 as well, that guard game, I was in a fever dream state at that point. I had expended all my energy on the cast, so I was like barely paying. Oh, Trent's just got a spray transfer 3K again. Oh, okay. Yeah, again.
Well, in case you missed any of the action, we did whip together a little bit of a highlight reel. Let's take a look.
Needs to try and pick up the pace now, though. That one pick going away, EU. Straight away. Pick going his way. Tens! Makes sense. Timing. Worried. It could be everything right now, Tens! Oh, my word. Putting the tour de force. Runs about 50 meters long, so I think they might be aware of this one. But now we see the pace turned up. And the crossfire is excellent. Comes locking this one down. What a flick from him. 3 kills for him. Tex on the side, though. The quick scope, I don't believe it. 2v1. Shaz has got to do unbelievable work. Narrowed it down. It's a 1v1. The shot dart. Right over the wall. What is that? That was being taken to them. Have to see something crazy come out. Oh, what? It's definitely going to be the B here coming through, and a lot on Tens. Knife on top blades. Or what is that? 2 picks for him. Spends the rest of them, but with the op in hand, a quick swing, the confidence from Tens. Might not be put off from the fact that's going to be the cosmic divider push through. What the no scope.
Now has to play up on the 1v2 turret around the corner, and he can't even play up on the left side, but the turret actually accidentally detected something. Spawn and B-Dog is gifted nothing. Okay, there's a nice little flick. He's got the knives out now. This is a good split, and the high-low actually works. He spotted the man in the back line. B-Dog knows he's in back. Oh! And
down to the last
it's not
second.
going to go down. It's not going to go down. Time is over.
Oh, it's Trent. Oh, my Trent.
You could see how things shaped up yesterday, and now you can see how it shapes up in the standings as we have The Guard and Cloud9 sitting at the top of their groups respectively. 100 Thieves and Luminosity both handed an L plus ratio. Luminosity, they definitely struggled in that game against The Guard. That first map was absolutely brutal, Bala.
Yeah, it definitely was. The guard looks so good, man. Trent specifically, I know everybody's hype on him, but Valen as well. This guy coming in as the IGL for this team is making such good plays over and over and over. It's definitely a team to watch.
Now we take a look at the other group as well so we can see how things shaped up for them over there. Obviously, we've seen just a few matches thus far in VCT. One of the more surprising ones, though, was that opener yesterday, Sentinels versus Energy, as Sentinels seemed to struggle a bit against Energy, but you got to give credit to Energy there, Bren. They looked pretty good, and they took advantage of every mistake that Sentinels threw their way.
Yeah, I mean, NRG were always this scrappy group of ragtag gamers, you know, and they've been grinding in a lot of these tournaments. They lean on their firepower a ton. And, I mean, we saw Sentinels sweating a little bit. I mean, as much as they're playing it cool on social media, saying, we're not practicing, it doesn't matter that much. Listen, I mean, that was a very close game. They're going to be a bit worried, I think, coming into this group stage. There's 4 more weeks of games for them.
Well, we do have some more matches for you today. Let's go ahead and take a look at our schedule. We'll see how things are looking for the final day of Week 1. Optic versus Rise. That's the newly minted Optic, formerly known as Envy. And then we'll be jumping into XSET versus, again, another surprise performer here in EG who stepped up and managed to make the qualifying stages. Bala, what are you looking forward to most here today?
Yeah, I think this is the final, it's the opening weekend, and we finally get to stop asking these questions. It's like, what is Optic going to show? What is Sentinels going to show? We haven't seen them in months. No more of this, right? Next week, we're going to go into it and actually have footage to watch over the entire time. So I'm really excited about this day, though, specifically because I think for Rise specifically, I'm looking at this and I'm saying this group is mad hard, right? So this is a chance for them to make a really big statement against Optic.
Speaking of Optic, we'll go ahead and take a look at the roster just in case you forgot. It's been a little bit of time. Like you said, we haven't seen this team compete since their attempt at Champions fell somewhat short. Taking a look at the roster, Crashies, FNS, Marv, Victor, and El Diablo. Yay. Bren, looking at this roster specifically, who is your highlight player besides Ye? Because we know that Ye's going to put Ye. He's going to put in Ye work.
Yeah, I mean, well, of course, it's going to be Ye. For me, it's going to be probably Marv. This guy, in terms of the smokes, what he plays and what he does on Astra, his ability to just find value on that one agent. Typically, it's a role. People play a little bit more passive, but Marv is not afraid, to take the duels, take the opportunities to maybe take a couple of players down with him. You don't see a lot of Astra players doing that. The guy's incredibly skilled, and he knows it himself in his play.
I'm really excited to actually see Crashies again, right? This is a guy that a lot of people are saying the best solo in the world. But once again, too, the first time we're getting to see this, what are some of the role switches going to look like? Because we're in a completely new meta, and, FNS has the possibility of flexing a little bit towards Chamber, a much more flashy Sentinel, or is it going to stick with it old? What is Victor going to be doing? I think that's also a very interesting topic.
Yeah, as we get ready, to see their opposition, the boys on Rise Nation, were one of the teams who really climbed into the rankings late in the tail end of last year, as we did not expect to see a whole lot from them throughout the year and progressively got better and better. And this most recent iteration of the roster, which was solidified towards the tail end of last year, really stepped up big. Bren, the performances from all of them, lights out, but we definitely want to start by talking about Shanks.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, the big question as well is what Rise are we going to see? Are we going to see the LCQ Rise, or are we going to see the Rise that's been showcasing themselves a little bit in the open qualifiers? And this team really does live and die sometimes by Shanks' performance as an individual, because the guy is, at times, very hot and cold. His performance is not really consistent. When he's playing confidently, he's taking duels and all the time winning them. That's what Rise are really leaning on. It's a huge thing that they've got in their arsenal.
You're looking at the rest of the roster, too. You have some young talent in the forms of Neptune. Now, Neptune, not as young as he once was when he was making his rise through the world of Counter-Strike, but he's definitely stepped up big for the team when they need him. You also have a strong player in Superman, who's been fantastic since the early days of his competition when he was playing as the Brimstone. I remember watching him use the Stim pack better than anyone else. I haven't seen many people use Stims, but he was the one person that seemed to use it well. You can also take a look here at a side-by-side comparison of Crashies and Derek, both players filling similar roles. Kind of curious on your thoughts here, Bala.
Yeah, I mean, very similar stats, actually, when you come down to it. Obviously, Crashies is just slightly better, and that speaks to the level that he's able to maintain over a long period of time. But Derek as well is an impact player on Rise. Look at the clutch, or the 1vX wins. Not significantly higher in terms of raw number, in terms of how many he's winning, but the attempts is crazy from Derek. He is consistently being put in those positions to try to bring something out for Rise. And oftentimes it is those swing rounds that really put Rise in the driving seat.
We do have some highlights, though, here from Shanks that we want to take a look at as we get prepared to see the matchup between Shanks and Ye. The 1v1 between Shanks playing as the Jet role for Rise and, of course, none other than El Diablo. Bren, what is it about Shanks that impresses you so much?
Well, he's impressive when he's playing with confidence. That's the thing, Bok. But when he's not playing with confidence, he is just a thorn, it feels like, in the side of Rise, because when they're relying on him to get these kills, and he's not putting up the numbers, that's when you start to see issues coming up for them. In these clips here, you can see that Shanks, this is when he's playing with confidence. This is their qualifier match against BBG to even get into the group stage. And finally, we saw Shanks playing online, actually getting the picks that his team needed him. He was a real difference maker for them. And you could tell in the way he was playing. This clutch here was magnificent.
Yeah, I mean, he's just online in some of these clips as well. But you're talking about, the game he's playing against BBG. these are the types of questions that we're asking. What is the caliber of team that he's going up against? What's the caliber of Jet that he's going up? Because today he's going up against Ye, you know, and we consistently are trying to mention Shanks in realms of those types of players, Ye, Tens, over and over and over. But when it comes down to actually that head-to-head, we don't necessarily see that he's coming out on top.
We do have a graphic here as well comparing Ye to Shanks. Side by side, it's Ye's stats from Champions versus Shanks' stats from the LCQ. We'll pull that up in just a second here so you guys can see it. It kind of gives you an illustration of the two players, the difference between the two. Again, Ye's stats from Champs on the right, Shanks' stats from the LCQ on the left. That's Champions level statistics from Ye in a game that they didn't do too well at, or a tournament they didn't do too well at, Bren.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing about this, isn't it? That, I mean, Envy, when they were known as Envy, playing in the Champs tournament, they didn't have a good tournament, and yet Ye's numbers are still better. Shanks, these numbers were taken from LCQ when Rise were looking at their best man, and still the numbers are not really that comparable. This is the battle that Shanks is up against today. He has never really gone up against these tier 1 Jet players, and in the past, when he has played against some of the best, when he's played against Cloud9, even Som, I think, is making a name for himself in North America with his Jet play. Sometimes it just feels like Shanks cannot hold a candle to these players. This is going to be the major test in this matchup here today.
I think a little bit of context too on the Shanks stats. LCQ, yes, that probably was one of his best tournament performances, but also you remember how Rise was playing in that. It was everybody, it was full team chemistry. Neptune was playing out of his mind. They were all playing off of each other so well, so he didn't necessarily have to carry as much of the load in that specific event. That might speak to how Ye plays as well on Optic. The way that he does is oftentimes carrying a lot of the load. I want to see whether Shanks can end up being in that same caliber with Ye when he needs to, because I think right now he's going to need to against a team like Optic that is so deep.
Speaking of Ye, too, we have a little bit of a highlight reel from him as well, looking at their time for Masters Berlin against 100 Thieves, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, Ye, when he was brought into this roster, everyone had high expectations. Balla, would you say he's met or exceeded those expectations?
I think he exceeded the expectations.
Yeah,
I think
agree.
Nobody really understood what Ye signing with Envy meant back last year, right? It was just like out of the blue for stage 3, trying to qualify for Berlin. Envy's looking okay, and then all of a sudden, Ye comes out of nowhere, and everybody's like, oh, he was fine on Ambox. But when you really looked into it, he was more than fine, and then he went crazy at an international event as well. Like, you remember this one versus, I think it was a 1 versus 2 when it came down to it, but it was a 4K as well from Ye with the Ops against 100 Thieves in that semifinals. And they made it to the finals of Berlin, right? I think people forget about that, and that's a main thing for them to prove today, is that Champions actually was a fluke, right? The way that they had to play under the conditions with Victor having COVID and whatnot, and the way that they were there for so long, the types of things that they were saying about what they faced while there, that's all still under question today. If they come out and play it fantastically, then all of a sudden we can start to trust that a little bit more. I think that's something that they're definitely thinking of.
Well, one of the most important things when we talk about this series is where are we going to be moving? What maps are we going to be seeing played? Because we talked about it before the show started. Fracture, it wasn't really something that Envy leaned towards, and unfortunately, I believe we have the wrong maps here, because that's Guard versus LG. We'll get that fixed. I don't believe we're going to be seeing Fracture in this series, as that was, I believe, banned and vetoed out. So we'll get that fixed in just a moment. But, Fracture is not a map that Envy is going to lean towards, Brian. It's not something they feel comfortable playing. There's the maps. No. Wait. Did we get it? All right, there we go. So we're going to be starting things off on Bind. That is going to be Rise's pick, and then we're going to go to Haven, and then we will go to Ascent. Yeah, we talked about it. Bren, Fracture is not a map they lean towards, and it is a bit disappointing.
Well, they were criticized, I think, as well, that they weren't prepping on Fracture because, Envy, now Optic, had a lot of time when they were coming into Champs to prep on that map. And it seems like they're still leaning away from it. You can see in the second round of bans, they're still opting to ban that one, so they don't want to end up playing it. Still, the way that this map pool is shaken out, I kind of feel like it is probably the best way it could have shaken out for a team like Rise. Rise recently have been first picking Ascent in a lot of their games, but they haven't looked that good at it. In fact, Bind has been one of their stronger maps. As you can see, it's managed to squeak through the pool. Haven is the second map as well. The way this is looking, I mean, we are potentially primed for that Rise upset here today against Optic.
Paul, looking at this, we did say we weren't sure if we were going to see Fracture, but what are your overall impressions on the map pool currently?
Yeah, I would think that it's okay for. I don't agree that this is like a win like crazy for Rise, because personally I think this is kind of what Envy plays. Like all of these maps are bread and butter for them, right? But also I can't have envisioned this map veto going any other way with the way that Envy has been, you know, banning the latest maps over and over. In this case, they go for Breeze as well, but these are simple maps. Envy loves to play them. Rise, sure, they love to play them as well, but I can't see this being like a massive win because of how strong Envy is on pretty much every single one of this. It's just a matter of who's bringing something new to the table, and we've already seen what Rise has brought to the table so far this season.
Well, we are going to go ahead and throw things to a break. Before we jump into the action, we'll be seeing the agent selection for map 1 in just a moment. When we come back, it's Optic versus Rise to kick things off for day 3 of NA VCT. Stay tuned.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Look at the sun on the ring. Look at the ring, I'm a king. Look at the king in his court, it's a breaking report. I got time to make amends. Ay, time to get the win. Ay, flexing on you boys, working out again. 10 out of 10, dub yet again.
I can't be starred, you are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not the one on the top. We've been here before, you know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't just talking, you used to score. I'm going in, I can't be starred, you are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not the one on the top. We've been here before, you know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't just talking, you used to score. I'm going in, yeah. I gotta win, yeah. Heard you be talking a lot, I'm here, so say it again. That sound crazy, I agree with that notion. Come through like train, look on my motion. I came from the gutter, why you playing around, you don't know. Everybody thirsty, I know. Eating granny while around with a Draco. Haters look at me like, oh no. And my teeth look like I'm a snow cone. My big truck messing up the ozone. If you ride my way, better hold on. I can't be starred, you are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not the one on the top. We've been here before, you know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't just talking, you used to score. I'm going in, I can't be starred, you are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not the one on the top. We've been here before, you know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't just talking, you used to score. I'm going in. Yeah, you know I'm a beast. You know I'm a beast.
Well, we know where we're going now. We are going to start things off on Bind as day 3 of NA VCT kicks off with the first series between Optic and Rise. But what is ever so important is what's going to happen when we get there. Something we talked about before the show even went live, Bren, was agent compositions and who's going to pick up what. The game has changed. The meta has evolved. And we've seen some teams, looking at Sentinels specifically on Haven, that haven't really changed much. It still feels very generic, very dry. Do we expect potentially to see a little bit of adaptation from either team here?
I don't know if we'll see too much adaptation when it comes to Rise as a team as well, because they've been playing so much recently. Why switch it up in the first place? But for Optic, we haven't seen these guys play in a long time. Still, they might end up opting. Okay, I mean, this is very interesting. Yay is going to be playing the Chamber, and that's is something that I've been thinking about a little bit more as well. The double duelist comp that they tend to lean in, I believe they leaned in. I'm still a little bit amiss, honestly, because North America has been leaning so heavily into the chamber play. I don't know whether or not it is actually the meta, or if it's just everybody's got hooked on the craze of it. But I feel like it can limit you. A player like Ye, taking him away from Jet, could be a bit of a risk.
Yeah, but I think one thing on Bind specifically is just having just additional alarm bots around the map is so strong on defense, and especially because they're all playing this Viper Astra thing where you don't have that passive flank watching stuff. But I love to see Shanks and Ye go for the same adaptation at the same time. And we get to have Victor, instead of playing, you know, the Sky that he likes to play sometimes on Bind, the way that they're switching it up a little bit. You talked about their double duelist before, but most of the time it has been Sky. Bringing that back, Victor is one of the best raises in NA. Like, for a long time, we just don't see him that often on that agent. So really, really nice, and full mirror matchup for the first match of the day.
Yeah, I personally love a mirror match because you can directly compare teams based on the way they're approaching the map. I am definitely very curious because one of the things we highlighted at the top of show was Ye versus Shanks, and we were thinking Jet versus Jet. But now we've got two chambers coming into the mix. We don't really know what to expect, but that's not our problem. That's on DDK and Sean Gayers, who are here to cast the first series of the day. Take it away.
Thank you, Vogue. What is up, everybody? It's Sean, it's me, DDK, and we're ready here for a very spicy matchup indeed. I think the desk set it up really nicely, Sean. We've got the mirror. We had loads of questions about the compositions. There's no data on new Optic, old Envy at all, and there's lots of data here for Rise, and the data does definitely favor them, but it's hard to know what to expect.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head, right? We don't know what to expect from Optic right now. We haven't seen them in a single match where they're allowed to pick Chamber. We haven't seen them play Fracture, and they floated it here, but they ended up banning it later on. So Optic is a very interesting team that doesn't like changing what they're good at, and they've finally done that, right? They're not running the Jet. I can't wait to see Ye on this Chamber roll right now, and we're going to kick it off right away. So standard Viper rolls on the A site, Dan. They're going to show some presence at B. And I think, you know, this Rise team is going to go fast into an A hit after this misdirection.
And Optic actually have players in position as well. Victor close with the raise. So those pain shells can certainly slow things down at a moment's notice. There's the Boombot as well to try to get some forward info. So it's actually a Snakebite throwing forward as well. So that early utility is starting to be burned there by Optic. They have an inkling. But Rise, they are slowing things down here. The drone through showers as they set up the split. Are they going to commit?
Shanks putting down that TP at the end of showers. He's going to pick up the chamber TP, and that's a huge trade coming in on Victor.
They're just slowly working their way forward here as we get Optic trying to make their way forward as well. Off of that B side, the rotation coming through. Yeah, with some pop shots. Great shot coming from U-Haul, and they are holding on to this U-Haul position very effectively so far. Just leaving Superman against 3. It's not an easy look. Trying to find a hole here. Moving through the back. Finds Marv in the back, but there's the trade set up nicely by Crashies. And, I mean, great patience, I have to say, from both squads, but it really felt like we're seeing some of that Optic magic, the individuals making the round work.
Yeah, you could see the intentions from Rise right there. They wanted to split the A site through showers and short. Now, the problem arose because Optic, their only goal was to hold on to U-Haul, and they did that. Ye hit this one shot right here with the headhunter. Just deletes boys. Finds a second here at bench, and that pretty much sealed the deal of the round. FNS kills one on the other side of you, and it was just so easy for Optic once they held control of that pivotal location. Again, Ye keeping all over the map. He has one TP at B and one at U-Haul. It's going to be really hard for Rise. They're going to have to push and pull Ye to the wrong site.
And Rise looking to go for an aggressive play up B on this save round. The deep Astra smoke there, you can see that's just to slow things down, but the bluff is essentially called here by Rise as they move forward. Looking for a plant, looking for some damage. I believe the Headhunter is available. There is some armor as well behind that on Shanks. Speaking of Headhunters, Ye there at the back of the site. Certainly a difficult man to deal with as he's throwing the shots forward, and it's so accurate. It's hard to see Ye missing any shots here so far in Chamber. And Optic, nice 2-0 start as they get the Prime Gaming Flawless. And this is the start you want to see from them, Sean, given the fact that especially, we see statistically right now, it's a 70% win rate on the attacking rounds for Rise of this map.
Yeah, that's very scary. Especially looking at this comp, you see they only have one initiator, and that's Derek. He's been their best performer lately. It's not Shanks, guys. Derek is the star player on this team right now on this Sova role. So can he become activated from here on in the match? Again, Rise. They sense weakness at this B site early. This is where the defaults are heading early.
Yeah, I'm loving just the different setups we're seeing round to round already here from Optic. We've got as well a new position for Victor on that raise over there by playing that bait setup with Marved to just hold on to B long. So even if they lose this hookah position right now, they can play from B long if necessary for that retake and really make life difficult.
Yeah, and meanwhile, if you look at Envy on this A site, Ye has placed a signature, an alarm bot over there in showers. He knows no one can come through showers. They're feeling real comfy at this A site, which allows them to keep 3 on B. I'm really scared about this bonus round, Dan.
It looks very dangerous indeed, and we'll see Rise taking that position that has been abandoned. Hookah. Optic, again, as we mentioned, holding on to garden control right now. They'll use that as their base to deal with this, but great opener coming out of Neptune as the Viper's Pit also sent forward there to get them onto the site. Meanwhile, Derek actually doing so much damage. It's hitting the back of that setup on B-Long, and it just crumbles here for Optics. That's very unfortunate. There are still 2 players left here on this bonus for them as they try to work their way from the backside positions, but looking quite troublesome at the moment. But Shanks close here in that Viper's Pit, and it's a really nice Viper's Pit, I have to say. It's so hard to challenge this, and Rise looking to finish things off here.
Such a gorgeous read by the in-game leader, Poise. And normally, Dan, I love to agree with you, but I'm going to disagree with you. It's not unfortunate. I actually think that's just a great read by Poise. He recognizes the long setup. They have hookah control, Dan. No one's fighting them. So what do? They tell Superman, just ult out of this. Just ult out. And it's going to force them to wiggle around that long. Derek, you just maintain ground super deep. They'll peek into you with these Spectres. Derek holds his own. It was just a great read by Rise that round, and such a great take of that B site. And now they're switching it up, and they're grouping towards A now, Dan.
Yeah, mixing things up. But once again, actually, we also have Victor over here again on the start of the round. So the Showers Challenge comes through. Optic, again, have that security, so Victor can slow things down if there's anything simultaneously being pushed towards short. And nice peek, beating Ye to the punch this Shanks with the rifle against the operator. It's a huge early win there for Rise, and that's a 5 versus 4 with over a minute to play here.
Yeah, and that's an operator that, Ye had the Headhunter 2 straight rounds so that he could afford this on the 4th, Dan. And it gets taken out with no value.
The long push. They're reacting here, Sean. They know they're down a player, and they've got to do something. They go really deep, and they might run into the alarm bot here.
Which is on short A and long B simultaneously. They hit the alarm bot, and that opens things up for FNS. He gets out free.
You can see Rise now working their way up short as well. They can go through the TP and try to enter towards B. You can see the crosshair being held by Neptune. The smoke to find their way back toward the site to get position back. And there's the TP. The rotation's coming through. There's the chase now coming out of Victor. Trade is available. The spike is really far away. It's going to go back from Cave, back towards the A site. So just constant changing of the plans here to adjust to the situation as it evolves. And FNS, he's got a lot to do. Does he have any util hit?
He might get caught from shower, Dan.
He might. He's got the operator. He has to hit this one. There's the whiff. And that might allow a forward position from Derek. Indeed, that's going to be the spike going down. No wallbang here for Finesse to slow this. The spike is planted. 2 versus 3 here for Rise. You've got to worry about every single position. There's that pressure coming in from short. But that's not the only place they have to worry about. The rest of the defense now coming through from spawn as well. From heaven, dropping down onto the site. They try to work these angles. Oh, what a shot there from Derek. Evening the numbers now. Some shock darts to work with here as well. Slowing things down. Shanks trying to find a moment, but it's Crashies to trade it out, and Crashies brings it home here for Optic. What a clutch coming out from him. And again, the individuals of Optic, they're so hard to beat.
Wow. Huge clutch from Crash. He saves the economy on Optic. And now Rise is put in this situation, Dan, where I don't know if they want to buy here or not. They're going to buy. They're not going to have a perfect buy. Shanks will have the The Tor out. He has his ult on deck right here. So I believe we'll have a full buy out of Rise. This is their last. They're scraping the bottom of the barrel.
There it is, the operator there on Ye. I mean, it's been really cool to see the teams like mixing up their setups so much. We've got, you know, keeping an eye on Victor because he's rotating a lot on the defense. He's over by A this time, but we've got a more B-centric default there. Look, 3 players working towards B long at the start of the round. Perhaps in reaction to this Astra smoke, they don't want that deep Astra smoke to go unchallenged.
Marvin Crashies just remain in such control of this long B position. Constantly, you know, just being a hindrance to these Rise players trying to come up, making them go through so many different abilities. And Rise has finally gained control of this long position. They have no one working hookah though, Dan. That kind of leads me to believe that this will likely end at the A site where Shanks has this up at the end of Showers.
Yeah. Tour de force ready to go for Shanks. 40 seconds left in this round now, and you can see, just like you said, we'll get that drift back from Rise to that A site. Shanks not finding anything just yet, holding the cross. Yay, there he goes, but still somehow beats Shanks to that one, and now we'll get all that util coming through for delay, and they can't afford for this to be the case. Victor holding onto the paint shells until 30 seconds are left, and this is looking very desperate now. I don't know what Rise are going to do here. They're trying to force the issue. Cosmic Divide comes in to try to make this one even harder to push, and so far, so good for Optic, as there's only now 10 seconds remaining. Poise working his way around, but it doesn't matter. Yay, too good. A round triple, and that's another round for Optic in the bag.
Man, Shanks needed to hit that shot, Dan. He needed to hit it. The second he misses that, they lose shower control. You know, the player coming in from long B is just so far away, and the hit becomes one-dimensional. And you know how it is, Dan. A one-dimensional hit versus a team like Optic, it's not going to be pretty.
Yeah, and it's so hard as well. You know, the person peeking into the angle, kind of pre-aiming it, is going to have that reaction advantage pretty much all of the time. So it's just a really hard spot in some senses for Shanks. But 4-1, definitely very recoverable here still for Rise, but they are on a save round. They'll apply that pressure once again to the B-long position, trying to go beyond the smoke, and it's going to work out. Shanks and Derek both opening up with entries, but there is Ye on the site still, looking to cause problems. The paint shells can do some damage, force them back. And Victor still has that control there towards Hookah. 3 versus, make that a 2 versus 1 now. As Finesse is the last player standing in the backside, finds another one. Another spray transfer coming through from Finesse, but can't find the mark. Thrifty coming through for Rise. They needed that badly, and Superman will pick up that operator.
Oh dear, the lack of discipline coming in from Optic. You can feel the highs from the prior rounds, right? They're just ego peeking along a little bit too much with the Guardians, and the trades go in the favor of Rise, and quickly things just snowball. You know, Ye sticks around for a little too long, and Optic are kind of hurting. Their economy isn't perfect. Ye gonna bust out the Tour de Force. They have a pretty healthy buy here, other than a Judge on FNS who will probably be ulted.
We actually, I think, get a Showers take represented by Rise, and Shanks is going to hold the operator line towards B-long, and that's going to be very fruitful indeed. And Optic, they're going to get control of Showers. They did a counterplay there as well, but I think they kind of bought that. And now the 5 versus 4 gets to be played out here as we see Rise once again drifting back towards the A site, looking to finish the round there. And we've got deep Showers control here for Optic.
Arvd is very forward in this position. Spectre in hand. Perfect weapon to have in this close quarter spot. How on earth is Crash going to hold this short hit?
They expect Marv. There is a world. There's the drone. It's going to check it. There's the peak coming through. It doesn't deliver anything. Neptune reacting with the showstopper, trying to go straight, well, as far, as deep as he can with it. And Victor's somehow able to trade that one out with his own, but perhaps it is all for nothing. There's just Finesse left. And
with a Judge, Dan, I don't think he can. He's not going to find any way to cut this space. I highly doubt he's going to get the Rise players pushing into spawn.
I thought for a second you're going to sell me on the Judge clutch here.
Can't sell you on it. Can't sell you on it.
All right. Okay. The judge, even the judge has its limitations.
Yes.
Very sad.
That would be insane though if he went to the spike and just sniped those players on short A with the judge.
It was a pretty interesting round coming through here. Optic actually burning the Showstopper, burning the Viper's Pit as well towards Hookah. So they actually lost a lot in the way of ults. So that's going to be great for Rise here on this comeback, having a rough start of things. And I really liked how they faked that showers control earlier. They dropped a couple Astra smokes, and I think that lent kind of a false sense of security. And then there was that dry peak in B long, I think, because they were not expecting there to be anybody there.
Indeed, yeah. And the score does sit 4-3 in favor of Optic, despite all of these things heading in Rise's favor. So, they're doing a lot of the things right, but Optic seems like the more skilled teams, and they're winning a lot of these duels that they probably shouldn't win. It seems like Rise they're waiting for the aggression in the right spots, but sometimes they don't win those fights. Can they keep winning them? Like that prior round. Shanks is winning the head-to-head right now against EA.
Yeah, that's a great point, and we'll see that the showers control coming through once again. And we haven't seen something super fast coming through here in a while from Rise. I mean, this might be the round to switch it up. We get the Viper's Pit activated. It's going to cover all the way towards triple. Very difficult. We'll get Neptune able to deal with Vix's forward play. And so far, so good hit. Satchel also giving a little boost. Clean up the site. So far, so good. Couple weapons left and okay. Very nice shot by Marved. And looking a little bit scary now. Players of this caliber with these sheriffs, but Shanks in position with the operator should be more than enough here. Marv picks up another one. It's getting very scary indeed. And to feel the pressure here. Finesse to force his way in. This is so hard to deal with. Superman in such a good spot. It's such a huge advantage. And it will work out for Rise. 4-4 now as we are all tied up.
Superman has really, really impressed me on this Rise team in the controller role. And I say that, I mean, being always impressed by this player whenever I spectate him, but he kind of faded away in the NA scene. He was absent for a while until this Rise team showed up at LCQ and took the scene by storm. And we're kind of waiting on them to do that again this year and build off of where they ended last year. And I'm really impressed so far in this game, man. They are toe-to-toe with Envy right now, 4-4. Optic taking a timeout right here. I think they're feeling a little scared.
It's been interesting too, because I think, like you were saying, I feel like, Rise's game plan, I mean, we can see it reflected in their results. It's a good game plan on the attack of Bind. It's been very successful for them. They've got a lot of comfort. And it does feel like they have a lot of different gears to go to. And they've got a good mid-round too. We've seen a lot of mid-round adjustments from them. We've seen a lot, fake control in certain spots to try to manipulate the defensive rotation. We're seeing a lot of depth from Rise on this attack. So that's going to feel very difficult to deal with if you're Optic, because they too have been running a variety of setups.
Yeah, they have. And that is literally probably in large part due to the amount of games Rise has played lately. These guys have had so many reps in these smaller tournaments, which is something Optic doesn't have. So when Optic runs into problems like right now, oftentimes they don't know how to respond. And oh dear, Victor doesn't know he was spotted.
And there comes Hunter's Fury. There finds the first tag, waiting for the Satchel play to escape. Wow. Actually takes down Crashies. That is just tragic for Optic. There comes the Showers push from Finesse as a response to this. They have to do something, and he might just find a timing.
He has great timing right now if he keeps advancing forward, but he believes that they're going to be aware of the Showers push.
Can it be Ye instead? Not quite as maneuverable on Chamber as opposed to the typical Jet. Has a lot to deal with here. Has to hit every shot. There's a lot of util coming his way. Ye picks up the first one. There's the TP into the site, going very aggressive, finds another. Just a one-man army. Unstoppable force here, Ye on the site. Can they do something to remove him? He's buying so much time. Headhunter comes out. It won't be enough against Poised. And it's still a very big advantage for Rise. Spike down and 3 versus 2.
No charges left.
And that's trying to do what he can here from Hookah. Down to 57 though. having to force its way into the site. There's the play out of spawn. They are separated. It's just not what you want, but there comes the trade from Derek, and Rise will close it down. And I mean, Ye is just a monster, Sean. I mean, he almost made that doable there for Optic. I mean, he did make it doable for Optic. What am I saying?
Yeah, and that's the differences between these teams, right? Rise has these strategic early round openings. They're feeling out Optic setups every round, but then you can see they get a little scared in the late round because now it's coming down to skill. And that's when players like Ye can shine. When the strats break down, there's, you know, all the abilities have been used early to get these openings. So now you're peeking into Ye dry. And that got real scary. I think we all saw a world where Ye gets 4 kills and wins that round.
Yeah, for sure. He had a chance to shoot the headhunter once. We can see again just the pressure across the map here from Rise, especially towards B. We get a short take coming through from Optic, and they're going to run straight into the trademark, so it's not going to go too well, unfortunately, for them. But Rise is a quick cleanup here in this anti-eco, and that brings them now to 6 rounds. And I think they were down, was it 1-4? I think, Sean? Something like that.
Yeah, I think 1-3. Optic won the pistol, the bonus, a flawless bonus at that. They lost the first gun, the bonus gun, and then they won the following reset round. Like, this is an amazing comeback into this half by Rise. They are dominating this half on the true gun rounds. This is very, very impressive from the young team.
Yeah, I'm really feeling the work, like you were referring to previously, from them. So much to go to. Again, we got that B-long pressure coming through. Nothing much going on towards showers here. We do have 3 on the defense towards that B site, so that is helpful, but this is just a default. The spike can still go anywhere.
Yeah, I'm going to draw attention. Look at Ye's angle. It's so much more passive than what we saw earlier on in this game. Shanks has conditioned Ye, El Diablo, the most feared Jet player in our region, to play passive at this long B position. That's huge.
Shanks has him on the leash at the moment, but maybe he can break free, especially now we get the rotation from Ye towards Ye's site. And at this timing, you know, that kind of suggests that the expectation from Optic is that, hey, Rise are probably grouping up to hit something, but Rise have actually slowed the pace so much, they're still defaulting across the map.
I do love Ye's signature that he put over there at Long B, though, because Shanks is working up here. That's a big find by Neptune, though. Crashy's alone here at this B site, and they know it.
There's a spot and a half from Crashy's. Very committed. Crashy's able to take down Neptune. Has another to deal with, but it's only the one for him. 2 versus 2, though, as a lot of damage exchange. Yeah, finding his mark eventually, and the Spike's going to have to run his way back to the A site, but Finesse has put himself between the Spike and the planting spot. This is everything here for Optic. Can Finesse stop this? And he can. He just has to play the time now. There is no time to recover the Spike. He's done it. Just has to get out of there. There absolutely is no time for this one. Just has to run away. FNS playing, just teasing, but he will be able to escape and run the clock down. Derek in hot pursuit, but straight into the crosshair of FNS, and Optic pick up a much-needed round after a drought.
Yeah, that's a huge round, because now they're heading into this last round, and look at the ults. Look at them. Optic is in a money spot now to end this half at 6-6, despite just getting blown out in the middle part. FNS likely going to drop that pit on short A, cast the wall towards shower, throw a smoke through the TP for hookah, and that's when Vipers are just the hardest. They're so difficult to deal with when their utility is all over the map, and it's just one agent. So now, how does Rise react to this scenario? This is the hardest round they're going to play, probably all game.
Yeah, this is it's such an interesting situation, because there has been a lot of stuff that they've done that's been working. They have shown to be quite deep in terms of the tactics. They can play these slow rounds, these drawn out defaults, pressuring towards the A side of the map. I feel like we've seen kind of a bit of everything from this composition out of Rise. But the question, as you say, rightly so right now, is that, how do they deal with this round? Like, what would you want to see out of Rise, Sean?
Oh, they could brute force it. Honestly, with Neptune's showstopper, I would love to see them just take the fight to Envy. They've played this passive game all map long. I think they could do a change of pace round right now. I would love to see it.
And for Optic too, they can play retake. They've got the Cosmic Divide. They have the Hunter's Fury as well. So really strong retake ultimates available.
Oh,
but initiating. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is so devastating. Oh, Crashies though. He's going to miss the follow-up, so no players will go down for Rise. Oh wow, that was so close though. Great paint shot follow-up from Victor, preventing the showers control. Yay. Oh my goodness, look at the catch this shot. It somehow gets Neptune. What the hell's going on there on short? We'll get the trace coming through as ground is gained here by Rise. And just a shoulder showing is enough there for Shanks to finish it off. A triple out of him as FNS goes on a long rotation around showers through short, trying to find a timing, but the Viper's Pit will be the cover for the spike plant. Marth has the judge. That is the perfect weapon if he can get in the Viper's Pit. Is it going to work against Rise here, against the judge of Marv? Waiting for a push out of the Viper's Pit, but eventually will have to make his way forward. Oh, that position. Hiding behind the Viper's Pit on that bench spot. Surely Marv is going to get taken down here from the back. Derek waiting for the perfect timing, just playing the spike timing, and it's going to work out perfectly. Rise, they'll find a way, Sean, to win, as you said, one of the hardest rounds there. That's 7-5 to close out the first half.
That was an awesome Viper's Pit right there coming out of Rise. Superman leaving the tiny gap for Derek on that bench. That's impossible to read right there. You're not going to shoot a judge bullet into that if you're Marv. What a play. And that's going to put Rise on top of the half, Dan, 7-5.
Absolutely. And with that said, we'll go to a quick break. You don't want to go anywhere. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gents, to Optic versus Rise. This is the first map, and we are going to the second half here on Bind. Rise looking fantastic after a sketchy start, looking to go into the attacking side strong.
And I mean, the difference in the looks between these two teams on the pistols. Look at this by Optic. There's no doubt in my mind. They're sending it up A right now. The Viper wall comes in to block all the A vision. The orb is going to go for U-Haul. The Sova recon for showers with Boombot. This is fast.
Yeah, really fast clear here, and 3 players still towards B for Rise. They are able to slow this down with that Viper utility, the Snake Bite and Poison Orb falling there on the short choke point. And now the rotation starts to come through.
And Shanks is on a mission, Dan. Shanks is way behind on this Giga flank.
Giga flank. It looks like it's been looked for here, and there are trademarks in the back there to also deal with that. So it seems like they are aware. At the same time, Rise trying to break out of this U-Haul position for the retake onto the site, and they are not winning that one. Now it's down to Shanks and Poised. Shanks, that's a good opening though with the headhunter. Finds the second one. Shanks doing damage. Out comes the classic. Can't finish off the player in U-Haul. It is just one left now. Shanks do anything with this. 4 HP. There's the tap. Try to get some extra damage at the very least. Can he get somebody to peek? Absolutely not. Crashies will finish it off.
Wow, and that's just a really good read by Victor to use the paint shells on Heaven. It's not a common thing. You don't see that very often where he's just throwing their paint shells into Heaven. But when you sense that that player's on the right side, there's not many options for them on pistol other than just dying. You know? So great usage of the utility right there by Victor to find the opening. And at that moment, that's when Optic really took control of the A site. Again, Optic, you know, going right into this A site again. Maybe you know, the Derek and Superman setup, they might have some holes.
Yeah, I mean, there is, of course, the reliance on the Viper util for delay. And they go. Oh my god, what? Derek coming through with the classic, finding 2 heads. That is very painful for Optic. And they haven't breached the choke point. They gain no ground from this.
No, he freed those guys to death. Just 2 bursts in the head, Dan. That gun's free. Oh, wow.
And they nerfed the classic. I am pretty sure about it. So that is quite surprising. Still super good at that range. Trying to force the cancel there. That's going to happen. Marv coming through there. Looking to see what he can do with the Spectre. Okay, starting to clean things up now. Just Poison Neptune remaining on that flank. Victor and Crashy's fairly tagged, so don't want to put it past them. Paint shells available as well. Good position from Marv around triple. Can respond to pretty much anything very quickly here. Get some information and the kill as well. So Marv is saving the day with the quad kill. Oh wow. Okay, 7-7.
That's the experience coming in from Optic, because things can get really squirrely if 2 players get classicked like that. But you can see Marv doesn't overextend. He lets the plant come in. He punishes the players on the opposing team for trying to deny the plant. And the round just kind of slowly falls back into the favor of Optic because of the fact that there's a massive gun favor. So props to Marv for not overextending, not feeling like he had to be a hero in that situation, and closing out 7-7 though. Huge bonus round for Rise to close out here. Ooh, spicy smoke.
There's a satchel straight forward there for Victor, so he'll take that space towards Garden 4 all the way back though. I mean, this is a great advantage to work from. You don't have to force the issue onto the site. You've got the 5 versus 4. There's a reclear with the boombot into Garden.
Yeah, it's the same thing from NP game. They're just going slow into the site. They put the signature behind them, and they don't worry about it. They don't worry about the flank. It's a very different style from Rise.
Yeah, and able to, you know, Marv picking up all those kills in the previous round, getting the orb here. Cosmic Divide to really try to make this a short thing, but Superman actually picking up one. That's going to force the rotation through the TP. That was an option always available. And I mean, this is a reaction though. We'll see the Astrostars going down onto the site between Triple and APC.
FNS is on the flank right now. He's right behind Poise.
Shanks is really deep as well. Shanks trying to come through to punish this one as they start across to other positions, but it's Marv to get the better of him. And there's so many chances, opportunities, but it's going to look at the end, after all is said and done, pretty good for Optic. 8-7 with 4 players alive.
That was such a gorgeous round called by FNS. I mean, I said it was a different style. They didn't have, you know, the default presence across the map. They just had the signatures guarding the A push. But that was enough for them to feel comfortable. When they put the Cosmic Divide up and hear 2 defending players take that TP to Hookah, they know the signatures haven't been activated over at the A site. We should rotate as quick as possible in Flood A. And it's just so easy for Optic because they play the rotations constantly.
Look at the 2-player setup here. Really deep by the orb there. And we've got, of course, Superman ready to break the dart to try to keep those positions alive. It's really all on this play around this long position. And there they go, peeking around the smoke. It's just not going to work out. It's pretty hopeless here, Sean. I mean, there's not a lot you can do.
Yeah, Envy really sniffed that out, right? The shock dart, the poison orb, the molly. Rise had an idea. It's just, you know, you're not going to get by all that util and guns on your eco round. And Optic playing it smart now, letting the round slow down, much like how we saw in that that second.
FNS could really use the kill here. Charge up the Viper's Pit. Of course, can plant the spike for that as well.
Love the use of the wall there by FNS. Unlike most Vipers that use it to always lurk A, this wall allows you to single off the elbow fight. So you don't need to smoke elbow when you come up garden. You can just clear it out. It's the only angle that can fight you.
Boy is looking for some extra damage around that elbow position. Maybe getting teased with some footsteps there. Some damage would be really good here. That's what he's really looking for. Gosh, somebody moving out of position. Nice shot there, catching Victor on that pixel angle. And they are hungry for the frag, and it will be FNS to finish him off. And again, that Viper's Pit is active now. That was gained after the plant of the spike, so curious if we'll see that come into play in this round.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of pits on Rise's attack side come out of showers. They were openings into the sites when Rise would use them. They used them once out of hookah and twice out of showers. They were using it to entry on their strats. That's kind of uncommon in the pro scene, if I'm being honest. Most Vipers will use it to control an area of a post plant. That's super unique. So I'm curious to see if this is a meta shift in NA. Is that how FNS is going to opt to use his ult now on attack side? Because it's hard to find value on attack with that Viper ult.
Yeah, and it's really interesting too, because in terms of counterplay available in this round for Rise, I think have 3 ults that are 1 off. So if they make an early round play to secure an extremity for the ult pickup, they could, for example, prioritize Neptune to get the showstopper, whatever it is that they think might be most helpful in dealing with the end rounds, if that end round will include a Viper's Pit. That might be in consideration here behind which player they choose to pick up the ult on. You know, it could be Superman, it could be Derek or Shanks. Oh, actually, Neptune isn't close enough. So the Hunter's Fury probably makes the most sense. We'll see what they try to do here.
Look at that, Din. There's a defensive ping in showers right now that I just saw. And I'm also noticing Victor's heading over there, and he's 1 orb off of his ult. I think we're going to have Victor fighting for the shower orb right now with Crashies. He's going to satchel in. This is going to get wild.
I'd love to see it. Trying to make that super fast timing. Very aggressive angle. And there's no way to stop that. So indeed, he's going to pick up that showstopper. There's no denying it at this point.
He's so advanced. Rise had no idea he was past all the Astra and Sova utility. That is such a cool take.
And we might just get an answer to how the pit might be used. Might be used quite conventionally here. And the dude comes in, and there's the showstopper as well. Trying to exec onto this A site. They're looking to find something. There finds Superman at point blank range. Still though, you're under control. Main shots might help though with this. Going forward, Victor playing a dangerous game. Oh, the bait there in the Sova drone is protected by Poised. Rise actually looking pretty good here. 4 versus 3 against the Viper's Pit now, though. But still, got some Sova utility to work with. Trying to bust out of that U-haul position. And just look at this setup, preventing them from coming out. And in fact, Crashies goes forward. Takes down Derek, takes the fight straight to Rise. Around this U-haul position. And the trades keep coming through. Rise picking up the frags. There goes the Viper's Pit. It's all on Marv's shoulders on the Astra. Gonna try to do his best, but there's just too many numbers. Rise pick up the round. And that's going to be 8.
Wow, that was a huge mistake from Victor. He had the paint shells. We all saw he had the thought in his head to throw that paint shell into the U-Haul. That would have been the play. That would have filtered those 2 players and maybe even made one of them leave. But instead, he pushes into it. Oh no, the paint shells could have taken that soda out in his drone. And that causes everything to crumble. I thought the take itself was so good. This is where, the mid game has been lost by Optic. That's the first time I think I've said that all game long.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to see what the recovery could look like. Just looking for Shower's control play and setups. And it's delayed, but it's coming. We see the gravity well there from Marv, as we get that slow work from Optic around short and showers. There's the tag. Derek able to punish. That's a beautiful pick. That's the controller gone as well, one of them.
The one that denies all the info on this A site. Oh no, Shanks falls in hookah to Victor, and Victor gets out with the satchel. We're back in a 4-on-4, and that's a really big pick for Envy.
Yeah, the spike being picked up now. Looks like they want to try to finish on the A site. We get a response as well from Optic. Taking control in hookah, Neptune going forward, but at the same time, Rise have to deal with the push out of Optic as they force the issue on the A site. Crashy's working his way around. Oh, he finds Superman. That's so important. Great play, great awareness from Crashies. Derek, though, the Sova diff with those shock darts. Now making life difficult. How do you plant in this situation? Rise, are they going to go aggressive for this? Oh, there goes the showstopper. That catches Victor as he's trying to escape. And that's a spike down on the ground. Marv with 20 seconds to try to find this plant somehow. The Boombot coming forward as well. Oh, I think it's missed. But that's okay, because they're going to try to swing together here onto Marv. He's going to have to hit incredible shots, but Derek is on one. The quad kill coming through, and that's going to secure the 9-9. We're all tied up again.
Man, Derek is cold as ice. He pops that ult. This is the most important round of the game for both of these teams, right? Right now. But the one prior, him popping that ult, Rise absolutely needed that. And he pops the ult in a 5-on-5, the riskiest play, and takes out FNS. Huge round by Derek.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Oh man, is this the moment? The momentum shifting moment?
It certainly seems like it. I mean, Optic taking a timeout, they know they're on the back foot, and they're on the attack half, tied here. And the momentum is in Rise's court.
Yeah, the response is going to be so important. So I love the timing of the timeout in that sense. For Optic to kind of figure out, okay, what do we do in this position? Being on the attack too, they have obviously the kind of lion's share of the initiative that you can take. It's a little bit easier to do that on the attacking side. But with that said, I feel like, Rise has been really measured so far in this matchup. It doesn't really feel like anything has come at them and really caught them off guard. They've always had some kind of an answer, even if it's just some delay.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And they're not giving up a lot of first picks like Optic was in their first half. A lot of the first picks that Optic gets are coordinated parts of executes. They're not given to them by people pushing into them on these gun rounds. So that's something Rise has going for them. And if they change that, I would be really worried.
So we get a Showers set up there from Rise on the defense, but looking like Optic have their hearts set on this B site, but there's a 3-player setup here ready to go. Victor trying to work the clearance here. Poised.
Just has second thoughts. He was going to fight for that hookah control, but they have second thoughts because of FNS's poison orb. This is certainly going to be a B hit, but what is this Astro Lurk on short A? Marv could play a big factor here.
Yeah, and Rise, as you said, they haven't been giving up first picks, and it kind of feels like Optic are waiting for Rise to make an info play and then to fall into the hands of Ye with that tour de force. They don't, though, and this forces the drone out. They've got to start moving forward and taking the initiative. Tag comes through. Ye wants it. Is it going to be given to Ye, though? If someone shows themselves to him, they will definitely die, I feel like, but they're not doing it, and it is burning the clock desperately. The Astro comes in, but the recall, in fact, and Shanks, he thought it was safe. The bait is strong. Neptune in a very important position, but is poised to get the double. Neptune could still come out huge. Catches Crashies in the side of their head. And again, time, huge problem. Rotation coming through. It's all on Neptune, though. Can he keep holding on to this position? Neptune tries to take his time. And speaking of which, there is none left here for Victor. Has to just go for the instant plant. And that is going to be a lot of position gain. He has to plant in the center of the site. Doesn't know where they're going to be.
No time.
And there's no time left. Playing it perfectly. Derek just hides. And Rise will clinch the round just barely. Oh, wow. I mean, how do you call that round? That's insane.
That's actually insane. Optic did exactly what we were talking about in the pregame, Dan. They thought the picks would come to them, a lot like how they gave the picks to Rise. But Rise is way more disciplined. They played all the way back in the site, and it wasn't until a bad recalled smoke from Poise, which caused Shanks to get picked, which caused, you know, the whole thing to start snowballing. But it was too late. There was no time on the clock. And now we're sitting 10-9. Full economy spent here for Optic. Everything on the line.
It's a great dot. 3 players around the A side here for Rise on the defense. And Optic, it does feel like they kind of want to send it towards that A side. And
FNS is in you? He's already in you all damn.
He's lurked in with the judge.
No. Oh no, Superman gets taken out by the paint shells. Players in you. And the cosmic divide goes down. They have no idea FNS is here, Dan. The drone comes in though.
Oh, are they going to try to fake this? Just like using the cosmic divide to suggest a fake. There is one available as well on the other side of things there for Poise, but oh no, FNS going down in U-Haul. He was a huge asset, but now that asset has tanked in value. It's only Ye left, and he's got no one to play with, no one to work with. Derek is a savage, and Rise are going to pick it up. And the really important rounds, Rise are picking all of them up so far.
Derek is going to demand respect from this scene this year, Dan. This guy is so good. He is so good. To have the presence of mind to drone out U-Haul in that scenario. I mean, I'm not even going to talk about the fact that he popped all of those players in the head. I'm going to talk about the fact that he had the presence of mind to drone U-Haul and not be caught by that judge in the 5-on-4. That's something that you don't see a lot of in pro play. Hats off to Derek. This is a huge game by him. And Envy on an eco at 11-9.
Yeah, incredible stuff. I mean, not dead just yet, but down to Sheriff. Effectively, you know, they're going to be giving Rise 12 rounds, or that's what you would assume, unless they find the Thrifty.
The second they break it, the gravity well, the paint shells.
It's just too good. It's too strong, but out comes Victor. Shows up for a spot to send him flying. Takes down Shanks. Victor looking to try to save the day here. 3 versus 3. And maybe that Thrifty isn't so unlikely after all. FNS catches Superman in the chaos in the back. And now, I mean, you talked about Derek. He's going to have to come out huge here to swing with Poise. Great timing on that. And they're starting to clean up here with these rifles. Spy collected by FNS. Has to be just sent straight back to the A site. And somehow Rise are making this look a lot more manageable.
You look, the 2 stars are still there on short A, and they're both recalled. So Poise on this retake are he's gonna have both of those to work with. Eric has both shocks and a recon. FNS has a lot of work to do in this 1-on-2, and Rise is giving him nothing to work with walking up right now.
He has the wall, and that's basically it for FNS. Might pop that if you hear someone go for the slide tap, but they're going to go straight through the U-Haul position. Poise gets the trade. Beautiful spacing there coming through from Rise. And they will get the 12th round as they were intending to against that eco, the Shiko, the Sheriff eco, and Optic. They're not out just yet, but their backs are against the wall and there's nowhere left to go.
Ooh, scary times here for Optic, but they have a couple ults to work with. They have a lot of money. This is a healthy buy, and Ye is on the operator. So they have a lot to work with, Dan. We haven't seen much promising things out of Envy on this attack half, if I'm being honest. And again, they're grouping all out for this A hit. And Victor's on this box. I think we're going to see this double satchel into showers play again, Dan.
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
Rise going to give it to him.
There we go, yeah. Just going really deep there with that one. And there's the pickup on the orb. Marv 3 away, though, from the Cosmic Divide. We won't see it this round, most likely.
This is quite tricky because Poise was close shower and Victor heard him run away. Will they clear this box now?
Oh, the Hunter Spirit coming through, just sensing the timing there. I believe gets a tag on one player, going for the showers clearance as well. This creates a lot of space and it delays the push. And right now, Optic, are they going to second guess this one? They're going to have to cut noise perhaps and then just send it back again. They have to suggest that they might be rotating off of this. But in fact, FNS able to use his own utility to start clearing position forwards. And Shanks is very close indeed there with the operator. Waiting for this one. Marv, good opening. Shanks is slowly backing out of U-Haul. But there goes Victor. Finds that timing. Catches Poise. And speaking of Shanks, though, back in the action. Delaying the plant yet again.
30 seconds left.
And this time, there's no one to stop the plant and put the pinch shells.
Oh, so much damage coming through. And Neptune, he's going to just slowly move his way forward behind those paint shells. Good defensive kills coming through from Optic. They've got to hold on to this one, and they will. 10 rounds now. Optic, they have to win all the remaining rounds to secure that overtime. And this is a good way to start it, surviving with 4 players. And they still have the Hunter's Fury too.
Yeah, and look what they've done to the economy on Rise. Rise is going to have to take one on the chin here. They're going to have to save. I think Poise might be able to have this Hero Vandal and be able to buy into the next round. But man, things have really changed. And now it looks like Optic will only have to win one more true gun round to get this into OT.
It's looking...
I mean, we've seen these rounds get lost in Valor. Let's not glaze over this one. This could easily go the way of Rise.
Yeah, and Neptune's going to get an orb on B-Long. He's going to be able to get the showstopper because of that. And the question is, will there be an opportunity to use it in this round?
God, look where Shanks is already. They pushed through 1B.
This is very scary because, again, the showstoppers on Neptune, and right now the entire Optic lineup are all bunched up in one position. They are just sitting ducks for it.
Oh, they smoked off the signature, Dan. Is Optic going to be ready for...
Oh, my God.
He's aware. Marth is aware.
He's going to take down one, but again, they're going straight into the showstopper. They're going straight into the showstopper. There's the paint shells. Showstopper not being pulled out just yet, but straight into Poise in the back. That Astra smoke coming up to block the trademark was absolutely huge, just like you said. They had no idea another player was there, and now suddenly a 3 versus 3. All the Rise players in spawn, very safe at the moment. But look at Optic. They have no idea where these players could be.
Yeah, and now the showstopper is terrifying, Dan. We're left with 2 controllers and a sentinel. You know, like, your duelists that are typically the ones that are going to maneuver out of the showstopper, they're all gone.
30 seconds left.
So, is Neptune going to find tons of value? I think it's possible.
I have the spike. Toxin, poison orb emitting.
They're going for the A side. This is, of course, they can't know this, but this is the harder choice. We've got the showstopper available on this site, Neptune, and he just has to deny the plant with it. That's all he has to do. There's no time here for them to get a second go of it. There it goes, setting it forward. The nose goal. Neptune comes through. Marshall, let's go. Optic only have Ye remaining now, and it doesn't matter. The Thrifty's in. It's a 13-10 result on Bind, keeping a strong record. I'll Rise on this map, and we can see why, Sean. They looked just like a true class act on this map.
Man, do they look deep. I don't think we saw the Marshall coming into play right there. We thought the showstopper would be the thing that closes out that round, but, you know, whatever it takes from Rise, they just threw the book at Optic, and boy, did it work.
Yeah, fantastic display there from Rise. And, I mean, also, the resiliency from Optic was great. We saw that display of experience, and they're certainly not down and out. We'll be coming up with Haven for the next map, but we're going to take a quick break right now, so don't go anywhere. We have more Valorant coming up right here.
hard can you go? How 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 hard can you? How hard can you? How hard can you? How hard can you go? How hard can you go when the beat drops? hard can you go? How 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 hard can you? How hard can you? How hard can you? How hard can you go? How hard can you go when the beat drop?
Cannot ever be stopped. Put that on everything. You gon' remember the name, remember the day. Look at the gameplay. Made it mine as a name change. Ain't a game that I can't save. Only win-win, that's a landscape. I cannot be stopped, I'm like a savage. Shooting for your spot, I gotta have it. Glory in my veins, I'm like an addict. See me Hall of Fame, I'm not your average. I'm on your neck, hey. Give me respect, hey, hey. I'm on your neck. Give me respect, hey, hey, I'm on your neck, hey, give me respect, hey, hey, I'm on your neck, give me respect, hey, hey, hey.
A great game coming out from Rise Nation as they pick up the win over Optic to kick things off here for day 3 of NA VCT. Looking at that one, we had high hopes for Rise because this is a map that they are somewhat competent on. This is a strong map for them. This is definitely comfortable territory. But Bala, we'll go ahead and start with you. Yay on Chamber. What was going on?
Yeah, Dude, I don't know how to feel about it yet. It's still seriously sinking in because what I saw over and over was just not really taking advantage of the actual rendezvous chamber TP. He was playing a lot of traditional angles, right? So I'm just wondering, why not just do it with Jet? I'm trying to rack it in my head. Like maybe they wanted the alarm bot so they could do what they were doing on attack side, which was kind of 5-stacking one towards a complete lane, basically. Maybe that's the reason, but I just kind of feel like maybe you should have been on Jen anyway.
Brent, thoughts?
I completely agree with Bala. I mean, he should have been on Jet this entire game. The more I watch this, you know the trope in horror movies where people summon the devil and they try and control it and it backfires horribly? That's what it felt like Optic tried to do with Ye by putting him on Chamber. I'm not even kidding. You take this guy off of Jet and you remove all the flexibility, all the flow and freedom that allows him when he plays Jet, and you essentially lock him down, you tether him down, because it was so evident in this match that Ye was locked down to specific areas. Like in examples like this, he does pop off. Don't get me wrong, the guy's still hitting shots, the guy's still offing, the headhunter coming out every now and then finding incredible value, but it was not as fluid. And that is the difference maker, I think. When I look at this, Ye, I think at the bottom of his scoreboard for his team over the course of this first map. And I got to pin it down, not quite at the bottom, actually. He ended up somewhere in the middle of the pack. But normally you expect this guy to be running away with it. You're expecting to be dominating the series and the maps. He wasn't. There was not really much weight behind his play, and it felt like Optic were just kind of following the meta that's circumventing NA right now, which is playing a lot of Chamber all the time. We'll put Ye on Chamber. That's my issue with this, and Rise take the win. They capitalize off of it. I said at the beginning that if Rise were to win, it needs to be Shanks having a good performance against Ye, potentially one of the best players in the world when it comes to Jet. And Optic just did it for them, it felt like. Put him on Chamber, take him away from Jet, one of the things that's his biggest selling point as a player.
Yeah, I think they have a rabid dog in Ye, and they kind of put a leash on him and a muzzle to a certain extent. They definitely muted his performance a little bit, to say the least. But you look at the other side, Derek really stepped up huge for Rise, was definitely there to capitalize on the chaos, which there was certainly a little bit of chaos, especially towards the tail end of that game. But Bala, there was a couple of rounds in particular you really wanted to call out, looking at rounds 3, round 9, and round 12. Why don't you walk us through what we're about to watch?
Yeah, I think just great ult management from Rise. This is the third round, and already Superman has his ult, and they catch Finesse and Optic off guard by popping this ult out of Hookah, kind of unconventionally, but also they just didn't realize that this could be, the setup that they were playing could be isolated. So easily they end up wiping all up the kills on B, and the round ends up, 1 versus 3 for a Finesse that is unwinnable. But the other thing too is the next couple, this is the round 12 Hunter's Fury. This spots Victor on the cross. So Victor is literally in one corner, and Derek instantly takes advantage of that and goes for the ult. Gets Victor, forces him to TP, and then also gets Crashies down as well. That's just ridiculous. And then here, this is the ult they used twice outside of Back
Back-breaking.
He's literally hiding in the corner that Marv can't check because he's walking in close. And if you're in a Viper's pit, you never want to give up your position there. And that's just so good from Derek. Over and over and over, he's taking advantage of not only the ways that his team is grabbing space for him to use his ult, but also so many times he's just paired up with Superman, making big plays.
Yeah, we saw it on the stats there as well, and it was one of the players we profiled. It wasn't just about Shanks and Ye coming into the series. We also talked about Derek versus Crashies, and Derek absolutely popped off in that first map to give Rise extra leg up they needed to find the win over Optic. But now we're moving into map number 2. We'll take a look at the map pool here in just a second so we can see where we're going to be moving next. We started things out on Bind, and again, that is somewhere that Rise feels very comfortable. So they do pick up the win. It's close, 13-10, but a solid performance from them. Now we move over to Haven, and that one, I believe, is Optic's pick. So we'll see how things are going to shape up. Bren, we'll start with you. Any expectations as we look to map number 2?
I think this has been primed for the Rise upset. You can't describe it any other way. I mean, the map pool kind of shaked out in their favor, I think. Them taking Bind. Now we're moving over to Haven. You got to remember the last time we watched Optic play Haven, it was that upset in Champs when they went out in groups as well. These guys, obviously, that's a raw memory that's going to be recent in their head in terms of the official matches. Now, in the past, they've been pretty good at Haven, but I will also say this. Rise, I think they get their pick. They're on defense side first on Haven, and statistically speaking, it's the better side for them. I think they have a pretty high percentage win rate in the 60th percentile when it comes to win rates when they start on defense side of Haven. This is going to be a tough game for Optic, and you can't come into this with the underestimation. I don't want to see them experimenting. You've got to put Ye, obviously, back on the Jet. It will be perfect for a map like Haven. That's exactly how you're going to regain control of this series.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of his best maps, too, especially when he plays the Jet. That's so many of his major clips come from. That's, plenty of martial rounds because of the long ranges as well. But I do have to say, based off of what Poise was doing in that first game on Binds, the IGLing that he has also works really well for him on Haven. When he's feeling himself, I can think of so many fantastic play calls that come out from Poise. And if I look at how they actually played on that first map, I'm thinking he is really feeling the flow of the game, honestly, against FNS right now.
Well, we're going to jump into the agent selection here in just a second, and we'll see kind of what things are going to look like as we look at the second map. But you did say their Bala, if he plays Jet. Is there a world where Ye again commits to Chamber? And I would certainly hope that that's not the case, because on this map, it's kind of foolish in my opinion.
Let's be honest here. This is a map where Finesse is going to play a Sentinel, right? In Bind, he wants to play Viper because they want to play Astra Viper. But here, he's going to play probably his Killjoy. Maybe he's the guy who flexes actually towards Chamber, but I have no problem thinking that, he's 100% going to go to the Jet.
Well, I guess we'll find out here in just a second. I'm told that the players will be readying up in just a moment here. Early expectations before we even jump into the agent select here. Bren, do you think that, you said Rise Nation gets the upset? Is this going to be a strong map for them, or is it going to be similar to the last?
I said they're primed for the upset. I don't know if they're going to get
That's
it.
Close
they're
enough.
primed for it. It is.
You were casting that game yesterday, bro.
I was. I mean, I came out with a hot take as well at some point on our podcast, Bala, saying that, the Envy or Optic now might not make it out of their groups as well. I mean, I don't want that to be the case because these guys are so talented, but even still, if Rise are showing glimpses of the NA LCQ form, which they showed in map number 1, and we go into Haven, it's like you said, Bala, you set it up perfectly. This is Poise playground. If he gets a good read on the way that FNS is playing, they could shut this down.
All right, agent selection time. Thank God. Ye will be on the Jet. We will not see the Chamber come out again. I'm sure over time, Ye can get more comfortable in that role, but definitely did not look perfect. Looking at this agent comp, Bala, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, the Rise comp is what we saw throughout open qualifiers with Neptune playing the KO, and that is starting to be meta. I'm looking on the other side, Victor back towards the sky, and this is a comp that they've been playing over and over and over and over. And if I was to put a thing that Optic need to do to become back towards contenders for that #1 spot in NA, I need to see them leading the meta. And they are not leading the meta with this type of choice over and over and over again. Victor playing the sky. It's fine. It's good. But I want to see them playing that KO. I know he's done it on Breeze. Where is it at for Optic?
Yeah, I'm a little concerned here that some of the bigger teams from NA that went to champs haven't really adapted. We saw this yesterday as well, Bren, with Sentinels, seeing some older, dated agent compositions. Slightly concerned that maybe they're just falling back into comfortable territory. Do you think so as well?
To a degree, but at the same time, sometimes sticking with what you're comfortable with can be the better option, especially if, you know, the players aren't particularly comfortable on a given role. They've got a tremendous amount of playtime with Victor playing that Sky, and they know they have setups for it. It doesn't really make sense to move away from it if you think it will be a downgrade, even if you think theoretically KO will be better.
Well, the casters are actually ready for us, Paula, so I got to cut you off as it is time for us to jump into our second map. Will Rise be able to pull off the upset and find the 2-0, or will we be going to that third map? DDK, Sean Garris, it's all yours.
Thank you, Bog. Yeah, I'm a believer. I'm a believer, Sean. I feel like Rise is showing some good stuff right now. We are seeing some older looks out of Optic, so we'll have to see if they've been able to iterate on that. But for me, I'm feeling the Rise hype right now.
Look, I kind of want to take Bren's stance and, you know, sit on the fence, and I kind of wonder if that hurts him sitting on the fence right now in this match. But I think Optic is going to get their composure back. They're going to take Haven. That X10 loss, that 14-12 OT loss, that crumble we saw at Champions, I don't think that's how Envy plays Haven. This is their home, and Yay pops off here.
Well, Optic looking to go for the garage take. There's a lot of players there ready to deal with this one. And it's going to be very difficult to break this. Shanks with the double. And that's the 3 versus 3 as the C assault continues. That's actually was lurking around B, looking for a cross to catch. Superman on the Classic is just taking names. And FNS with it all to do there with the Ghost and this garage choke point. But it's not going to happen as Rise pick up the opening pistol on the defense.
Oh dear. Rise getting that opening pistol. Envy tried something a little cheeky, you know, that dry garage take on a pistol. You don't experience as much utility, so maybe you can walk in and trade the kills. And Rise just had a perfect setup. The crossfire with the KO molly coming in. So even though Envy or Optic trade out those frags, you know, the C site is still held by Superman at that point. And it's just too easy for Rise to hold C. Envy grouping up, or Optic grouping up, going for the A hit. Sky Flash comes over the wall. Grassy just brute forcing through the Astra Suck.
Here.
Yeah, just gets to suppress off on basically everybody. So all the info. So far, Rise really just reading Optic like a book, or just making the right guesses. There's a quick pop flash. Neptune going back to the Counter-Strike roots with that one. And Optic's trying to creep up short. Looks somewhat successful here, though. Able to convert a couple with those classics. And now it gets a little bit dicey. Derek coming through, whiffs. And that's it. It's out of control. Truly out of control. Spike down. And Shanks and Superman. Oh, man, it's going to be tough.
Oh, that's a colossal failure right there at this A site from Rise. Optic come in and just steal it with classics.
They had all the info too. They had the dagger there as well. There's a nice concuss there to finish off Crashies. Superman against 2 players with this Spectre. Yeah, he's ready for the peak. And there we go. Very fast round 1. A thrifty from Optic. Well done by them.
Huge round there. And, you know, the trip from Poised, way too forward for the setup that Rise was looking to run there. And something that we didn't really get to talk about was Neptune, you know, the person that you would think would be the second star performer on this Rise lineup. Not when he's on this KO role. This is his least impactful role in my eyes. He can't put up the numbers when I see him play this role. And that's a big factor for Rise winning this game. I think he needs to have a big game here on Haven.
Yikes.
Marshall coming through. Marshall's amazing, by the way.
Yeah, 950. A steal.
It's super underrated. Here comes Derek, though. Your man, Derek. He's playing a little bit beyond the angle. Might get a catch, though. Unable to hit that initial shot. Oh, follow-up's not too bad. Derek has to go for the reload, though, and it's not going to go too well. And here comes the flank. It looks like everything's under control right now for Optic as they move towards that A site. Not too much to be done here by Neptune and Superman. And there we have it. Optic looking to convert. Superman. Trying to be cheeky with the Marshall, but won't happen. Okay. So Optic, stealing that momentum, immediately.
Yeah, and unlike Bind, here they're running the double initiator, the Sova Sky, and that allows them to play passive like they did on Bind, where they're focusing their defaults on one area of the map. So they might ignore A, for example, but they can come back into that late with a drone or with a Trailblazer and clear out all of these close, ratty corners. This is something Envy is really good at on Haven.
Yeah, we've got the forward Astra Star there as well on a lobby to try to slow things down. It's going to be popped into a smoke. We get the dagger for the suppression as well. That's going to ward off any players towards a lobby, but hey, Rise actually have 3 towards C to begin with, so maybe representing that they had a lot more players towards the A side of the map at the start.
Set up the cam spots, the recon comes in.
Ooh, and here's a really good spot now for Rise. Optic are a little bit trapped at the moment. They're going to have to force their way through all this util. Nice position for Superman. Unable to find all the value, but doesn't matter. There's just so much here. They got slowed down. Far too much here, Optic. And Rise take full advantage of that. That was beautiful.
That was. You could see the cam was first contact on the seawall. Derek had the recon lined up. They hit the roof of garage. Everything was so well thought out on Rise. You could see their intentions with every single player. And Optic did not have the utility to deal with that setup. That was pretty.
I feel like if Optic realized, that there's just 2 players towards a lobby, they probably would have just pushed through the smoke because there wasn't really anything there to stop them from doing that. But we've been seeing the conditioning from Rise here to signal that they are ready to just throw everything at this AoE position early. This time, though, Ye is in position with the operator, and he won't allow any shenanigans there. And look at the root clear coming through from Victor as well with the Trailblazer. At the same time, tags from Crashies on the C site.
So much info is in the hands of Optic right now, Dan. They know exactly where the C player is. They know a player pushed up long A with Shanks. They're just spreading out the map, and this is what I was referring to. The double initiator allows them to come back here late, clear out all these angles. And they're just going to group up here. Leave Marv on the lurk.
Yeah, it's such a good spot from Marv, isn't it? It should definitely catch Superman.
Get out of my way.
Rise. This is such a cut of pace from Optic that they could have gone back to C. It could have been like a double fake situation. So it's really hard for Rise to know what's going on. They just completely leave the A site open. They wanted to stack towards C and B. It's definitely a good gamble for them to make in the position they were given. But now it will be an A retake or a full save. They can do a full save if they can have 4 players alive here.
This is a really good save here from Rise. You can see, they have a couple Spectres. They're still operating with these bonus guns, so they could have technically thrown them away. But this is a play to have buys for the rest of the half, Rise. So if they take these 4 guns in, they're in a really good spot to have healthy buys for quite a few rounds.
And you do want to, it's also another benefit is limiting the ults economy of Optic by not giving the opportunity to just get a few extra points there on those ults. And you don't often see this kind of a situation in Valorant. It's definitely more rare to see that. Rarer, I should say. But there we go. I'm liking the discipline we see from Rise. We saw it on the previous map as well, Sean, when they just don't give peeks to Ye.
Yeah, they really don't. And the time we saw Ye get that opening pick on Shanks on the short push, it was a very coordinated push for Shanks to grab that angle. It was a recalled Astra Star, which was right behind a gravity well. And it's just, I mean, Ye won the battle. He's just a great player. Everything Rise does is so calculated.
Oh, there's one tag. Unable to finish it off, though. But that'll slow things down a little bit at the beginning. And we actually get one player pushed into the cubby. It's Superman on C-Long.
The bait setup with Shanks. Shanks' top site with Blade Storm as well. I'm not sure if Marv is ever going to push into this. Envy's still maintaining a passive setup here.
Swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
So clearing garage and C window is definitely, you know, threatening towards that C site. Oh, they're going to fake and just run it away with this. Because look at Superman and the info he has here.
Yeah. And it allows Shanks to push down long C as well.
Oh, but around the corner, there's one Superman. Will he check the close right? Oh, actually pulls away. Doesn't move into Marved. And they go for the B site instead. Costly divide there for retake, but Crashies, I mean, everybody from Optic doing a great job holding these positions. Neptune swinging in, but it's a 1 versus 5. Down 2. And FNS with that flank coming through with the goods.
Man, Optic read the round perfectly. That was the best round we've seen from Optic, I think, all series long, Dan. They were capable of running a slow default, keeping map control, not allowing any picks to happen, and completely outplaying Rise on which site they're going to. That was an excellent call by FNS to hit the B site. All the kills went their way, despite the Cosmic Divide being used up by Superman.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I really enjoyed watching that round, seeing the back and forth, and Shanks is going to actually find the value there against Mark. They were looking to try to bait out a shot, but that's a big cost. Very early on. I mean, that's your control. That's your Astra gone at the beginning of the attacking round.
So now you're imagining hitting this A site without a smoke heaven, B without smokes in link, C without a smoke spawn. A drive-by garage wins.
I mean, they had to do it. They had to do it. And they're going to try to run it into that C site. Shanks, they know he's here, though. Is forced to shoot one of the Seekers. Oh, yay. Going to beat Shanks on the angle, but Neptune in a forward position. He's going to run straight into his own molly. That's such a smart play, but still doesn't work out. Right, still with 2 players left alive here, but FNS, as always, finding these great timings. Such a good round again here from Optic, despite what they've had to deal with. And Ye is going to clinch it. All right, so Optic, they are looking great right now.
Yeah, they have all the answers here. It seems like they have the solution even when they're missing a piece, right? They know what to do with no smokes. They know what to do when they get a pick. They look like the better team on this map, which is something we couldn't say very often on Bind. How does Rise respond here?
Yeah, and I think one of the great things in this matchup too is that I think some of the narratives were around some of the star players, Shanks and Ye, but really, I mean, obviously these players are important, but it really feels a lot more to do with strategy right now between these two teams. But as I say that, obviously the opening pick being found by Ye this time.
Jump spot default. Ye hears it.
Poised has the guy huge. That's a shot and a half there from Poised with the Sheriff. That's going to slow down the push. Ye not confident necessary to go all the way in. Still has the dash available, but there's too many uncertainties right now. Doesn't want to burn it. At the same time, the rest of his teammates go towards A. There's 3 players here for Rise. 3. And they're going to take short control. There is a lot of opportunity here now for Rise.
Wow, Envy has done this before where they've all gone long, but I can just put the alarm bot behind them.
Oh, some whips coming through. That is still going to be converted, though, by FNS. Does manage to control it after all. And the site is taken. Spikes planted. It looks pretty good here now, right? But Optic. Yeah, looking to catch one in spawn. That's going to be Poised. In the corner. Oh, my goodness. Poised. And Derek, the headshots coming through. FNS unable to find the frag and announces his position. They know exactly where the last player is. And just like that, it switches. Optic have nothing left. And I don't know where Rise found this from, but they've managed to get the Thrifty secured for the 3-5.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Optic, that was an awful round for them to lose. But everything was done by Poise to make that possible, right? The one Sheriff on Marv entering the site, the Neural Theft, which allows all 3 players to stay in A, the flanks coming in from Derek. Oh, man, what an insanely unlikely round that Rise pulls out of the bag.
Yeah, and I just love how they're so active in making the decisions. The decision there to push short with all 3 players, as opposed to trying to kind of just set up a defense on the side. Just trying to gamble that maybe they would find one player there, or maybe they find a flank timing. They know they need something big, so they're taking big risks together. And yeah, we're seeing both teams here just making a lot of moves, and it's really enjoyable to watch as we see Optic take it the timeout. And so far, they have been playing so well and reading Rise really well, just like you said. But this could be the moment here for Rise to really steal that momentum back.
Yeah, I'm curious how Rise adapts throughout this map, right? Optic has been patient, much like Rise was on Bind, their comfort pick. But Rise hasn't aggressed into Optic ever. Are we going to start seeing Rise aggress a lot more frequently? I think that could be a good solution.
You want to fight it?
And it's such a different pace there. Using the Cosmic Divide there to just go and send it straight into that C site. But there's 4 players already here. And the util is there to slow things down. Looks like Rise are going to go for the challenges here. They've got the garage control secured. Backside control is still alive. Neptune playing this position to perfection. Hits the headshot. Can't find the finishing blows. But there's so much chaos. So many problems. It's creating some weird situations here. But Yay, the headhunter right in the back of the side trying to finish it off. And he will. 3K coming through for him, and Optic, they make it work with that fast pace.
Looks a little bit better on the Jet roll, wouldn't you say, Dan? This guy
Absolutely.
This guy tears it up when he plays Jet. He just looks so much more comfortable. He's running up long, he's spraying the wall, which, he could be doing that to break trips, or he could be doing that to shield the footsteps of everyone behind him. Either way. Yeah. There's a lot of confidence in doing something like that. That is insane.
It's so needed as well. He's really keeping them in the game right now with these kinds of plays. Not over just yet, though. We have, of course, a full buy for both sides. 3 rounds remaining in this first half of Haven. This is the second map if you're just joining us. Rise managed to win the first one. 13-11. That was Bind. And get a slow start now for Optic. Trying to feel out any early aggression. Journey through short as well. We have seen frequently that Rise will play players in the short or long the A short and long positions, but not this time. Oh, they might re-clear it actually. Rise, that is.
Envy's playing so passive around the map. They have the turret set up for the long A peak right now, and they're just trying to wait. They're trying to force Rise to make a mistake. And we've seen this throughout the series. Rise doesn't make these mistakes. Is Optic going to run out of time again?
It's possible. You get the quick KO dagger there to clear out the positions. And here comes the push. Nice shot. Poise picking Ye out of the sky on the Jet. And that's a huge denial of entry kills coming through from Rise. They've got everything going their way right now. And the spike is lost now for Marv. It's got no time as well. Rise. Again, they're really good at sweating these rounds out. We talked about this before, Sean, as well, about that Rise is really good at not making those mistakes like you were saying. Envy have tried... I knew it was going to happen at some point. Yeah. Optic have tried to make that happen a few times now, but Rise is so good at just never giving it.
They have done a fantastic job of not falling into the pushing and pulling of rotations that Optic are trying to achieve. Optic has done an actual really good job of getting map control, and they believe that Rise should be shifting and pushing into them. But Rise has an edge on information from some other part of the game that Optic isn't taking into account. And again, they're doing this garage setup. Trailblazer up here?
Don't know, but it's going to get taken down. Shanks will be forced back. and a lot of defense around that C garage position. It's going to slow things down, but not for too much longer. Victor, that's a very important entry, but here comes Superman on the side. Neptune as well doing a great job. They're jumping Classic in there as well, and there's lots of players behind this Crash. He's stuck behind the frag grenade. Oh, that's a great dart coming through from Crash. He escapes to the cubby as well. Tries to reset here. A shock dart to finish it off. The Sova diff from Derek, no less. And what a way to finish it for Rise.
Man, both Sovas just absolutely perfect shock darts to close out the round. That was so sick. The skill level on these Sovas and their it's not even a lineup. They're just on the fly banking shock darts, and they're so skilled. They just get direct hits. That was so cool to watch.
They've got like the protractor taped to the screen. They're ready for all the angles. And we're going into the last round here of the first half. It looks like Optic are going to scale onto that A site pretty rapidly. However, there's the KO dagger. That's going to get the info.
Is the ult probably coming out of the Sova? The lockdown is definitely going to be used by FNS here.
There comes that Hunter's Fury. The suppression. Oh, no. That is devastating.
Wow. He couldn't get far enough away.
Quick flash there. And that's going to get poised out of that deep position. He's got the cam as well. Oh, Optic are in such a difficult position. They can try to cut noise and re-exec, but they're just going to go into this one, it seems. But there's 4 players here. There's all the Astra util being dropped as well by Superman. There's just no way in. Surely there's no way in. In comes the lockdown. But is that going to be enough to... I mean, they'll get the plant most likely, but in fact, Shanks, he might just try to dash into this one. There's a lot of util. There's the shock dart. Comes through. Denies the plant. There's the dash. And Shanks looking to take off everybody's heads here with these knives. And it's just so impressive for Rise. What a hold right at the end. 6-6 as we finish the first half of Haven.
Actually a god tier.
We're back. Rise and Optic all tied up here on map 2, going to the second half of Haven. And Optic, they need this dub to secure a chance to get to that third map and a chance to win the series. But Rise are looking pretty good here, Sean.
Yeah, Rise are looking very good. And we're going to see a lot more of what we saw there on Bind, right? It's a different style from Optic. They're spreading the map. They're making Optic guess. And Crashy is doing a really good job. He's holding this long position, and no one's rotating on Optic.
Oh, this is quite the setup here on B. And the timing doesn't look super favorable right now for Rise as they try to make their way forward. Instant plant coming through from Shanks, but going to be the Nanoswarm denying that one. Dash straight out of it. They're going to have to abort and try again. Walking into the alarm bot in Garage. So right now, Optic have a great read of positioning. Here's Ye on the log position. Victor to play the bait set up with him as well. Actually hitting all the shots as well. So, hey, Optic, I mean, they effectively had almost a map hack there, Sean, because they had the read on the position just constantly.
Yeah, that was really cool to watch how Optic was always predicting the right play. Right, they had the stack in the B site. They hear the drone coming through Garage from Derek, so they cheat a little bit over towards Garage. And what do you know? Rise just sneaks into B. But guess what? They have mollies. They have a sky flash. They quickly retake it. And then they're already set up in a triple C setup by the time Rise goes C. That was such a great round from Optic. The rotations were so on point.
And you know, once we have the eco here, we'll see the quick play into C. I'll mention that Rise actually have their worst statistics on this map are on their attacking side. So right now, Optic are set up really well against Rise. See if they can get any value here. Trying to force the issue and get a couple kills, maybe get the spike planted would be great, but so that's going to be denied here. And yeah, this is it's set up so well right now, Sean, for Optic to you know, be able to come back and win this map and take us to a third.
It definitely looks like Optic is gearing up to get us to the third map, and I think we all want that. But this bonus round, if Rise can get this round and kind of build stuff behind it with their economy, they're going to have a lot different half, right, than what we saw to Optic, because their second initiator is this KO. So how can they activate Neptune to get this comeback going on the KO? He's going to flash early out of... He might just swing. Just swing.
I respect it. It's been coming through. And I mean, you know, you have the rifle advantage, so you're expecting to win that duel against a Spectre or a Marshal if they were to hold it. So that dagger's, you know, that's a good trade. You know, you're forcing out some Astra utility from a free ability that's going to recharge. So they can always possibly come back to that B side later on. Looking for a response here in the mid round are Rise, but there's nothing from Optic just yet. They are actually gathering towards B though. Droning down sewers, expecting possibly a rotation from Rise there, but Rise are playing it very slow.
And this turret being up in B with Victor underneath it is still pivotal. He's playing off of the turret and has a flash ready. This is such a tricky setup.
He's spotting one. It's really scary right now. There's a dash coming through. Yeah, he knows he has to survive. Time is a problem right now. You want to play for delay if you're Optic. Victor, there's that flash coming through. Is he able to get something? No, it didn't actually catch Poise. Poise wins the battle. He gets a second one. That is going to create problems towards that B side, but the spike has to go towards A. They have the A side secured, and Poised again strikes with that Vandal. And it doesn't look like there's any way to stop the spike from going down here. Ye tried to make a heroic effort, but he got denied, and that's going to be that. Finesse now against 4 players. Ooh, gets a good catch though. And I mean, this is a tough one. Sure.
Yeah, this is a really hard situation for FNS to win. You can see he's actually debating on just taking this Vandal into the next round, and honestly, that's not a bad idea. He's going to take the Vandal into the next round, hoping that one of these players will exit towards him. It's probably not going to happen. These players are all going to exit spawn, and we're going to get our first true gun round right here. And in the past, I'm not going to lie, Envy, now Optic, has sent it all over the middle area of the map many consecutive rounds. They dominate the middle area of the map and the A lobby, particularly Crashies. Are they going to bring that style in 2022, or is that something of the past?
Oh, that missed flash, Sean. Sorry to kind of distract from your thought, but look at what Poise was able to accomplish after that too. That setup that you highlighted too, and that's something that they can be aware of now as well, if they weren't already.
Do the triple A setup. Yay, opting long.
Good collection of the orb there for Crashies. Oh, this Fury, but Derek is just expecting the play in. Okay, so this is going to be very problematic. Oh, they're going so quickly right into the site. I don't know if it does anything to stop them here. Crashies gets taken out straight away. FNS, though, coming out huge with that double. At least makes it look somewhat doable, but the neural theft coming through is going to give the game away, and Victor can't now push this position. Oh, gets the info to hell. That's a really big info. Goes for the flash play. It's huge, but Neptune delivering again. And Rise starting to take control of this second half now.
Ooh. There was definitely where when that Trailblazer hits both the players' health, the spike goes down. You know, the players on Optic now know where all three players are in the retake. And they have the abilities to get this retake in. Wow, that could have easily gone to Optic's way.
I know it.
Yeah, it was such a near save of a very scary position, but it is 8-8. We're all tied up. As the thing, I've said that a bunch of times in this matchup. I guess that's normally a good thing. Things are really competitive here between these two teams. We get the deep sea cubby position coming through there for FNS, as the rest of Optic can start to lean towards mid and A. And Rise, do they commit into A or do they go back to B? That's kind of always what they're threatening.
Yeah, but this is the first time Envy has gotten vision of the grouping in Rise, and no deaths have happened. They have the info, but how do they react? And how does Rise react? So Rise is now going to back off. They're going to drone through mid, clear out this area of the map, make sure they're not trapped and running into a stack. But I think their intentions are going to still lie at this A site.
Yeah, and actually, Poise is going to be walking through onto the B side. This is a huge play. If you can get value from this, that is enormous. How do they interpret Poise? They're in that position. Well, they have everybody on the A side to try to defend this one. In comes that defensive utility. Shanks opens things up, and the side take is going really well here for Rise right now. Almost unanswered in terms of frags.
30 seconds left.
Another really great round from Rise.
It's getting to the point, Dan, where I can't even control my excitement about this team, because that was awesome. That was so cool. The KO uses the 0 point on the center box of A site. It literally suppresses all of the A site. The Jet, Shanks cloud bursts the site, dashes into it, and simultaneously Neptune is flashing over the cloud burst. So Shanks can come out peeking left and not get blind, which is why the enemy is blind in the corner, but Shanks isn't. That little play by Rise won them that round. It's just those micro plays. They have them across all of the maps right now. This team is for real.
For sure, and Optic is taking a timeout. They're really feeling the pain right now from some of these excellent rounds from Rise. And also the pressure from Poise on that flank too. It feels so oppressive when you don't feel like you have space to just say, okay, hang on, let's just coordinate and retake, because you have that pressure on the flank. So it kind of just makes everything feel more difficult and desperate. And Poise has been hitting shots. He's very confident on any of those solo plays.
Yeah, he has been popping off all game on this in-game leader role nonetheless. You know, Astra in the previous map, now Cypher. These aren't fragging roles. He's definitely pulling his weight.
You might get a change of approach from Rise.
Here.
You see that they're looking towards that C side of the map, and they've been very heavy on A and B, just like you said before in the early rounds.
This is a really solid angle that Ye is holding into Garage. It's very uncommon at the pro level. It's going to be a Garage split.
And they've got the KO all coming through as well to really make this difficult. The frag grenade comes through. Neptune, again, he's been fantastic so far. And what do you do about this? How do you stop this? And Rise have full control of the site, of the C site. Hunters through, sent from spawn. We get some damage. Victor trying to create space using the Seekers, but gets denied as well. Optic have just been isolated away from each other from this excellent utility usage from Rise.
They get their 10th, Dan. Optic stays at 8. And they get both ults out of the initiator. Crashies and Victor both use the Hunter's Fury and Seekers. That's such a backbreaking round for Optic.
And it's so cool as well. There's so many small things going on. Like we had the Cypher's cage on a lobby at the start of the round. And then the response from that was that Crashies had to wait for the cage to go down. Then he had to dart. So that's a good like 6, 7, 8 seconds where Optic is still not sure if it's going to be A or not, which has been so often the opening because Rise could just delay the A lobby default timing. So you can't know. And so that gave them more time to get really close to the C site before Optic have the ability to rotate their defense. So it makes that contact split like so much more devastating, having that extra time to get closer.
Everything Rise is doing looks so good. And look at the buy. Look at the buy coming in on Optic right now. Oh man, they're gonna send it down mid. This is old school Optic. Yay, Victor going down mid aggressively. And look at Rise's read. It's a C-pop. For the first time, they're changing up the pace, Dan. You love to see it.
Oh my. Yeah, that's... And how do you read this if you're Optic? Are you because you've... I mean, now they've seen everything. They can just deduce exactly what's going on. The hit comes onto the C site. And this is just nightmare fuel right now for Optic. They've got
a good
lockdown.
It's the long plant, Dan. Look, oh.
Looking
into the corner to make sure the plant goes all the way into the corner.
And Neptune is definitely not one for this world. Mark was taken down straight away. And retaking it straight on through. They have to go beyond the wall. They have to do it. The Cosmic Divide creating all the problems. Great finish from Marved. And that Cosmic Divide really making the difference. Good response. They used the Cosmic Divide. They used the lockdown. They had to burn a lot to pick up this round.
Yeah, I think that's a huge botch, if I'm being honest, on Neptune's part for not getting the plant down on the first try. You could see he was trapped on time. He couldn't even get out of the site without being detained. You know, and then the Cosmic Divide comes in, and all these players that were thinking, oh, we'll play the post plant C long. It's a great plant. We have shock darts, we have mollies. Nope, none of that matters. None of that matters anymore, and they push through the Cosmic Divide. Great retake from Optic, and a much-needed round.
The only difficulty for Optic is that they are behind in the ult economy. Superman has a Cosmic Divide, Derek has a Hunter's Furies, and we also have the Knives Out as well. For Ye, they're available for Shanks too, and in goes the mid push again here from Optic. What can they find? There's a quick flash, opening things up for Ye. A good opener for sure. They're able to fall back after that one. And not biting off more than they can chew. Liking this so far from Optic.
This is so forward from Crashies. He's running at the edge of A long. If you're playing against a Sova doing that, you always expect a second player with him.
Boys on the other side of this Astra smoke. Right now, Optic, they have so much going for them. Now desperation here for Rise. Mark just running and gunning, and it's just fantastic. Takes down 2, and the timely flank from FNS with Ye as backup, leaving just Derek here to try to get some damage, if possible. And he's just going to fall all the way back, and just, again, like, he knows they're in pursuit. They might as well just try to see if he can find more favorable engagements by taking a really passive position here.
30 seconds left.
Oh my god, the knife flying at you. It's going to be scary.
From Ye, I would say terrifying.
Well, fantastic round from Optic.
Yeah, they're going back to this mid-push style that they did back in the day, and boy, is it working. It looks exactly how it used to.
Left.
Derek really trying to eke out something if he can here. Someone makes an overextension. Wants to get the cash. Oh, the fake flash. And yeah, he's going to finish it off. 10-10, we're all tied up here on Haven. And again, Optic fighting for their life. They need the win here to force a third map. Rise picking up that first map in bind.
And now, you mentioned it last freeze time. Optic now have no ults. That last round was the Blade Storm coming out of Ye. Now Rise are in a situation where we're in a full gun round. They have the ult economy. They have the full buy. How do they deal with the pressure, though, of 10-10 against Optic? A top 3 team in North America. I would argue they might be the best team. I think you would make an argument that it's Cloud9. But it's close. Optic is up there, and this would be a massive scalp for Rise to take. How do what are they going to cook up here?
Yeah, such a good point. I mean, it's interesting because Rise definitely strikes me as a team that is able to play the long game in some of these rounds, these drawn out rounds, to try to really find the perfect spot to just get all of these ults in. Again, we mentioned it, the Cosmic Divide and the Hunter's Fury will be really, really powerful. We've got Shanks on the knives as well. So there's options here, but how can they set up the Shanks with these knives?
Ooh, and they're going to go into a solo Crashy's A. He hasn't been tested yet. And Optic has this false sense of security on their mid pushes. Ooh, FNS comes over and learns some utility. Changes everything.
Get out of my way.
The short control on A. Hunter's Fury coming through. Oh, and there's the catch on the Crashies. Looking for more, won't get it. And they got the 5 versus 4 early here. They can pull back if they want, but they're going to go straight through. And they have the sight. There is some contest here as they start coming through the smokes, but ultimately Rise are going to be able to clear that one. Optic, they just got caught on that kind of off timing. Really well done by Rise. Spotting the opportunity and then taking it.
Man, when does Derek not get value out of this Hunter's Fury? He has to be one of the best in our region. Just always taking out Rise, even on other Sovas, which are very difficult in pro play.
And just like you said, that was a great third-person shot on the A site. Just looking at the coordination, just like you were describing how they entry these sites, is just so drilled.
Triple A setup now as a response. Can they get the null command on Neptune? They have had so much success using that null command on Neptune. It doesn't look like Optic has been prepared for it. So if I'm Rise, I'm looking to get that activated. But Shanks taken out early by his counterpart.
Yeah, I don't think they had any idea Shanks was there. He was waiting for that pickup for the punish. Such a great counter to have Ye watching for that. He's covering his teammate. And what do? They're going to try to split towards C. It's going to be very difficult. They're going to have to hit some pretty incredible shots here. They're definitely working against a lot right now. Optic looking to slow things down. The Nanoswarm definitely doing that. Instant kill comes through from Neptune, though. And we get the ult popped by Neptune as well. That's going to deny them just any entry utility. Cosmic Divide finally comes through, and we're seeing all those ults expended now by Rise. This is the round for it. Can they make good of it, though? Neptune needs more out of this one as he looks to hold on to this position. There's the quick pop flash. But back behind the Cosmic Divide, it is a double-edged sword here for Rise.
He's ready for this, Dan.
Oh, he's going to push right before it drops as well. And Optic will swing on through and take the round. And we're going into another tied game situation, but this time it's 11-11. We're so close to the end of regulation.
Wow. Optic pulled the rabbit out of a hat there, because in the 4-on-4, when the null command and the Cosmic Divide come down on the C site, I think it looks really bleak if you're an Optic fan. But they double swing through Garage and win those trades, and that was so pivotal. This is anyone's game. This is so close.
This is pretty crazy right now. Between these two sides, we have the full gun pretty much.
No ults.
Couple Spectres
It's
for
just a
Rise.
full gun round.
You can see there's a delay here on the A lobby take because they're working against the expectation of all this early util, and they want to try to get the surprise timing, but Ye has an idea of his own. Here's the drone going down mid, waiting for the peak. Obviously has that dash available.
This is terrifying, Dan. The Sky Flash right next to Ye.
The support catches poised, and there's Victor. Gets the quick flash off of that shot from Ye. The setup is so good between Ye and Victor, but he can't get it. He can't get away, and that's such a problem. 3 versus 3 now, a minute to go, and it could slow down, but Rise, they don't want it to. They're going to go straight into the side here. They are able to get a spy plant off, and the flanks coming through from FNS.
plant coming in from FNS is going to be huge. He's going towards long. He has 0 resistance too. And Neptune looks to push spawn.
Such a dangerous position, Neptune playing with fire. Playing with fire, in comes FNS, putting the pressure on, but Neptune on the other side of things picks up his kill. Is he looking to get another one? He will, but the trade comes through, and FNS is going to secure the spike defuse with plenty of time to go, even able to come off of it to pick up another weapon. The operator is going to be back in the hands of Ye for the final round, as Optic look the closest, 13-11, but can they get it over the line?
Yeah, and to add salt into that wound, Dan, he just got his lockdown with the defuse.
Ooh, yeah.
So he saves the op, gets the lockdown, and gets the 12th round. The trifecta of feels good, man. Coming in for Optic right there.
That's beautiful. That is so beautiful. They're in such a good position right now. And it's 3 Spectres. 3 Spectres, no ult still. And as you said, it's not just the lockdown or the daggers for Ye for this last round. It's also crashes on the Hunter's Fury. It feels like there's just so little for Bryce to work with in comparison.
Rise again. They're going to go with the bait setup, pushing down C. Optic is. And you can see Poise has actually taken really advanced control over here in sewers. Ye looks aware, though.
Ye held onto it, but Ye held that angle for so long, even though the B bomb site was being compromised, and in they swing through to a C split through B. And Victor's still in C-Long cubby. They have no idea, and there he comes, looking to find every bit of value out of that position. And there goes the Trailblazer as well. It's just delay at this point. They have to deal with him because there's other players coming from spawn. They can't allow him to keep delaying this one. Shanks finally takes him out, but too much time was bought, and Optic have it. Jet coming through, swinging in with those knives, and Ye makes it a good look for Optic right at the end. But Sean, that was, I mean, that looked like Rise's haven for so long.
Yeah, I'm glad it's not. I'm glad it's not. I mean, everyone wants to see an underdog story, but I think we all want to see 3 maps. So I don't care what happens now. We get 3 maps. We all wanted this. These are bangers. These teams are so close, and I cannot wait to see what happens on map 3.
Yeah, the third map is going to be Ascent. It's going to be fantastic. That's enough for us for just now. We'll take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the analyst desk.
Optic able to squeak out the win there in map 2, taking things over Rise 13-11, but man, was it close. Rise almost took the series 2-0 to complete the upset. Instead, Bren, we're going to map 3. Twice now you've been on the show, and each time it was a best of 3 where the second map ended up leading us into a third map. It was a close series, and then the comeback. Should we expect more of that coming into this third map potentially?
Potentially. I mean, I don't mean to set this narrative that I'm, I don't know, placing a curse upon the teams, that every time I'm on the broadcast it ends up being like this, but man, what a match that we just witnessed between both of these teams, because it felt like at times Optic were just delving as well into the archives, the ancient strategies as well. Sean set it up perfectly during this cast where he was talking about, you know, in the past, Envy, when they were known as Envy, now Optic, they like to play heavy mid on Haven, and then it felt like they were leaning heavily into that. We saw such a back and forth between both of these teams, including just glimpses of Rise, I think, returning as well to that NALCQ form.
Yeah, I think we have to give huge credits at the beginning of this game for Rise to make this a banger series right now, because they had so many combinations that were working out with the utility, and finally they forced out basically Victor, they forced out the Demon of Ye, they forced out Crashy to start playing really, really well, and all of that is because Rise is playing fantastic. Their first half was great to bring it to 6-6, and then second half they started off with a lot of clean rounds that were really impressing a lot of us.
Taking a look at the statistics, too, you can see how things stack up side by side. Pretty even fight, all things considered. We'll take a look as well at the players. And you can see, you mentioned it, bringing up Ye, waking up the demon in Ye, El Diablo, finally reaching the potential we expected when we came into this at the top of show. So clearly getting back to that classic Jet for Ye had massive improvement on the performance there, Brent. No more chamber, but we've still got a third map, and I feel like that's going to be a concern in the back of my head. It's like, is it going to happen again? Like, are we going to see them put him in this position where it's like he doesn't get to do Ye things?
I don't think so. Not when we're moving to Ascent. I mean, it's they finally realized the mistake, the classic horror trope. You can't control the devil. El Diablo, you got to let him loose, you know. And yeah, I mean, he definitely showcased that old form where he was bailing them out on a lot of the rounds with a lot of his individuality in his plays.
I think something there was that you're right. He was bailing them out, and that's why the game was close in the first half. But then afterwards, I think Optic really started to get an understanding of how Rise was playing.
Let's take a look at a couple of replays you flagged specifically, Bren. I believe it was rounds 12, 17, and 18.
I felt that it was. I felt like this was, it was moving towards the way of Rise. But this is something that Rise have showcased that they do really well when they were back in NALCQ, and they showed that peak performance, and that's that combination of utility. This round here, you can see that the way they play off of each other, the pulls coming into effect. This was really nice. Sean at the time mentioned it. The flash goes over. Shanks is able to play perfectly in the smoke, so he doesn't actually get flashed in the process. The dart comes in. It highlights all the players. They're able to trade effectively. This is what I want to see out of Rise more often. It felt like they were so close to taking this series away in Haven here, and this is what I want to see a return to form of when we're going into Ascent. This was a magical play as well. They know exactly where Ye is going to be playing. The KO ult suppresses him in the back. Ye can't smoke, he can't dash anywhere. They lock him down as well with the Astra pull. All of the utility is used purposefully. It's comboed together, and that's what Rise are excellent at. It's that improvisation, what seems like it's on the fly, but I wouldn't be surprised if they were cooking this up in the server time. Still, I need to see it moving into map 3 in Ascent if they are going to be standing a chance against Optic, because in my mind, they are still the underdogs in this series.
Well, you mentioned map 3. Let's go ahead and look at the maps that we're going to be seeing across the series. Obviously, we've already seen 2, and you mentioned it. We're going to be going to Ascent for the third and final map of the series. Bind went the direction of Rise 13-10. Haven goes over to Optic 13-11. Ascent, the final map in the series. I hope it's just as close as the first 2 maps, because thus far, this series has been pretty great, pretty promising, strong performances from both teams to keep their teams alive. You saw some hero plays, and I'm kind of hoping that we get more of that moving into this third map, Bala.
Yeah, I definitely am, although I'm a little concerned still for Rise. Their pick, but oftentimes that's the first one that's their stumbling block in the 4 attempts they had to get here today into Challengers. And I've seen problems with it. They've switched this KO comp, and we just saw a pretty decent KO on Haven. But one of the things is they're trying to work into it so much. They're actually trying to make sure that they get like a knife tag on and a suppress on the Sentinel on the other side to push through the spaces that they might have to usually clear earlier with utility. Now they're just trying to force the issue.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. There's definitely hope here for the Rise upset win if you are a Rise fan. And it does come off the back of it. They love to play Ascent in the past. Like you said, Bala, it used to be their first pick in a lot of the scenarios, but it's been lacking creativity recently. And the highlights that I pointed out on Haven of them comboing that utility, the ultimates all coming together, that's what you got to see carry forwards into Ascent for them to stand a chance here against Optic.
We'll be jumping into the agent select in just a second here. Anything that we should anticipate potentially coming in from either team? Like we're talking about KO play we've seen thus far. We're talking about the Jet play from Ye compared to the Chamber play. Should we anticipate maybe an odd composition coming out, Bala?
I think the only real thing, at least for Rise, that you're expecting, because for Envy, we really have no clue. They could throw Ye on Chamber again. They could. I think this is a map where maybe FNS would actually play Chamber instead. But for Rise, this is one that Shanks has actually kind of randomly floated against V1 in one of those qualifying matches, and it didn't work out. So I think he's going to stick with the Jet. But that is the only possibility, I think, on Rise for any sort of adjustments.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look and see who's going to lock in what and where they're going to be playing, as it is going to be Optic and Rise here on Ascent for the third map in this series. Both teams fighting to pick up their first dub. And we will see the KO come in, but we will not see a Chamber pick for either team. Shanks and Ye sticking with the familiar territory of playing that Jet, and we can all breathe a sigh of relief as we get prepared to watch the duel between Shanks and Ye, Bren.
Absolutely, yeah. And I don't want to set the narrative that Ye on anything other than Jet is a throw pick, because his Chamber has been serviceable, but that's not the issue of it. You don't want serviceable with Ye. You want this guy to be unleashed. And I do actually appreciate that Optic are leaning into their older comps. I know that some people will criticize that of them, but listen, if they're confident that they're able to take the win away from it, then fair enough. You know, all the power to them. They still should be the favorites in my mind in this map as well to take away the series, because of what we've been kind of building up on earlier, which is, you know, Ascent not being so cool recently for Rise as a team when they've been playing it.
I think for me, it's not necessarily a case of I want Optic to experiment completely. I just need that to be in their mind. They need to be setting the trends, not following them going into the season.
True.
Doesn't have to start here. That's the thing. I think a lot of people are forgetting. We have 4 more weeks of this for them, and then we have playoffs, and then the end goal is Masters 1. So who knows what that's going to end up looking like. That's where I need them to be leading the pace, not necessarily on this beginning. Let's get our footing here for Optic and go from there. I think Ye back on Jet. Obviously, we're talking about the Chamber thing that we keep saying. He has to prove, for me, to start off this season that he is the best Jet in NA if Optic want to be in contention for actually making a Masters berth.
Well, they certainly need to start here by picking up this win in the third series against Rise Nation. It would be surprising, to say the least, if Rise was able to pull it off. Definitely an upset to start out the first week of VCT. We've got DDK and Sean ready and waiting for that third map. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Bok. Yeah, this is exciting, Sean. We're having some really great Valorant play by Rise. Optic already being put through their paces to take us to a third map, and now we find ourselves in an interesting predicament because Ascent's not necessarily the best place for Rise. It was pretty good for Optic, but at the same time looked pretty shaky at Champions. So this is a hard one to call again.
Yeah, it looked shaky at Champions, but that was against Ascend, Dan. That's against the team that won the event. You know, Envy when they were Envy, now Optic. Their only losses were to Ascend, 100 Thieves, V1, 100 Thieves, XSET, Cloud9. These are all very top teams in the scene, right? When you look at Rise's losses on Ascent, they're losing to other teams like BBG, Energy, V1, Sonics, 100 Thieves, Cloud9. They're losing to those same teams.
Here we go. We get another very fast play. These teams like to get aggressive around this A main position. And there's that little Asher one-ray recalls as they fall back after the opening picks are traded.
Both teams lose an initiator. And yeah, Ye getting a lot of ground here. He's going to run into Poise. Poise is on an information gathering trip.
Yeah, it's really scary for Poised as well. You do not want to give a kill away at this point. You can see the holding onto Cat, holding onto pretty defensive positions on B. We'll get Derek going deeper on that B side position.
Ye hears all the rotates right now from this spot, and he hears the rotate coming in tree. They know someone's pushed. Oh,
Grounded.
All the info is known right now for Optic, Dan. Look, they're rolling back to A. They know one player's here.
And there's a good timing in the lineup with this class, well, this frenzy, and it's going to do so much damage. And that's a spike now down on the ground, and it's going to have to be Marv coming up Cat, sprinting up Cat to try to recover it. And they know Rise. They know they have this advantage. You don't have to hold them to that deep position. Force Optic into a spot where they have to make a desperate call. The dash coming through even to... I mean, Ye has that sense of urgency, and they've got to go through all this util now. Derek trying to hold on to this position. Has his teammates coming. How much can he do? They need to kill him instantly. Optic must take down Derek, but he's just walking his way around. Derek has absolutely owned this position. And that's it. The round's over. Derek coming out huge right at the end. As Rise, again, sure, they are meeting Optic at every turn. And it's kind of crazy.
Such an impressive team. Such an impressive team. The individual plays when the strats break down. Superman is skilled enough to take this swing off Catwalk with his frenzy and get both frags. And that's what sets Derek up perfectly to close out the round. Another smart play coming out of the Sova. Rise up 1-0 on this third map. It's a long way away. And Optic, they're going to save here. We've seen them buy in this scenario in the past.
Some small tidbit of information off of the dagger from KO. Optic creeping their way up. Obviously, it's just a save. We've got a Sheriff on Ye. And so some damage upon that again, that is the mission.
Turret destroyed.
And Rise is controlling the space here. They've got the A main control. That's going to make it really hard if Optic don't clear out Neptune. But Neptune actually looking to take more ground, in fact. Always in a good angle here. Very committed, but can play off of Neptune. Quick flash going out. The gravity wall coming through as well. Neptune unleashed. Classic is going to finish them off. Quad kill looking for the ace. It'll be taken away by Shanks. Doesn't matter though, because it's a clean, almost a clean sweep there for Rise.
That's actually where Neptune's at his best too. I love watching Neptune play.
Yes.
When he just has all of his abilities and feels the hit coming his way, and he just uses instincts. Everything is so well done. He's so snappy. He's so fun to watch in those scenarios.
Yeah, I totally agree.
He doesn't really get them very much in this structured team, but when he does, he pops off.
It's a very dynamic player, very intelligent player. Maybe we can go into that a little later on. We get the third round now opening up here with a top mid swing. Shanks, the jump spot. Just try to get some chip damage there with that Marshall, but doesn't really find too much. Burns the dash. And now it's just a case of Optic, slowly working mid.
Dan, look at this little nerdy setup over here at Tree. They have a double setup with a Molly in the corner, which is where you would clear that short spot from. This is very nerdy. And the turret
setup around A main.
Contact.
Maybe that gives it away, sure. Maybe they have a suspicion now that they can kind of block off that Tree position and be kind of good into the site. But Shanks has replaced the anchor and gets the tag onto Ye. Ye goes beyond the Astra util, but is alone on the site for now. But it looks good here for Optic on the take.
And the regen from Victor should get Ye back to 100. This is beyond difficult here for Rise. Terrible guns and a 5-on-5 retake.
Trying to coordinate everything here, Rise, as they trying to shuffle around on that Raptors position. There's the smoke that's going to force FNS to have to play out. Out of that, he's going to go into the site. He's waiting for the moment. Play off of his teammates. Optic looking to defend this, deflecting the first few defenders coming in for that retake, and they're looking fantastic right now. Beautiful hold, actually surviving with 3 players is massive. And Rise, again, the thing I love about this series, Sean, is that it's just, if there ever is momentum, it doesn't last for too long for either team.
Both teams are very fast to squash out the momentum of their opponents. It doesn't last very long. I feel like even if Rise were to win this round, Ye's going to die. He'll have Blade Storm. He'll probably just pop off next round. That's what it seems like has happened all series long. But here, our eyes have to be on Shanks. He has the Operator. He's on Catwalk. He's not going to find much in mid. But I think Optic is going to opt for a slow round here. They're spreading out. They have Ye over at B lobby. little bit of info going Neptune's way.
Yeah, the suppress slows things down as well, which is annoying because that's also time that Rise can maybe poke elsewhere at the same time. And we had that deep position on Cat that Shanks is holding with the operator. You have to flash him off of this position or do something. If you peek into this dry, it's most likely that you'll lose a player. So Shanks is confident to hold that, especially with the dash in hand. Optic, cutting noise. Right now, as far as Rise are concerned, it could be a re-hit on A or a hit onto B. Rise haven't got forward information.
Killjoy Silva setup on B is very difficult to deal with, though. This recon is ready to hit the wall for Derek, and there it is.
Oh man, it's a lot of pretty colors here on the site. And oh no, FNS will take down Ye with the Nano Swarm. 3 versus 3 as they're trying to get the spike into the site. It is open for that. Neptune with those hot flashes trying to just nip at the heels of Optic as they make their way into that B site. But the plant is on through. They're able to hold this though.
I've got your trail.
The Seekers, God, Victor, that's going to slow things down a lot. That's going to allow Crashy's recon to come online, and things are now looking really good for Optic.
Good timing on that recon indeed is going to be very difficult to deal with if it gets a ping. So many wall-bangable positions. There we go. Trying to spray through, but it actually acts as a bait. And to FNS's disadvantage. And now Victor having to turn between two players. Oh my god, the transfer is crazy. Victor is now just toying the time. Doesn't matter. The swing is incredible from Victor. The confidence unmatched. Quad kill to finish off the round for Optic.
What a massive play from Victor. I think a lot of the community has been very harsh on Victor on these initiator roles. He was initially a duelist. But man, he is such a skilled aimer, and he shows it in this clutch. This is the value he brings to this Optic roster. Holy gorgeous clutch from Victor.
Yeah, that's when he's feeling it. If you get him in a spot and he's really in the zone, then it's tough to stop. More util invested in the A main attempt here to get Victor onto that orb. And Rise don't want anything of it. They have only a save, and they're actually pushing B main instead. But look at the ball. He was actually looking for it, but the timing, of course, is going to betray him.
Yeah, look how close Shanks is right now to Mark. He's right on his heels.
With the Astro util, this ways to slow this down. Shanks able to find one. Ye coming on through. Oh, misses every knife. And now there's a lot of problems because in comes Poise from the side. And there are players just taking peeks from all over the place. The chaos, the angles are unmanageable for Optic at the moment. Just 2 players left on the site trying to find safety, but they are surrounded at this point. In comes Shanks from, again, another unexpected position and timing to finish off the round. They survive with 4 players, and they are picking up 3 rifles at least.
And Rise is so fun because on these low buy rounds, when they just decide, you know what, we don't really have a perfect setup, let's just kind of play loose and push. Shanks, you push B. They look so good when they play on the fly as well. They have so many different variations to their style. And for a young team, it's so rare to see something like this. But no time to talk, Dan.
Here.
Yeah, Optic is going all out B here. We've yet to see something like this.
Oh my goodness. And there's a lot of util here. We've got Poison that off angle can play the bait against Neptune's kind of jiggling there on the shoulder angle. And there it is. That's the value. If they were to deal with this take, and Poise picks up another one. The confidence wants to stay in position, and Optic are shipping all in at the moment on this B main position, and they are losing everything. The Prime Gaming Flawless Rise as momentum builds, but if this series has taught us anything, and I'm expecting Optic to find something magical themselves.
Yeah, that was one of the better holds Rise has had all series long. The Flawless comes in. Optic's going to need a couple seconds to talk about this. Go back to the drawing board. Victor has the Seekers, Crashies has Hunter's Fury, and Marv has Cosmic Divide. They have a lot of tools to work with here. Rise also has a lot. Shanks, Bladestorm, Poise. They can play retake with the lockdown. So this round means tons for Optic. And I'm curious, what can they cook up with all of these things they have to work with?
Yeah, and Ascent especially is a map that it lends so many opportunities to you on the attacking side. You know, you have this huge middle to work with, which allows you to pressure both sides of the map, which without committing. And there's a lot of mid-round play that you can get from something like that. It's something that you don't have on Bind in the same way that we saw at the beginning of the series. So I'm looking forward to seeing this because both teams have showed us, especially on Haven, I've got to say, that both teams are super capable of playing these longer drawn-out rounds where it's this exchange of map control and information, pulling and pushing rotations, and these small exchanges for advantages.
Lynx is aggressing up in mid. They might try to sneak him into this corner and have him hold an off angle.
Take flight.
This is that drone. Using most of these defaults, and that's going to get the ping. There's the space created, claimed by Ye. Neptune, finds the timing that's so annoying. Actually gets out of there. The quick pop flash is going to secure his fallback. And there you go. They come away with a one-player lead, but they have lost mid control.
Optic has lost their flashes too, Dan. But this forward position from FNS, he's going to get the Killjoy one-on-one.
And that's very threatening. Like, which way are they going right now?
So many forward positions on both sides.
Well, that catches too, though. That is huge information. Neptune. He has everything he needs to hold on to this position. The quick flash, it just creates a lot of delay. That's a very fast kill from Marv, though. FNS delivers as well. Shanks comes on through, but gets knocked down. And just like that, Optic, they find the magic that we were talking about, that we needed to see, that we were expecting to see based on how this series has been going. And it's a 1 versus 3 here for Derek.
He's gonna go for it. He's actually moving towards this site. Rice has money to work with after that Pride Gaming Flawless, and you know, Derek, he can go for this. He's gonna come out heaven. They're all playing so passively though in main. Killjoy and Astra. This is gonna be such a hard post plant.
He will need to have the most perfect shot toss of his life, but they coordinate the triple peak, and that's just fantastic. Take all the guesswork out of it. And yeah, great round from Optic. They lose the player early, Sean, and go down 4 versus 5 in the mid take, and then somehow win with 3 players left. Pretty cool.
Very cool. And they keep the ults. The 3 that we said were powerful and would cause them to potentially win that round. They can carry that over into this round. But now Shanks is upgraded to the operator. He's going to hang on to this B lobby control. But now Optic's changing things up. They don't want B lobby.
This is really interesting too, because speaking of the ults, there's so much retake potential with the lockdown and the cosmic divide for Rise. They don't have to play on sites if they don't want to. That allows a very aggressive position here for Shanks, looking for the jiggle. Doesn't catch it though. Meantime, Optic, they have position in mid. And again, we've got that tree set up here for Rise on the defense. They don't have to sit on site because they have the lockdown. They can sack the site.
Look at this triangle of players over here at B. Shanks opting B made, Derek contact, and you actually have Neptune with a flash primed. Is Ye gonna run into this?
This makes sense too, because Crashies has the Hunter's Fury to break a lockdown on tree that they can definitely anticipate.
I've got your
Cosmic Divide comes through. There's that Hunter's Fury coming in from Derek, and this is pre-lockdown or anything like that, so it's kind of really throwing things for a loop here, and the spike's going to go down in the meantime. There's the Hunter's
Lockdown
Fury.
immediately. Is it going to be broken? Yes, it's broken there by Crashies. So now the round resets and the Cosmic Divide comes in. Rise rolling into the site.
It's a very difficult one to deal with, and the setup from Hell is going to be all of it. And Victor, he's going to be back in the zone once again. He is deep in the zone. Victor takes down every player there on the site with the help of Crashies. And oh my god, the juggling act of ults. Sean, I'm trying to figure it out, and like I'm not even in the game. I'm like, okay, so this ult will have to be dropped for this ult, and the Cosmic Divide comes in, and that denies this, and it's oh man,
it's actually wild. It's actually wild. And meanwhile, you have Victor just absolutely tearing people's heads off, getting out free haircuts below heaven. You know, wow, what a game from Victor so far. 9 and 6 on this Sky. 4-4, and I think that one right there might have broken Rise's economy. They have some tricks up their sleeve still, though. I think Shanks might have Blade Storm here. I might be able to squirrel out a couple buys.
Yeah, and I like what we've been seeing from Optic as well, because this is something that I was talking about recently on Twitter as well. Is just the drone up from tiles. You don't want to just allow that drone to just get loads of free position, and so it is very important to have at least a couple players so that one can tag it and hold position, if at the minimum. And we have seen Optic, trying to have control around mid, trying to have multiple players around there, so that it at least costs something. If Optic take it, more than just a drone, it will cost a player at least, and some extra util. So there's resistance being provided by Optic against the map control that Rise are consistently trying to take, and vice versa.
Absolutely, and mid is so important. And the way you're seeing, Optic take mid control with that drone, we saw Victor actually use a guiding light from tiles as well. So he'll send a guiding light into mid. If that doesn't blind anyone, it gives them no information that there's anyone close mid, because no one's been blinded. So then they drone from tiles and they run up very, very quickly with the drone. But if the guiding light hits someone, the pace of everything slows down and they wait for the drone. And this is what makes Optic so hard to play against, because they have protocols for whether you want to play aggressive or passive. They're not playing the same based on, what they went over in a private server. It's how are you playing, and we have the counter to that no matter how you play.
Yes, for sure. And it makes a lot of sense, especially on a map like this. There's just so much you can do in that sense. A lot of give and take. It's very hard to just run it down into a site. So you have to kind of, have almost these proxy battles, as it were, to kind of take this information and then these territories elsewhere other than the sites. And, you have mid, you have B main, you have A main, you have catwalk as these main locations to do that. And we've been seeing that battle. And what's been interesting is that I think Rise have actually found a lot of pretty consistent value around A main and B main when they actually try to take those positions. But the problem is that when you invest in heavy takes on those positions, you don't have enough players to really stop a fast play on mid. So you have to really balance it out and try to read your opponent, because if they spot that you're going to be leaning heavy towards one area, well, they'll just take the space on the rest of the map and they'll get it for less of a cost. And that's this resource battle, information battle that's constantly happening. That's so fascinating about this level of gameplay.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head right there. That's exactly how both of these in-game leaders have been dealing with this best of 3, right? They sense out, oh, is Rise gonna fight for B main here? Oh, they are fighting for B main here. Okay, then we need to either use a lot of utility to take it, or we need to take mid with less utility, right, than we would normally take it with. And everything is thought of with some prior information. And if there's no information, then that's when they just go into, the tried and true, what they went over in a server. But man, Optic is so drilled right now in this attack half. And it looks a lot like what we thought Rise looked like on Bind.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I'm really happy we saw Ascent. It's a map that Rise aren't looking amazing statistically on, and it's a map that we can see that they are approaching pretty darn well so far. Statistics you throw out of the window. It could help you in certain respects, but obviously you have to be able to fundamentally judge what is happening on the server. And Rise have shown throughout this entire series that they have a pretty deep playbook in terms of what they can do. They're not afraid to play long drawn out rounds. I haven't seen a spot where they're scratching their heads. And you see that sometimes. You'll see a team sometimes be in a position where they'll get maybe some map control get taken away from them and their initial kind of plan did not work. And then they're kind of scratching their heads in the mid round and not creating an answer to that. But it feels like both teams have had consistent answers for everything that's been going on. So yeah, really, I feel pretty happy, Sean, that this is our first cast back at the start of this year.
I'm so happy because you have so many questions about, what level is Optic going to bring into this year? Last we saw them at Champions. You have to imagine they're going to be really, really good. They lost to Ascend and X10. Come on, those are really good teams. They're going to be good, but we don't really know where Rise is going to be this year and how they fare against the tier 1 North American teams. They haven't had a lot of games against these guys. But man, are they impressing me, and they make me believe that they're a tier 1 team when I watch them.
Yeah, I totally I'm with you with that one. With that said, we also talked about the trend of this series that neither team can really get like real strong momentum. It kind of gets stopped pretty early on, and you can see on the scoreboard here, it's like 2 wins from Rise, 2 wins from Optic, 2 wins from Rise, 2 wins from Optic. So if the pattern continues, we would expect Rise to come out on top here, but Optic are definitely looking a little bit better at the moment. And where would you see this going now, Sean? Like, what did you want to see out of these two teams based on what has been occurring in the early round?
Well, that's a great question. So right now we're seeing a lot of Neptune over at A main using the 0 point early to basically make sure Optic doesn't want to fight for A main early. Now, what Optic is doing to respond is they just back off of A main early, they'll take it later, or they'll focus on mid. And this is what we were referring to earlier, right? A lot of Optic's success right now is coming with quick takes of mid and leaving lurks everywhere, because then Rise is scrambling to pick up all of these holes across the map. I think Rise needs to just play true to areas of the map and not let Optic push and pull them. And that's way easier said than done. You can't fall for like fake rotates and fake rotation plays. Optic has been doing it all game. They're trying to get Rise to move around and make the wrong choices.
Okay, so apparently we have a reset on a modem, and we're clear to throw it for a break, but I actually want to make one extra quick point, because one of the things that you brought up, Sean, about the KO, the 0 point on the A main, is that one of the reasons why it's so cool is because it's so cheap, and there's no way to deny it effectively. So if you want to hard push into that, you won't be able to do it with abilities. That's really risky, and Optic doesn't need to do that. They don't need to take a risk like that. And what it does allow, though, is, with the Astra Stars as well, you have other utility that can be recalled as well. So you get all this value for very, very cheap, basically almost nothing, as far as Rise are concerned. And like, these kinds of exchanges are something that's always worth thinking about. The value trade and utility. How much value does the Sova drone get from tiles? How much space do you convert off of what it gives you? And at this level, I love seeing these teams showing us where that value is, because they know the best. So yeah, I just really wanted to make that point.
Dude, absolutely agree. And you mentioned the drone getting a lot of value. I think the solution coming out of this pause for Rise is to get the 0 point to break that drone more. So have Neptune go B and throw the 0 point in B main to break the drone from tiles. If you hear the drone from top mid, throw the 0 point top mid. Everywhere you hear the drone, throw the 0 point. Now, this would require Neptune to play the center of the map, which he hasn't yet. So that would be an interesting, way for Rise to adapt here.
And another reason there as well is because you want Neptune, because he's the best way to stuff a very fast push on that A side of the map. Because if you have your server and Killjoy setups around, the other side of the map around B, you always have that delay to kind of rely on. So you're not as threatened by really fast plays. So having that KO dagger and stuffing plays at that timing allows you to actually have more players in the other parts of the map if you want, and not fear the fast pops as much. So it all kind of balances out in that sense and gives more mobility and more variance to the defensive setups by having Neptune there with the KO.
Reach. He's been owning on it too.
I feel like we could keep talking forever, Sean, but we did get a call to go to a break. So
yeah, that's why I'm trying.
I kind of don't want to do it, but
because we could keep talking forever.
we really could. Okay. I think I hear it's optional. Okay, that's cool. Okay, so with that, so we talked about just the defensive dynamics, and as far as Optic are working, and some of the storylines that we've had, it's been a lot about the individuals. The Shanks versus Ye on the Jet, and I love that because, again, we're not seeing the game carried by these players because of all of the tactics that are being employed to limit them, and as well as to enable them on either team. So do you have any thoughts so far on the impact of these two players, given kind of framework that we're working within?
Yeah, you're kind of setting it up really well, right? When you look at Rise, you don't think of Shanks as being this very tactical jet, but in this team, he is. He doesn't overextend very often. He plays a very smart game, and people don't tie that to him because of how he came into the scene when he was on Dignitas at the start. But now he's totally changed. And when you watch Ye, he's just a masterclass of jet. I think he has absolutely nailed the role. He plays passive when he needs to, and he absolutely can take the game over, which is what we saw in Haven. He decided the team looks bad. I'm pushing mid every round. We're winning out this game, and he made it happen. And that's what Ye is. He's the best jet in the world. Now, Shanks is very young and has a lot to learn and sharpen the edges of his game. And Ye has a better team around him, right? But I think there's so much potential with Shanks. I really do. I have a lot of love for him as a player, and I love how much aggression he brings into Rise when the gloves are off. I mean,
Yeah,
what are your thoughts on the matchup? Like, where do you think Shanks' edges are? Because he's winning a lot of these battles, actually.
Yeah, and I'll just quickly remind people before I answer that we are waiting on a technical difficulty for one of the players. As I heard a modem is being restarted, so that is why we're not just doing this because we love the sound of our own voices. I promise. Okay, yeah. Can you repeat your question, Sean? It was about the value of Shanks and Ye in this matchup so far.
Yeah, I'm curious where you think Shanks' edges are in this matchup, like between him and Ye, because he's going toe for toe with Ye throughout this entire series so far in my eyes. I think Haven Ye really like stood out. He had a lot of ridiculous individual plays on Haven, but I think other than that, I think Shanks is going toe for toe with the best jet in NA right now.
Yeah, I think what's interesting to me so far is that I feel like this could yet still be Shanks's map, because we're kind of seeing some glimpses of that where we're seeing him take the peaks down catwalk with the operator. We're going to start to see him get more activated, I think, with some of these aggressions. And the thing is that I think with how he's been taking a lot of the peaks as well, Ye's not going crazy. Like we've seen some versions of Optics Ye in the past where Ye has lots of freedom. He has a little bit less freedom than he has in some of those previous systems, so I think it creates that kind of balances it out a little bit more, because I do agree with you. I think Ye has for sure like a higher ceiling and a more refined level of gameplay with the experience that he has, but right now I think some of that's a little bit artificially limited so that that structure can exist. And that's the style that Optic are wanting to play. So that kind of levels the playing field a little bit. And it does come down to these peaks that we're seeing. Just like these, I mean, that sounds a little bit reductionist, but we are seeing these spots where Shanks knows the spots that Ye's going to hold and vice versa. And it does come down to winning those swings. And as you said, Shanks isn't kind of cowering in the face of El Diablo. He's actually playing his game and delivering in these spots. So it seems like he's being enabled pretty well within the current system. And I do wonder if we're going to see more moments in Ascent, because this is a really, like, jets can go absolutely wild on this map. Yeah. And this game has started a little bit slow. And I feel like a lot of pro teams do actually like to start things a little bit slow before they start to have a better feel for how the other team's playing, and then take increasingly large amounts of risks with some of their star players, because you don't generally want to start gambling. And that's not the philosophy that these two teams have.
No, and you have to wonder how they're going to react with the whole gambling thing after a tech pause, because this really changes everything. I mean, I hate to use this but as an excuse, but as a player, these tech pauses, sometimes coming out of them, if you have the momentum, you might want to like jam the momentum at the other team. You might want to just send it at them right out of a break like this, right? And you'll win the game if you win that round, because they'll be mentally out of it. But it could be a catastrophic failure if the other team just decides to play passive and you just int and throw away your 5 guns. So how does Optic respond coming out of this tech pause? They could do that. There's a lot of people in mid right now. This is a totally different look. 4 tiles.
Amazing. And thank you everybody for bearing with us. We're back into the action. The winner of this map is going to win this series. Both teams playing really well at the moment, and we're going to see that huge push, that swell of players in mid. The hodgepodge guy coming in, and Shanks able to take down one in the corner. Didn't expect him so deep, didn't expect so many players so deep, and just stuck out alone on an island here is Victor, trying to hold the angle and survive. Oh, the daggers coming through from Shanks. The trade through the smoke though, and now the dust settles, and we get a 3 versus 2 in favor, a 3 versus 1. in favor of Rise. FNS does not have the spike.
But this is a god tier lurk he has. He has really good timing behind both of these tree players. And he's so far from the spike. I don't think they're going to pinpoint his tree flank. There's a... Alarm pot's deactivated.
Neptune's very low. But it's an off angle of doom. That is a nasty off angle. Your crosshair placement is just not going to be on that. Gives Neptune a huge edge, and Rise picking up a surprising round there with that kind of mid stack.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. I was worried about that for Optic. They tried to take that tech pause and be like, oh, they must be sleepy. You know, they're not going to hit their shots. They tried to just send it mid. Total change of pace on an eco round nonetheless. So they're trying what I'm saying, and it totally backfires. And now they are crushed. Ye is going to have to get an orb to get Blade Storm. And, you know, Neptune's going to try to not allow that to happen.
Not a lot of info on the map at the moment. The 0 Point caught one player. Orb will be picked up. And you get the turret down there to just take contact, help to protect the player picking up the orb, and also you can leave that there, of course, and that could serve as a lurk play possibly, but actually gets recalled there, which suggests that, of course, Finesse wants to join the push towards B here and not lurk in mid. And looks like Rise, they're not moving a muscle here, Sean. They got no info, and Optic's just going straight for B.
Yeah, but they have an alarm bot in mid, Dance, and the door is closed. There's 2 ways to slow down Optic on this B split through mid, but it's all B main.
All B main. Looking to make their way through. There goes Ye. In with the daggers, gets taken down by Superman. Very unfortunate, and oh, it's very difficult to find their way into the site now. These two players could just hold on to position and wait for the rotation. Right now, Optic are stuck. They need to get on the site, or they need to get out of there somehow, and they're going to go for the call to get out of there. But they're resetting. It's a 3 versus 4. FNS, though, he's locked up mid. That's a deep position. Oh, unable to find the shot. There's another player there. And FNS still keeping it alive. 14 seconds. Have to get the spike down. There is very little time right now. Are they able to get this down? And across, yes, Marved has time for it. And Victor's going to go deep for the luck. He has to get value from a push. He's going to isolate these players, but Neptune's going to take him down. And there's the pop flash to finish it off. Beautiful from Neptune.
Actually an amazing round coming out of Neptune, and this is right off the back of that eco where he pops the null command to win that round. The impact from this young player in this series is unreal.
I think we're yeah, it's the confidence is just awesome from Neptune. He's one of them. He's one of my favorite players, new players to watch that I've been watching this year so far. And he was one of my favorite players to to check out and just to see the progress of, to keep an eye on in CS:GO, in his CS:GO career. It's very evident he had a lot of potential back then. And well, we've gone 2 for 2, Sean. So Optic are supposed to win this round.
That's true. You did point out that we're trading every second. Okay, we're sticking to the script. So Optic is winning these 2.
I mean, I'm just saying it's a pattern.
The script. Optic lurking up cat. There's so much killjoy utility on this catwalk.
Yeah.
Oh my. When they turn the tree corner, it's going to look ugly.
They're happy to play retake B here and just have this killjoy utility on tree. It's such a smart switch up. It's definitely something that may not be expected.
I think this is a very important round here for Optic, Dan. But Shanks, he's going to have to open things up on Victor. And there it is.
Oh, and this is looking very devastating. Trying to move into the site, taking heavy losses here. Shanks, confident on the site. And Rice control the push. And, I mean, there we go. I mean, the pattern's broken. And
Last round before the switch.
Man,
I mean,
what a time to break it. What a time to break it. They've won the half. They've locked in the 7th, and it didn't look likely. 4-4, they had no money, and now we sit 7-4. They're in the driver's seat. They have the no command. They have the lockdown. Optic is really on the back foot on the third map here, Dan.
Yeah, they only have the Cosmic Divide to work with, and are they going to try to somehow set piece off of it? It's very difficult because you've got to get rid of that early util. And we actually get possibly a push on A main from Shanks. We have almost, I don't think we've ever seen an actual push into Gelato. There is stuff there to discover that as Optic take mid control. And the Cosmic Divide comes through.
The no command to stop the hit in his track. The lockdown further pushes them back. Optic reeling towards this A site, but they can't even go there. They can't go anywhere.
Yeah, Shanks is holding such a strong line from A just beyond the wall. And now they've just burned more utility and they haven't gotten too much further with it.
They wasted their Cosmic Divide.
This is very difficult. There's very little presence in mid, but there is a turret on Pizza that Poise can play off of, or rather, sorry, Superman can play off of. Oh, he's actually out of market, my mistake.
30 seconds left.
That's Victor and Ye trying to wrap their way around the B split, the late B split. 20 seconds to go for this one. Superman around Log, great position. They're going to have to try to somehow remove him from this. They'll keep pushing the issue. And again, time is a problem. There is a player backside that they'll have to deal with. Derek has to play the time here. Oh, able to peek for one. There's so many players. Victor takes his head clean off. And that will allow the spike to go down. Such an important round to be picked up. And it's just Shanks left now. Phantom collected. I guess 3 players with full health. Dash is there, though. Shanks looking to show the star power with this one. A very unlikely clutch. And indeed, that's going to be a wrap for this half. Here, we'll be moving to the second half of Ascent. We'll have to see if Optic can bring it back after the break.
What does Valorant mean to me? Obviously, I already have a smile on my face. Valorant makes my heart happy.
Valorant, for me, means everything in terms of my casting career from before until now.
To me specifically, Valorant meant that it was a new start for everyone.
Growing up for me, video games were things that I did all the time. Video games and soccer.
You know, I started casting before esports was even esports in 2002, and my dream was always to be able to see and cast like the big stage. And I feel that I have that opportunity right now with Valorant.
I get into Counter-Strike super early, and that was the first game where I found I'm staying up till 6 in the morning. I'm playing more than 12 hours a day. I'm addicted. I'm downloading skins. Me and my friends are making our own sound packs, throwing soda cans off our CRT monitors for a grenade dinking down the hallway.
I had a new opportunity to work harder than everyone else. It meant that I started from a blank slate, thus meaning that whatever progress that I gained was progress that I was also coinciding with other people. I was on the same exact level. And in Valorant, that meant that I had the exact arena that I wanted to go into to prove that I was the best in my industry.
Those moments in Counter-Strike made me realize how much I loved being a part of a team, being able to compete, playing FPS, and really just being in a world that made me so happy to feel that adrenaline rush when you were able to make a great moment happen. It's an addiction, you know?
I'm at a point where I don't know how long I'm able to cast, right? Still, because there's so many good talent that's coming out right now in the scene. So props to all the up and comers that are getting into casting right now, because you're keeping me on my toes to make sure that I stay the best that I could be.
My goal was to cast it with a AAA company, with a developer by 2026. I achieved that in 2021.
Then I had League for 10 years, which was amazing. And then somebody tells me, you can go back to your roots.
Just the people that you're able to meet from inside the server, from outside the server, into the industries that we're able to meet, the friendships that I was able to make through Valorant has just been great as well.
Literally could bring tears to my eyes. Valorant brings back those to 6 a.m. in the morning. And having that drive and that feeling again, like I said, bringing me back to my roots of when I figured out competitive gaming was something I loved through Counter-Strike, and to have it again is absolutely amazing.
Valorant to me means opportunity. Valorant to me meant a future for a lot of people that didn't have that future in the past. Valorant was the open doors that a lot of people needed.
Welcome back, everybody, to VCT in North America. We have one last half remaining in this incredibly exciting series between Rise and Optic, Sean. And we have a small moment to do the podcasting whilst the players get ready. So what do you want to talk about, man?
Yeah, let's see. So right now we're having problems with Superman's internet because he's been having a lot of problems with that. But I would like to talk about where you think Yoru is gonna lie with this next update, dude. Because I'm not sure if you saw, but my boy's bursted into this meta. He's running through the dimensional drift right into the meta. You ready, Dan?
Yeah, he's just been forced straight in there. I forget who I saw was commenting about this. Just like every agent's kind of managed to kind of find their way in, kind of, you know, except Yoru, who has required just the buff stick, and he is looking crazy. I don't even know. What do you do with him, Sean? Tell me how it's gonna look, this new Yoru meta.
It's going to be insane. You can throw flashes in the dimensional drift, so he's just going to run up to people and calm to his teammates on these pro teams. Hey, there's a guy right here. Wait 1 second before you peek. Flash. Okay, peek now. And like that person is so dead in so many different ways. I don't know. I can't wait to see how this plays out. I don't know how you stop that. Surely there's counters.
It sounds unreasonable, Sean.
It sounds so unreasonable. But what if like he gets suppressed in dimensional drift and he like comes out of his ult? You know, like what if that's a counter? I don't know. I haven't messed with it yet. It could be.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like I feel like I've seen a bunch of times when I've sort of tried to predict things. I'm still trying to work out, like with Neon. I'm still trying to work out if Neon is going to be legit or not, or be a big part of the meta going forwards. Like, do you have thoughts on Neon? Because my initial thoughts were like that she was not that was probably not going to happen.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about her because in ranked, her ult is very good because people don't have the utility usage or spacing to punish it. But in pro games, the consensus amongst pros is that her ult is not good enough. It doesn't have a quick enough time to kill, probably because the spacing, the trading, and utility usage is too good, right? Why would you not just have a weapon in pro level play? So until something gets solved in that for her ult, I can't see her getting picked over agents like, Jett, who has an ult that just prints value for your team. So that's the one thing that I'm a little worried about is her ult. I think her stuns and her run and her slide, that has so much value at the pro level. And the wall, oh my gosh, the denial of info possibilities there are insane. But it seems like you pick agents where you get value in their ults in Valorant, and that's why Omen has fallen out of the meta. So I don't know. I think there needs to be a change to Neon.
Yeah. I think with Omen too, his smokes as well, especially as Astra and came into the fray, and Viper as well, got some of the buffs. It kind of felt like, he also has lost value in terms of the smokes as well. So yeah, I can definitely see that. It's interesting.
Are you going to give me a second here to literally okay, so let me talk about why Omen is no good for me anymore, okay? I've broken up my relationship with this man. He's treated me so bad. Well, the smokes travel so slow, first of all. They're traveling literally at a snail's pace across the map. Meanwhile, Asher and Brim are just dropping them down in like a split second, multiple at the same time for Brim. So that's just the comparison. How can you compare the two? And then Viper's wall can cut off multiple sight lines, and she has a smoke too. It's just, the deck is stacked against young Omen.
That's sad. I feel really sad for Omen.
It's really
so sad. Watching his smoke slowly.
He just can't block off a single sight line. It's impossible. He just has to look for feet under his smokes. He's resorting to that. It's sad.
Well, that was a change, Sean, that they made his smokes slower. That was the change that was made because there was like such a strong Omen meta quite a long time ago. And do you feel like that? Well, it sounds like that needs to be reverted from what you're saying. Like, I mean,
there's a little bit of trolling going on here, but I definitely think Omen has fallen way out of the meta for all of the reasons that I just said, right? I think he has the most powerful flash in the game still, which is why it's very delicate. If you overbuff those smokes, it could get way out of control with Omen. So I see why they haven't just thrown buffs at him, but his ult too just finds no value in pro play. And again, you got to get values out of your ults in these pro games these days. They're round-winning ults in play, like Chambers ult, Jett's ult, the lockdowns. There's so many things that can win rounds. And when you're just from the shadowsing and coming right back 2 seconds later when someone shoots you, it's not going to do it.
Well, let's go. We're back in game.
Yeah, we're back. Here it is. 7-5 Rise coming out on top at the end of the first half here on Ascent. This is the last map. Optic, are they able to find the pistol to kind of work their way back into this one? They're going to be on the defense.
Ooh. So, Rise here. They're spreading out again. They've done this all 3 attack pistols. Derek at tiles. I'm kind of curious. Are they just going to have him drone from tiles? I believe so. So they're going to smoke off Cat. Derek's going to drone from tiles. And this is going to be a pretty fast mid clear. With both Neptune and Superman coming from top mid.
Deploying drone.
There's that drone from tiles. Get that mid clearance. Lots of information. This is what Sean was saying. You get Shanks moving up close behind the drone. Take that space. And that's actually triggered a lot of utility burned in mid there. Except the alarm bot. Yeah. It's
huge.
That's a quick run up Cat now to just get into the side. There's so many players from Optic on the flank already though. And right now Rice are getting kind of stuck here. Oh, Neptune's actually found his way forward. Oh no! Oh my god, Neptune! He's found 3 frags out of nowhere. It looked over, but somehow they're all alive after that.
Every player was dinked. Even Neptune had 15 HP. The Prime gaining flawless. In what world was this the outcome? Neptune. This man is dominating the series.
No way. That is just very unfortunate for Optic.
8-5 Eco. Wow. Rise, Dan. They can do it.
Oh yeah, he's picked up a Marshall. The drone's going to go out as Tatars, but it will actually get the ping onto
a blind tag.
That's really unfortunate for Ye. Have to fall back there, and mid's completely open. Don't have anything to defend it with. The gap. Oh, Neptune has nailed Ye there. That was an opportunity, but Neptune, this guy is unstoppable right now. He is just crushing these players towards this A site. Where's the hope, Sean? Sell me some hope.
Dan, I'm about to lose all hope. If Neptune finds one frag, he's going to have no command for next round because he'll find an orb. And that could be awful for Optic.
Yes.
One enemy remaining.
And there we go. Just
Well, he won't get
in
a
the
frag,
back.
so maybe it's
Prime
not so bad.
flawless.
Another Prime Gaming flawless.
Well, okay, here we are. Here we are. I mean, this is it. Here's your hope, Sean. Maybe. As Optic has experience, Sean. That's all I got.
That's it. That's all you have to work with. You just have to have the faith that the experience is going to close out this game, because everything you have seen to this point says Rise should win the series at this point.
They're going aggressive. Rise going to expect this. There goes the Sky Flash, but the Astra Smoke there for Ye to play in.
The recon!
The ping's coming in! Oh no! It's backfired on Ye and he's dead.
And who better? Neptune finds Ye, slays the beast in mid. El Diablo's taken out.
And they're pushing B main with 3 players, or what, 2 players now, as well at the same time. It's unrelenting, meaning Optic have to do something. So they've opted for this B main control, and they're just giving up A, hoping that Rise would decide to not go to the site that has the Killjoy utility.
Rise knows this. Look at all the util and spacing they have. They're so aware of what Envy Optic likes doing.
Nice play though from Optic. They will be able to deal with Poise, who's going to try to hold them at bay. But huge timing here. The question is, does FNS try to challenge this? He is going to challenge it. He has a nanoswarm, so there is maybe enough delay here. There it is. All coming out from Neptune. No command. Disabling all the abilities in the radius of the site. Oh wow, the run through Marv! He found a crazy timing!
Wow.
And he is decimated and there's nothing left on the site. Oh, that was it. That was the only... I feel like that's the only play that could have worked.
Wow, Marv with the hero play. The hero play comes in from Optic, and there's the experience that you're looking for, Dan. Just when you need them the most. The players, the big brands on Optic are going to come up big. Marv puts the team on his back, wins this bonus. But that's not enough. They need to string stuff together. Because Rise had 2 flawlesses, Dan.
Yeah, a great point. Yeah, that's you know, you're taking the hardest road back with that, and there's no ults on the table right now. No one's really close to an ult except Victor, but he's 2 away. And it looks like a heavy A main presence is planned here for Rise.
Here. Blocking sight.
And they just want this A orb.
They're sending it all 5A.
They are serious about this one, and Shanks actually connects with FNS. That's the Killjoy utility gone. And they've got the site. Oh, but Ye's actually, he's found himself in forward position. Has to dash away, though. So good holds here so far from Rise. Able to avoid some of the dangerous positions. And they've fallen back to post-plant setups. And here comes an Astra smoke to deny this. And there goes the Astra util. It's really painful on the site, and Optic are using it to retake. It's going pretty well here. Marv doing such a great job here for Optic to just enable this retake. Players still stuck behind the smoke. And oh, this just... They went willingly into A main, Sean. It backfired.
Again, the A site. You know, FNS is coming up dry on these A holds, but Marv on the retakes. My God. Yeah, I don't know how they're retaking this site so easily and effortlessly time and time again. They're just plowing out the door, and it looks like Rise is so stuck inside of A main and Hell that Optic is able to get all these advanced positionings. I mean, the gravity well and concusses coming out from Marv certainly help. Nova Pulse destroyed a player.
What a massive round for Optic to win as well. It's really forced Rise into a difficult position. Their buy, it sucks. They've left some money in the tank here. And a lot of firepower. Working on mid to begin with. Used early. They actually going for the peak. Taking the fights to them. Neptune is absolutely feeling it, Sean.
He just Marshall fought Ye in the middle of mid. And he won.
Oh, the deep peak comes through. Look at the confidence right now from Optic. However, they are down a player, and it's getting kind of scary. FNS does have the position of Cat covered, so that Spike can't make its way to away without him knowing about it. He has that util as well.
They're in a 2-on-3, and they just spotted the A player. They know that the Sova has to be playing the B side of the map. They're going to go into the known.
Crashes is not rotating just yet. But FNS, as you said, he's totally isolated. Just don't know which side he's on. Oh my god! This is just unfair! Neptune is murdering everybody.
It's only fitting this guy's playing a robot. His aim is robotic this game. He is destroying Optic.
Yeah, it's pretty scary. Crashes will try to do what he can though from door. At least like make this hurt. So Superman will be able to deal with that, sending him away. And right now, I mean, it feels like Optic is doing a great job to fight back, Sean. But right now, Neptune is providing these extra kills that has just sending Rise into 3-round advantage.
Yeah, it's so impressive because you see the structure on most of the rounds where Rise wins. But then you see rounds like this. And that's when I realize, watching Rise, that this team is for real. Because they're capable of getting flustered and still communicating on the fly and winning these crazy rounds against Optic, who are incredible in those moments. This is such a special performance. And Optic calling a timeout right now, they know they need this round.
Yeah, it's also it's so powerful to have a player popping off as well, just to help give the confidence. Like it alleviates pressure on the other players as well in tense scenarios, because you have that sense of, okay, well we're able to get the frags here. Like one of us is playing really well, we're getting the kills, it's helping us to get into position, so that helps to avoid any kind of negative situations for the other players in their mental game. It's a really huge value right now from Neptune.
Man, we might get the anime battle right here. I think we're... Oh, no, Ye's not going to use his Blade Storm. And Shanks is also going to carry his in. So... Oh, no, Ye's going to pop his Blade Storm. Okay, but Shanks opting to save his.
And Ye's in that mid position where he would be able to, of course, use that updraft if he wanted to with the knives.
He actually bought at the last second. So he had second thoughts as well. He has half shields. Wow, so... I think Optic is a little unsure of what to do right now.
I guess just wants to be able to kind of pop them if they lose this round, or have it for the half-buy.
Center of the map lockdown. That's going to clear out the tree position. Going to clear out market. All of mid.
At the same time, trying to make the play forward around A main. But look at the resistance coming through from Optic's defense. They're really slowing this one down. However, here comes Neptune on that opening, looking for the opening jewels, and he's going to get caught by Victor this time. Really good start right now from Optic, but the frags are once again going the way of Rice. But yeah, he's still on the site. Doesn't want to push this before the wall goes down by itself. Crashes holding by tree. Ye creating delay, creating attention, and possibly opportunities. But now Ye alone. Nice headshot from Ye. The second is found. It's just one more to go. Can Ye get it? There's the tap, and he's done it. Of course he has. El Diablo strikes again when Optic most need him.
What a clutch from Ye. The star player from Optic gets the Red Bull clutch. Keeps them in the game. Oh my god, this third frag taps the spike. Aim is so true.
That's beautiful. That's so beautiful. And it happens so fast that Poise is not in a position there to have a good spot against what Ye is doing. Because Ye killed everyone so fast. Poise is thinking about another position. It's just incredible. And that's going to keep Optic alive. They need that lifeline. We were talking about Shanks versus Ye, but it's Neptune versus Ye right now in terms of the star performances.
See Rise slowing it down now, going up mid right behind this Blade Storm. I believe Derek has the drone. He'll probably pop it from close mid like this.
Optic not peeking. They do get a Trailblazer down towards Gelato. They know nothing towards A main. Shanks looking for something. Neptune, the one to find it, of course, taking down Ye. How is he getting all this value? There goes Shanks looking for the double ultra, trying to find the player in sight, and it looks so good right now for Rise. Neptune is finding all the frags.
Yeah, Neptune's just killing everyone.
Oh, you're like, everyone's of course focused on Shanks. He's entering, but somehow Neptune's the one to get every single kill. Unbelievable. And there's nothing for Victor to do. It's actually just nothing that Victor can do right now.
What a split from Rise. The drone going up tree, tags Marv. The fake is clearly sold at that point. But, I mean, the fake doesn't matter because truly the round is won when Neptune cracks 3 people in the head. Like, the guy is just on another level here.
I just also want to remind people as well, he was, when I first saw him in CSGO, he kind of reminded me of a feeling I had when I watched Rops at the beginning of Rops' career, where it's like, this young player is very young and very good, but it's not because, oh yeah, the mechanics are amazing. But it's not the mechanics that is really impressing me. It's that a young player can have such good decision making. And then the mechanics to back it up afterwards, that's so powerful. So really, really amazing to see this performance in such a big match. Yeah, this is a huge scalp for them, as you highlighted.
Yeah, and look, Envy is scraping the barrel. This is... They're buying out. Ye's going to be on Blade Storm, and they have 2 pistols. Derek has found so much success with this Hunter's Fury. Can he do it when they need him most?
Yeah, the push comes through. There's some utility. The Nanoswarm coming in to try to delay this one. Buy time for the rotation to come from A to support this. Victor, more delay with that opening kill. Optic looking to stuff this push at the first choke point. And it's just Derek left. Great round here from Optic so far. And Derek's looking to make it look a little bit less clean, but he won't be able to do so. And there we have it. Optic, they are able to fight back yet again.
Wow, what a read from Optic. Because Rise had a good read themselves. Derek shoots the recon into sight, and he was going to blind ult if that recon pinged anything. And it gets people in lane, it gets people by the stairs, but all of Optic's locations are very, very close because this is a hobbled, broken buy. So the recon gets nothing, and Derek carries this ult into the next round. Rise gets wiped out. And man, this is so back and forth. Does Rise even have enough money to buy?
I actually have no idea. It's going to be interesting to kind of see what the options look like here when we see money in the alt economy in a moment. Optic, it feels like they found a way to kind of create some calm here. Again, that's that experience coming through. You can rely on Ye to bring out like a really big clutch. And I think Optic definitely must feel like, okay, we've got Rise in a good position now, even though they're behind a couple rounds. Okay, we've got the Cosmic Divide and the lockdown for Optic. Those are fantastic to have on the defense for retakes.
Yeah, the Hunter's Fury from Derek can counter that lockdown. So if Optic decide to do a retake setup with the lockdown, Derek could have the trump card, and that could propel Rise to 12. That's definitely something we need to look out for. Flash. We're doing A main early.
Neither team really wants to commit to a fully fledged fight. Both teams are ready for it, but neither wants to commit, which I think is smart and quite telling.
Line setup coming from Optic.
That fast control there. Hunter's Fury coming through. Neptune with the pop flashes straight on through the Cloudburst. Rise able to get 3 kills before anything can happen. Oh no.
And there's Derek just getting a frag with the Hunter's Fury. It's just, he just prints them. And this lockdown, it can't even be used, Dan.
Yeah.
They have to concede the 12th.
It felt like, I guess they got caught in a timing where they felt like they had to commit to the fights, but they needed to have the ability to play the ults and play the retake game. And they couldn't get to that point because they felt committed to fights, it looked like. And that timing, that fast pace from Rise is what created that. It created that spot of not being ready for Optic. And that just made the difference here. That's crazy.
Actually wild. And we mentioned FNS is going to take this lockdown into the next round. They have 2 weapons. I question though, how are they going to piece together a buy to win this round? It's going to be a low buy again. Marved is definitely not going to be sitting with all of his stars if he buys a rifle.
Yeah, I mean, again, Optic absolutely capable of just getting 3 rounds forcing overtime. We've been so close to overtimes in every map. And Marved and FNS have the best possible ults if you wanted any ults for the defense.
Marved has no shields right now. This is a dicey round here for Optic, but they need it if they want to stay alive. Shanks following the Strone in mid. He's done it time and time again.
The reason why he shoots Kaz is because you get 2 shots. It reloads right at the end of its life. Oh my goodness. Yeah, he's holding such a good angle there. He spotted that they wanted to go back into Gelato. That's quite telling.
But they left immediately. And look, they have the timing now. Ye is still at this A site. He's called that they were there. But the flash comes in from Victor. That lets them know this deep A spot is clear. Can Optic get situated on B quick enough?
Yeah, and the spike is going to get away, and they're pulling rotation to B right now. He's trying to sell it. He's trying to sell this one, and it's being sold. It's being bought. They've got every piece in the collection because here comes the push. Oh, yeah, though. He's the only player in place that could stop this. He gets 1 kill, takes down Shanks, and at least gives his team the advantage in players.
Boys, this 1 off of ult. If he gets an early kill, he can use it here.
Oh my god, right. They're going for the retake here on the 3 position to try to shut down the lockdown attempt, and they will. Rise looking really good, but Marved and Ye are both left alive right now, and they're going to go for this one. The Cosmic Divide comes in. They're going to try to force the issue. Beyond the wall, Marved goes in and gets taken down. Rise take down Optic in this thrilling best of 3 here. Wow, I can't believe it. I can't believe they look so damn good. What a game.
Dude, I can't even believe it either, Dan. I think it's here. I think we have it. We don't have the guard playing, but we have the changing of the guard. I think Rise is ascending into Tier 1 Counter-Strike here in North America. This isn't an Optic that looked bad today. I think they looked like they always look. This is a story about how this Rise team has put in an immense amount of work, and they have risen so fast at the top of the NA scene.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And I think some of the factors that we had highlighted at the beginning of the series that, hey, this team looks like it's worked really hard. They're very drilled. They've got the strats. They can play the mid rounds, all these tactics. Okay, well, we have to see, can you stand up to the likes of Ye and Victor and these incredibly good players individually? And we just saw that yes is the answer to that question. Some of the clutches that were going between both teams, it was incredible. And Neptune, I feel like, I'm trying to think of his performances in the first 2 maps because I'm wanting to give him the MVP because he was the reason they were able to actually win this 3rd map. Yeah. But wow, what a performance from him. That everyone's got to be putting a lot of respect on his name right now after that performance.
Yeah, and to answer your question, he top fragged Haven, 22 and 17. Next closest behind him was Shanks, and Unbind, he was 2nd. So definitely the MVP of the series. The guy just had a banger match, and this is by far the biggest win I think Rise has in their short history. So props to them. Huge win today.
Well, with that said, Sean, I think that's everything today from you and I, but there is more Valorant action coming your way. We're going to throw to a highlight package and we'll be back to set up the next series with the analyst desk. Don't go anywhere.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Trick shots. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy. One down. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Player standing. One enemy remaining.
But telling us lies, but when I'm surprised, they mimicking all of that God. I'm so authentic. Oh, society, I call me a menace. Whoa, but this is just the beginning. Oh, I was broke for the record, no Guinness. Whoa, y'all little suckers so strange to me. Y'all don't really wanna play games with me. Y'all lovers never been the same to me. They don't go win cause I came to eat. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm on the come up. Y'all shut me down, but them numbers finna run up. Bet I win. Bet I win. Yeah, I'm on the come up. Y'all shut me down, but them numbers finna run up. Bet I win. Bet I win. Ooh. Yeah, I need my respect. I need every zero we agree to on my check. Ooh, nah, please don't tell me that. Please don't turn me in the dark night right off the bat. Ayy, 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 ayy. Young Bruce Wayne and Balmain. Why you so impressed? This designer not my calling. You got all them zeros, but you still don't feel you balling. I look in the mirror, I see winner. I'm not falling. Bet I win. Yeah, I'm on the come up. Y'all shut me down, but them.
Who you got your money on? Coming to kill, but you gotta put down a mill just to make a bill. Cause I'm never the underdog. Who you gonna believe? I got the proof, shouting the truth. From the top of the roof, I got the receipts. Who you got your money on? Coming to kill, but you gotta put down a mill just to make a bill. Cause I'm never the underdog. Who you gonna believe? I got the proof. Shouting the truth from the top of the roof. I got the receipts.
And welcome back as we just watched Optic fall to Rise Nation. 2-1 in the final map. Optic takes it as far as they can, but Rise carries it across that finish line. Balla, Bren, looking at that third and final map in this series. Bren, we'll start with you. Overall impressions about Rise Nation and how strong they looked across the series, but also specifically that third map.
I'm smiling right now. I mean, I'm just happy that Rise have found themselves falling back into that NA LCQ form. I keep repeating it, but it's the point I wanted to hammer home was that it felt like they lacked a lot of that creativity in terms of how they set each other up, how they played off of Neptune's utility. It all came together on Ascent. We saw the same Rise, I felt like, glimpses of them as well, but it was so much more consistent and dominant performances out of a bunch of their players as well.
Yeah, I mean, Neptune was just insane on the last two maps. Unbelievable performance from him. So many moments that he is just like getting multi-frags over and over and over. Overall, definitely a team that I don't think I expected this level coming out of them. I didn't honestly expect that they'd be able to challenge Optic at all. And here they are taking a series over them. I mean, very, very impressive, and I hope it can continue.
I mean, that is kind of standard, though, for the analyst desk. I feel like we've constantly doubted Rise. Like, we always say, no, they hit their peak. Like, they're not quite at that level just yet. They're just a step below. And every single time we say that, they step up and prove us all wrong. They pick up a big win over Optic here. But as great as Rise looked, Optic also has made some mistakes. I mean, we talked about it, pretty much beat that one to death. Yay on the first map on Chamber. Didn't really seem to make much sense to us. What are your concerns looking at a team like Optic right now as we progress further and further into the VCT, Bren?
It's stagnation, I think, is the word I would use to describe it. And I think that's been honestly the overarching theme of a lot of these top NA teams as we're looking at this group stage. I think we had a lot of questions about Optic, about Sentinels, and what we've shown is that these top dogs, we got the finalists here of Berlin, by the way, made it all the way deep in that tournament way back in 2021. And these teams, these tier 2 NA teams that have been grinding in the circuit this entire time are showcasing that it's not okay to rest on your laurels. These guys have been grinding and preparing, and now they're showing that these teams can bleed as well when it comes to these matches. Luckily, it's a group stage, so Optic have time to rectify any sort of mistakes that might have been made. Not much, 4 more weeks.
Yeah, not much time, but we do have a little bit of time to speak with one of the players from that previous match, so we'll say goodbye to Brent and Balla for now, and we'll bring in Derek for the Verizon post-match interview. Derek, congratulations on the win. I know that you guys are no strangers to being doubted, but you consistently prove us wrong every single time. How does it feel to kind of start transitioning away from being the underdogs and start transitioning to the favorites?
It feels good. We started to feel like the underdogs again after we kind of bombed out of the first 3 chances to qualify for closed. But yeah, this win feels good.
I feel like you guys have constantly been on the cusp. A lot of times we've drawn comparisons between Rise and XSET as that team that's like just right there because couldn't quite get it across the finish line. But you guys look fantastic today. You capitalized on mistakes made by Optic, and you looked great even when they weren't making mistakes. You guys were just besting them every single time. I do want to ask you specifically, on map 1, we saw you guys bring Chamber into the fold. We saw it actually from both sides. Curious on your thoughts on the current agent pool and whether or not Chamber has more viability, because we didn't see it elsewhere in the series for you.
I think Chamber's really good right now just because the meta is shifting towards a lot slower rounds. And Chamber just gives you those 2 alarm bots as like TP comes up every 20 seconds. And
right.
Yeah, I think his utility is just really good.
I mean, at one point we really want to hammer home. We were talking about it in the green room during the game. You guys use tac timeouts and you use them well. What is the dynamic like when you're taking those tactical timeouts? Because obviously you have a coach who's kind of coming up with the strategy, and how does that work with Poised and Zek kind of involved in the conversation?
Yeah, so that mainly comes up to Zek when he sees us like panicking or sees an opening that we may have not looked over. and Poison and Zek are our saviors. When they take those timeouts, they come up with a game plan for the next, like not even the next round, but the next few rounds. And like you can see after those timeouts, we've really shifted focus on something else that we weren't seeing before.
Yeah, it definitely showed you guys were able to adapt quite a bit and find weak spots and capitalize on things that maybe you didn't notice in previous rounds. Last question, and then I'll let you go. We'll keep it short. The final round on Ascent, you guys threw a huge fake on the B site with Neptune throwing out basically all of his utility, a full util dump, and they bit on that pretty hard. But then when you made it to the A site, Ye was still there. Was there a concern because it's like, oh God, Ye has been that player who has clawed them out of situations that they maybe didn't deserve to win?
There was a concern, but I felt like we were pretty confident going in there 3v1, and yeah, just the classic Rise fake again.
Just pulling that one back out of the playbook. It's not like we haven't seen it before. Well, again, congratulations on the win. Hopefully people will start taking you guys more seriously as a Tier 1 threat and not just a team that's on the cusp.
Thank you.
Congrats. Well, a strong win indeed coming in from Rise as they go up 1-0. Before we go ahead and throw things to a break, I want to give a quick shout out to one of the sponsors of NA VCT, looking specifically at BenQ. I have not one, but 1, 2, 3 BenQ monitors in front of me right now. Zowie is one of the signature partners of the VCT 2022 season. Zowie is a brand dedicated to creating pro-ready esports equipment by providing gaming monitors suited to the best performance possible. The Zowie XL2546K gaming monitor with 240 Hz refresh rate has been the product of choice for Valorant's top-tier players globally and is the only gaming monitor trusted by more than half of the world's premier FPS tournament organizers. To learn more about Zowie and the XL2546K gaming monitor, check out www.zowie.benq.com. We are going to go ahead and throw things to a break, and when we come back, our second series of the day will be live. It's XSET versus EG for Day 3 of NA VCT. Stay tuned.
Hey, get out the way. Get out the way. Hey, get out the way. Get out the way. I'm going in. I'm making plays. So get out the way. Get out the way. Hey, get out the way. Get out the way. Hey, get out the way. Get out the way. I'm going in. I'm making plays. So get out the way.
Get out the way.
Get out the way.
Hey, I got the drive on lock. Place when I move top key, there ain't no defeat. There's ice in my veins and chasing my feet in the faith. For whoever slide in the pen, I had days when I ain't had nothing to give. I made ways for me and the team to come up. Gotta chase the glory before it appears. That's when the glory appears. Game time, hang time. Who been the plug of the power? Ayy, came with a charge in my alley. Ooh, charge it again like it's credit. Your team crowd need an edit. Yeah, I see face synthetic. Hold up, ooh, that's dead. Need a minute, need a plan to revive. Let's glitch, I press it. And they say what I say. They got like 20 moves and like 100 problems. I'm James with a step back, throw that shot up. I don't miss often. No look, I had to boss up, get the post up when it's OT. When I'm home, see me that gold ring where that way go on me.
Get out the way. Get out the way. Hey, get out the way. Get out the way. I'm going in. I'm making plays. So get out the way. Get out the way. Hey, get out the way. Get out the way.
So get out the way. Get out the way.
Yeah, the way we move, no, it's insane. No, I cannot lose with the pin game. In my membrane, I'm a big chain. You a small dog, let me kick game. Cause I'm harder than Iron or Iron Man. I got those hammer I use when I spit it. Can't nobody tell me I'm lesser than Thanos when snapping. I'm strange, doc, I'm in the end game, in the rent pay. They know I had to learn to hustle in the 6th grade. Life is a lover of space, but never a time. She sends you that girl crazy. Better be with me, you're kinda for me. I can set this place up like a horror story. Ain't this rapping, ain't nothing I'm teaching with y'all in my classroom. It's a Montessori with your problem. My team only prepping for winning speeches, losing ain't an option. We got circumstances, know that some of us can't return empty-handed. We don't play the bargain at the whole scene. Getting one shot, then it's time to get it, watch the news. I got little homies trying to win the game, cause he try to get his little brother some shoes.
Hey, get out the way. Get out the way. Hey, get out the way. Get out the way. I'm going in. I'm making plays. So get out the way. Get out the way. Hey, get out the way. Get out the way. Hey, get out the way. Get out the way. I'm going in. I'm making plays. So get out the way. Get out the way. Hey, get out the way.
How hard can you go? How hard can you go? Go. How hard can you go? How hard can you go? Go. How hard can you? How hard can you? How hard can you? How hard can you go? Go. 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 How hard can you go when the beat drop? How hard can you go when the beat drop? How hard can you go when the beat drop?
Running through every block, we cannot ever be stopped. Put that on everything. You gon' remember the name, remember the day. Look at the gameplay, made it mine as a name change. Ain't a game that I can't save, only win-win, that's a landscape. I cannot be stopped, I'm like a savage. Shooting for your spot, I gotta have it. Hey, glory in my veins, I'm like an addict. See me Hall of Fame, I'm not your average. I'm on your neck, hey, give me respect. Hey, hey, I'm on your neck, give me respect. Hey, hey, I'm on your neck, hey, give me respect. Hey, hey, I'm on your neck, give me respect. Hey, hey, hey.
And welcome back after watching our first series conclude, going all the way into the third map. We now have our second series of the day ready to kick off. It's going to be XSET versus a surprising new opponent. Evil Geniuses actually making it into the main stage here for the group stages of VCT. It's a team who struggled in the past to get there, and we'll be talking through that with the analyst desk here. I've got Bren and Bala. Just overall looking at this matchup coming up, we'll take initial impressions, Bala.
Yeah, I'm just super excited about it because this is XSET with the addition of Cryocells and EG with the addition of your boy Dre and a couple of other pieces too. So it's a completely new team. This is going to be a fun matchup to really get a taste for these two new teams.
I think this is the thing that really sums up what I have to expect from EG. It's just a question mark. I'm really not sure what to expect because the truth is we haven't seen them play at this level, Bren.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it's new ground for all of them, I think, for a lot of this team. As well, I mean, Bala, you mentioned it. The team has been kind of brought together quite recently. I think 3 new players coming in January. So not a lot of time and experience with this roster together, which makes it all the more valuable that they're here in the group stage with 5 weeks of dedicated practice.
Well, let's take a look at this XSET roster. Some of the names are the same, but one has been subbed out. We mentioned Cryocells coming in for Pure, but the rest, Aaron, BCJ, Def, and Zekken. Cryocells specifically is a player that we've been hyping up coming into the first part of VCT. Bala, what about Cryo is so impressive?
I mean, just look at that ACS.
Oh my God.
278 is absurd. He is just farming people when he's playing any single match. I mean, you could watch the XSET qualifying run. You could watch them win the Winter Championship from NSG. He is just really good. He's aggressive. He gets in your face, but he also gets the job that XSET needs done, right? He's taking space in a smoke with his dash. He's trading really, really well with Zekken. That pair is just so much fun to watch as well.
Yeah, Bren, looking at XSET, they were a team that was pretty consistently performing, getting slightly better each event, but never really getting past that last hurdle. Kind of like Envy was halfway through the year last year, where they were always placing 3rd, 4th.
Yeah.
Do you think that this change is potentially what it's going to take to get XSET over that edge?
Absolutely, man. I mean, before the thing, listen, Pure was a great player for this team. He fit into the structure really nicely, and he was able to deliver on his big moments. But Cryocells is a different beast entirely. This guy's a demon. Like, he is the guy, you know how we literally just witnessed Optic leaning on Ye to try and bail him out of a round. He gets a 4K. XSET are now going to have that on top of the already complex layers of them putting prep into maps, and they're going to be able to have Cryocells, who's this additional weapon, is going to be coming out swinging every now and then and just getting you a free round of just pure mechanical prowess. It's exactly what they need now to boost themselves up into that tier 1 spot.
We're going to go ahead and take a look at Evil Genius roster as well. The EG roster is one that might require a little bit more explanation from us because, again, this just isn't a team that we've seen a whole lot from, Bala.
Yeah, Boostio is recent addition, Yagemo as well, Reformed. I mean, literally so many of these guys. Boostio probably a little bit older as well with Pho. I mean, these guys are all so unknown, honestly. Like, every single one of them except for your boy Dre, most people will not know much about. They are a lot of rookies to VCT challengers as well. So yeah, I mean, I think one thing to note is that your boy Dre is playing a different role too. So even though he might not be a new face to you, he will be a new face in the server in terms of what he's playing. He's playing a lot of Sova. He's playing sometimes the Chamber for Evil Geniuses as well, and he's making it work. This is a guy that I think has been severely underrated over 2021, and here in 2022, he's here to prove that that's true.
Honestly, even in 2020, it felt that way to a certain degree. When you saw the first 100 Thieves roster, where it was 4 players from High Ground, your boy Dre being one of them, and Hiko, it felt like everyone kind of looked down upon the players coming over from High Ground. And he ended up being one of the few players that was actually really doing well in that roster, got a second opportunity somewhere else, and then things weren't really clicking there either. So now we see him again in new territory, and hopefully it'll be that final piece of finding success. We actually have a tweet that you wanted to pull up, Bala, here from your boy Dre about what happened in the early part of this year and last.
Yeah, I mean, this shows what he's been going through after leaving LG. He had a lot of trials and said that was a really rough time for him, but instantly as he found the opportunity with Evil Geniuses, they qualify. I mean, not instantly. They had to make it through the second qualifier, but still, that is better than most other teams are saying right now as they wait for the 2 months until they get to play again. So your boy Dre definitely feels like he has a chip on his shoulder, something to prove against all these teams that passed up on him.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, this guy has been talented for so long, Bok, as you were regaling the history of this guy in terms of the scene. And yeah, I think a lot of his experience has been kind of soured, I think, by the general narrative as well early on when he was joining. We're playing alongside Hiko, but this is an opportunity for him and the entirety of EG as well to I think really do some good. This is a dark horse team, I think, initially as well. Looking at them, they have all the makings of a team that could absolutely upset as we get deeper into the group stages as well. Even potentially with this opening match against XSET. It doesn't seem as likely, but the potential is always there.
Well, speaking of EG, one of the things we talked about when we came into the series is we don't really know a whole lot about what we can expect from them because we just haven't seen that much of this specific roster, and what we saw from previous rosters doesn't really apply. We can take a look at the recent matches that EG has played to get kind of a small idea of what's been going on. You can see kind of like a step up as you go down the line. They have played XSET more recently, and they did kind of get bodied 13-5, but then a big win over Rise, who we just watched beat Optic, a win over Ghost Gaming versus Pack-a-Punch. Bren, what are your thoughts here looking at this?
Yeah, I mean, the reason I wanted to showcase this as well was just to show the Evil Geniuses they don't have much experience against the really top-of-the-line teams. The closest they've come is these matches, as you mentioned, against XSET and Rise. And even this win over Rise was when Rise were looking really shaky most recently. This was a very different team compared to what we just witnessed in the server. And it is a recent game against XSET to go off of, but it highlights, I think, the importance of this group stage for this team in terms of how far they can develop. Here, they've got a match, an opportunity to learn off the mistakes of this recent game against XSET and carry it forwards into this match right now as they're playing them.
Yeah, I think you look at this team, look at those results, and if you started watching VCT at the end of 2021 circuit, you might actually, put them in the same kind of regard as Rise when they made it through stage 3, when they made it to LCQ, because they didn't have that much experience, they didn't have that many big wins, but they could at any point have those big wins, right? This might be a team that we will follow throughout the entire year if they can just keep themselves in this group up a little bit, not necessarily qualifying for playoffs, but not going out last. We could see them for a long time, and as that experience grows with them, they could make some damage happen.
As we get ready to take a look at the map picks and bans for the series, just to kind of continue on that narrative, EG in Stage 3 last year was ranked 40th in North America. They're currently ranked 18th. So again, they're on the climb, but the question is, have they climbed high enough to reach a level that XSET is at? As we look at the map picks and bans, Breeze, Bind, Icebox, Bren, any surprises here as we take a look at this pool?
Yeah, this looks quite favored, I think, towards XSET in terms of this map pick ban. Evil Geniuses don't like to play Fracture. You can see it's their first ban as well here. And it's just opened up the floor, I think, for XSET to get a lot of these map picks that they really do suit. The new Breeze changes, XSET look amazing when they play these double controller setups.
Yeah, I think one thing that XSET is bringing into the meta that a lot of other teams, like we just saw with Optic, not having a map that is so good for them that they're pushing the pace, doing something weird on it. They don't always have to do weird, but you have to have some map that's off-picked, like it's not picked that often. That would be Breeze for XSET, and it's so good for them so that teams get put in this situation right now. EG, what do? Like they don't play Fracture, but they also don't want to play Breeze against XSET, so you want to float Fracture? It's that one weird advantage that you can get if your team really focused on the map pool, and I think XSET has done a beautiful job with it, which leads them to have an advantage in this.
Well, XSET coming in as heavy favorites. We're going to go ahead and throw things to a break. We'll come back in just a bit to see if they can, in fact, pick up map 1, or if EG has enough in the tank to best one of NA's up-and-coming teams. We'll be back in just a bit.
Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rat-ta-ta-ta-ta's gonna be mine. Get out the way if you ain't gon' play. I ain't messing around, ain't got all day. Others have tried and they failed. When they got heat, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner.
And we are just about ready to jump into the agent selection here as we kick things off for map number 1. Bala, we mentioned it. Breeze gonna be a little bit difficult here as it is a map that is very strong for XSET. In fact, this year, 6-0 for XSET on the map. But the same could be said about Bind, which is EG's pick in map number 2. Concerns right now for EG for sure, but looking at Breeze, what is it you want to see from EG to try to best their opposition?
I want to see them have studied XSET very, very well, because there's definitely a couple looks here on Breeze that are not standard, right? Obviously, they're playing Astra on the map, but in terms of how you're countering them, you're looking at making sure that you're aware of their ult selection as null commands come up, and see which site they're favoring, because in a lot of matches that we've seen with XSET on Breeze, they do tend to favor a map like, okay, this site will be free, but also the defaults that XSET is running, they need to be prepared against them.
Let's take a look at the agent selection. Again, reminder, the gray agents you see below are the agents they are most likely to pick based on what we've seen from them before, and the green is what they do pick. So we will see the Chamber play coming in from your boy Dre. Bren, thoughts on Chamber on this map?
I think this is a standard pick, honestly. They do play the Chamber on this one, but it's what Bala said. They need to be aware now, and they need to have done their research about this double controller setup that XSET are running. This is where the danger lies, honestly, because I think XSET have caught onto something earlier than a lot of other teams with these new Breeze changes. It means that if you afford the second controller, like Def playing this Astra, they have so much more utility to just slow down push attempts, have a bit of extra oomph to try and late hit into different areas. It becomes really difficult to deal with if you're not well versed and prepped.
The one thing that is very key that XSET does every single round is 100% uptime on those hall smokes, deepen so they can lurk up. They have to neutralize that somehow, whether it's fighting through the smoke after a certain point in time, or just completely denying and pushing up halls the entire time. That's very important. Hey guys.
That's not us. That is who we're going to be going to, and we're going to be going there in just a second, as I do believe the play is just about ready to begin. So why don't we introduce our casters for this series? It's Doug and Ender. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Bach. Look, I'm a firm believer in making an entrance, and that felt like an appropriate entrance to make. Ender, big match in front of us. We can talk compositions, we can talk maps, we can talk about the fact that EG is here as kind of a surprise to many. So I'm going to give you pick of the litter. Where do you want to start?
Honestly, I want to start out here with this Astra that is being picked up by XSET. And I have to say, I'm a fan of this. I want to see some more teams doing this. We saw a few different teams in open quals try to experiment on Breeze, maybe not running a duelist, maybe running this Astra. And I think overall, with the map changes here onto Breeze, Astra stars have so much more value, whether it's just cutting off the entrances onto sites, whether now with some boxes in B, like actually just creating your own like fake Viper wall with a couple of smokes to get a plant down. These are now options with that Astra pick, and I think on both offense and defense, she can be incredibly powerful.
See how XSET choose to approach this round, starting off on the attack here on Breeze, and we noticed a couple of things early on from EG. They apply pressure mid, they apply pressure B, right? It was Dre who peeked out towards elbow, didn't see anyone there while they were playing off on A. It looks like they're going to try to approach it as a bit of a retake while XSET funnel onto the side. They're going to get in for free.
Yeah, this is really interesting. Look at Dogmo, right? He has full utility on this KO, so that's one of the reasons they're waiting to try and play this retake. Good trade there coming out from Boostio on this flank. This round's going to come down to the util on KO and this flank from Boostio.
Nice shot out of Boostio, and you mentioned it. Aaron was wise to the fact that there was pressure coming in. He was able to take care of it first, but wasn't expecting the second. The spike is down, though. As you mentioned, the defuse has already started. My goodness, is he just going to tank the whole thing? Oh my gosh, guys, just at the last second, a 2v3, excuse me, in favor of XSET. Foe pushing forward, Foe drops. So it's just way too much, but boy, was that close.
I mean, got just about 1 second underneath that from being able to fully stick that defuse. And I have to say, a little bit perplexing there. EG thought maybe we have the time to do this, but I believe Giacomo was still holding on to both of his flashes while he was trying to full stick that defuse. And I think with all that util up, maybe they could have tried to fight more for that cave control, tried to go for the gamble, and it didn't work out in the end. So XSET take the first round. They also look like they're Bulldog gamers, which I have to say I'm a big fan of. As I say that, Aaron drops his. So we'll see if they end up going for that. Look at this investment. 2 Bulldogs, 2 rifles as well on light armor. XSET are here to try and win this round and also fight to win the third.
See a little bit of tag early on onto Aaron, and man, he gets dropped, but not without taking someone. We've already seen 2 instances now where Aaron's able to get the pick. You see that Marshall in line for Def as well. Things looking good for XSET early on.
Yeah, and usually on these second rounds, I think it's kind of oversold how people say, oh, the more people you can kill, the better. Like, yes, that's true, but usually the third round, you're not going to have that much going for you anyways. Because XSET decided to go light armor and get these rifles, they do need to make sure they're carrying the majority of these over. So already, EG have some pressure over in mid. They don't have a whole lot of util to work with. Foe has his here on site, but he's going to be taking this close angled fight. So XSET just need to make sure they can deal with him, and they should have his sight.
Well, listen, man, we saw this gun provide a lot of value in the previous series, but that just looked like the classic that is often seen in my games, where it just doesn't do very much at all. XSET managed to get onto the site. They get the spike down as well. That Marshall's still online in the hands of Def. Boostio and Reformed. A big
Oh, can he get that Bulldog? There's a Bulldog up in window for Reformed.
Well, okay. Seconds dropped.
One enemy
Def's in a world of hurt. Yeah, the pinch was just perfect timing to avoid disaster. XSET up 2-0 here early on Breeze.
Yeah, and again, XSET with those 2 rifles going to be pretty powerful going into the next. So good round coming out from them. And now I'm curious to see what EG's sort of default setup is going to look like here on defense. We've seen those Viper walls go over towards A couple of times now, but that first pistol round was really unique in the sense that they were trying to go for that full retake. And you can try to sometimes get a little bit more aggressive with your pushes depending on those A walls. This wall coming out from Aaron doesn't look like he wants to play too far forward off of that one, and instead some early presence towards mid. Look at Boostio, how he's there with your boy Dre over by elbow.
Oh, and Def got hit by that knife, so they know there's some presence there. And I wonder how much more they're expecting. Off of that EG, they grab some info. You mentioned Dre holding elbow. But they stay put for now.
And again, just noting some of the things you can do with the Astra utility here on attack, just smoking all the way back towards Hall, allowing Cryo to get that walk up, not necessarily having to invest a Viper orb or something like this. Although they sort of test the water and then back away. You'll notice Def has this pretty far forward position over in mid, just waiting to see if he can catch a rotation on through as he drops yet another star over towards that double door position. And the rest of the team is angling to commit onto an A site hit here with this Viper wall coming up.
Keep an eye on Def. Keep your third eye on Def on the mini-map. We'll see if he catches any rotations. Slowly but surely, XSET are threatening this push more and more. You've got Cryo, who's at least made his way out. Okay, now they're going to start to funnel out. There was the flank cover that we talked about. Dre's able to push Def off of that angle, while XSET and the rest of the attacking team gets a spike down. BCJ manages this. Ooh, couple kills straight in 2.
Yeah, and Jogamo gets that pick in mid. That's absolutely huge. Right now, you're seeing Aaron try and play the post plant with the mollies, but they have to come out real quick. Zekin, the same in a 2v4. This is going to be tough.
And I thought that snake bite would take forever to land. The flash is there, the nade as well. The swing, Zekin. 1, 2, and then he's just buying time here. But there wasn't enough of a delay. Foe's going to get the defuse.
Yeah, it ends up working out for them, and seemed like Cryo was trying to play really far forward on that, only ended up being a 1-for-1. Ideally, you can get that kill and dash out in a situation like that, but EG were kind of holding hands in the backside, making sure no man was going to go down without a player being ready to trade in that position. You can see again, because XSET were trying to go ahead and win that round, they're only going to have 3 rifles in this next one, but with the way they have been playing, having, a Marshall or a Spectre on your 2 smoke agents doesn't really matter. The way XSET like to play attack on most of their maps means you've got Def and Aaron sort of holding the extremities, right? That round, it was Def sort of walking up mid, trying to see if he could catch a rotation. And really, the round is going to come down to Zekin and Cryo and what space can they take, what pick can they get, and after that, immediately exploding out.
And I love how much attention you've drawn to economy early on Breeze, and you talk about how guns have been invested and really the outcome of when things don't necessarily go their way. And as you mentioned, that has them in this weird bye in the 4th round. You heard the Blade Storm pop at the hands of Boostio right at the beginning of the round. It's like he's testing waters in Hall. And if he's patient enough, he may be rewarded. I like this from XSET, though, just cutting noise completely.
Yeah, right now the knife just got back up for Jogamo, and you saw last time BCJ tried to use a drone, it instantly got shut down from this cave position. It's one of the reasons why KO can be so strong. Does
There
look
it
like
is.
Zekken wants to start this one off, though.
There it is, but what can they do with it? Okay, Zekken falls. My goodness, they haven't made their way out. They keep him at bay. They don't let him pass at all. It's clean. The kill feed bleeds blue as Evil Geniuses just run through XSET there to tie us up at 2.
I mean, just no one can use utility. Attacking can't throw up the Viper walls. They're just sort of forced into this position where they say, hey, Zekken has the ult. He can go ahead and take that first fight, and then we'll res him later. But it doesn't matter because EG had so many players already committed over to the site. They end up shooting down XSET, and that was a round where there wasn't any sleight of hand. There wasn't any mid-pressure, any faking sort of this. No, they just sort of cut noise in A. So once they committed onto that site hit, there was not really any going back for XSET, and EG were able to punish effectively.
Slightly different look out of XSET at the beginning of the round, and honestly, same goes from EG. We've seen the knife put towards mid or towards elbow at the beginning of the previous rounds. This time, a bit more of an aggressive peek towards caves from Evil Geniuses. There's also the op in the hands of Boostio. We talked about the Blade Storm previously. See if he can make that bad boy sing.
Yeah, it's interesting if you look how EG are playing the defense versus the eco round, because there's a lot of maps where you don't play the close angles, right, when your opponents don't have guns, because, you know, they're going to come around to the classic and right-click, and you're not going to have any fun. Breeze, very different story. You don't want to take fights against the Marshals early. You see there's 2 of those in XSET's hands, but EG are doing a very good job of not offering up any early one-on-ones to XSET. And XSET do find it. Def with a great couple of shots.
Traded right back at the hands of Reformed. Spike still in caves. They didn't make it past this point in the previous round. We'll see if they find more success here. The Blade Storm falls. Aaron's able to find some space with the Sheriff and get the Spike down. How much more can you do? Man, you've got an op, you've got 2 rifles. What Aaron does have in his pocket is that Viper's Pit, and maybe, just maybe, Ender, they can find space. They can buy enough time to take this round away.
Oh yeah, look at the utility. Double shocks, 1 Molotov, 2 flashes. Zekken just uses the first there, so XSET do have some winning chances here in this round. Aaron, can he find Boostio on the side? He's going to be able to. That's 2 quick kills. XSET take the round.
Nice. That very well, thrifty round win for XSET, and then really on top of all that, BCJ, and he was playing with the Marshal back in caves, but he was only 1 point away from having that Hunter's Fury online. There's a window in which he's able to get a kill and have that be an additional safety valve if needed. So for XSET, it worked, and things seem to work a lot better on attack hits towards sites when you don't have to deal with utility that just cancels out yours.
Yeah, very, very true. And it's sort of funny how XSET played that round, because there's been other rounds where they've used their utility a little bit early, but almost because it was Nico for them, like, okay, we'll just play contact, see what Def can get done, and then all of a sudden you're in a 3v3 in a post plant, and you've got everything available. Now, a little bit more of a standard round from XSET as you see Cryo trying to see if he can find a fight up mid. You've got Def sort of holding that flank over on that B site, but again, we'll have to see whether or not XSET can work through this Viper's Pit, because usually you'd say just go ahead and drop your drone in that, but again, KO as an agent makes agents like Sova, Sky feel so miserable, and I think that's one of the reasons why a lot of people have started shifting away from the Sky on this map, because if you're playing Sky and Sova versus a KO, good luck. He throws his dart out when you're trying to hit a site, and all of your info is just immediately gone, so you can't really do that these days.
EG dropped that Viper's Pit right at the entrance to caves at the beginning of the round. So with that, yep, conventional wisdom would suggest they're going to lean towards B, and that's exactly what we're seeing out of XSET. You've got the Cosmic Divide that has gone up as they try to get onto the site. Boostio still dancing around. Has an op to work with. Man, he's been tagged up. Takes the fight anyway. Cryo rips his head off. Now the remaining members of EG are going to show up, but it might be a bit too late. The spike's going to go down. 5v3 here in favor of XSET.
And this is the power of having Astra in your comp. They put the Viper wall down on A early. It gets countered by the enemy Viper ult. They say, wait a second, we've actually got another bigger, better wall on this Astra. We can use that in the normal position. You'd put that down over by B. You have all these smokes, concusses, sucks, everything to work with on the site too, and can really enable your star duelist players to get in there. Cryo has a great time hunting down ops that are trying to hunker down and hide in the back of sites, with all of the utility being thrown their way and even being revealed by the Sova. It is a very strong set piece out of XSET to take 4th round here.
Yeah, and this kind of goes back to what you mentioned right at the beginning, Ender, is the case for an Astra on Breeze. It's little things like this that, again, just kind of highlight the efficacy that comes from having her kit.
Yeah. So let's look at potentially the weakness, right? And it's that, you actually don't get to run, a Sentinel in your composition. I know some teams, like Sonics, I believe, were trying to not run the Jet and were trying to run a Chamber instead, which I think can make some sense. But ultimately, like, you maybe have to worry about your flanks a little bit more with a comp like this. But XSET are no strangers to not actually running Sentinels. They do it on a lot of different maps, They won't run it on Bind, they won't run it on Split, and you'll see their smoke players, Aaron and Def, sort of become living Killjoy turrets standing outside of the exits of sites to make sure the flanks don't come in. And you saw a little bit of that even from Def in the last round, watching to make sure no one was going to be flanking them out of the B side early on.
And Aaron in the first round, right? We go all the way back to the opening round and how Aaron was watching the flank, was able to trade a couple of kills before falling. And yeah, you see how they understand the potential weaknesses in their composition when you opt to take an Astra or something of the such into a map like this. You have to account for that. XSET seemed to do that very well. Evil Genius is calling a timeout early in this first half. And I mean, still close, but curious to see what changes, what adaptations Potter and the rest of this roster will make in this early timeout.
Yeah, it's interesting. They are just 1 point away from Foe and your boy Dre having access to those ultimates. The other thing you have to consider, too, is with a comp like this, Chamber and Jet, there's going to be rounds where maybe you'd like to run a double op setup on defense, which, again, can be difficult when there's double controllers, double initiators on the opposite team. We're seeing a very similar look to some of the early rounds with some early elbow pressure out of your boy Dre and Boostio. But for the time being, XSET aren't ever really putting much attention in mid. It's just been Def lurking there in a couple of rounds where they've been able to find good timings.
Knife gets a little bit of info. I believe just tag Zekin. Oh,
very nice.
Cryo, yep, lurked into halls. Is able to take care of one member, but how much more can they get? You've got such a good setup. If Def is not taken care of, well, it might not matter. If Zekin just continues to do this on the site, the guy just makes it look easy. Forget about the flank, forget about the support. He's just going to win the round himself. XSET gets to 5.
Yeah, that's an eco round coming through from EG, but make no mistakes, Zekin is a sick KO player. He'll play some duelists on other maps for XSET, but I love the way he plays as oftentimes the primary entry for the team too. Usually they'll let Cryo be sort of second entry, especially when Cryo's operating. He'll be a little bit further back, and Zekin will be throwing his own flashes to play off of the first man to lead them into battle, and you can see it work out oh so well here for him.
Alright, we're hearing that ult early on both online. See where the chambers are, or where chambers posted up.
I'm actually really surprised to see your boy Dre going for a rifle here on top of using the ultimate. A little bit shocking. And again, we have this early Halls pressure. The door's going to open, and Cryo has an opportunity here to get this pick against Jogamo.
That's a big trade. The Hunter Shuri's going to come out as well. And much like we've seen the last couple of rounds, Ender, like, there's trades and ultimates, there's trades and utility, but they don't fully commit.
Oh, Zekin's absolutely pinned here in the corner. Can't run away either. This flash, they're going to know he's still hiding there, but BCJ comes around to help him out. They're going to get that trade as Zekin does burn out, but now Def has this forward positioning up in mid, gets the pick off of knowing Boostio was in halls, and the rest of the team can make their way over towards the B site.
Boy, that's pretty, and we saw Def in this position a couple of rounds ago, but on the opposite side, his job is to cut off rotations, to make sure there's no flanks coming through, and he does so well in this round to cut that early wave off, but now the rest is going to be wrapping in through defender spawn. We'll see if he chooses to reflank the flank, so to speak, as the rest of the members of XSET get towards B. The spike is going to go down at the hands of BCJ, unless Foe has something to say about it. It delays it, at least for now. I don't know that he's not going to get any tags.
That's so unfortunate. Foe had full util, right? He sent out the dart a little bit earlier. Now he's going for the drone. Maybe could have tried to play for the tag, but was really trying to kill that planter. Now XSET, they've got some util of their own to work with, just hiding in backside. And again, Def from tunnel is going to be almost impossible to clear. XSET have such a good position in this post plant.
Going for it. I thought they might save. You mentioned Def being almost impossible to clear, and so far so good. It's just Dre He had that ult that you mentioned. He's choosing to go forward. One is all he's going to get as BCJ takes care of him. XSET get to 6.
It's been just a very effective attacking side from XSET, all things considered, just stringing these rounds together. And I do feel like, attacking on Breeze can sometimes be difficult, and I think a lot of that can come down to the solo controller pickup. Just having a Viper, her utility is so committal. Once you throw that wall, you're not getting it back up. Right. So a lot of the times when you're rotating, late into a round, deciding to go to the opposite site, you end up losing out on a lot of that utility, and a single player can come up with 2-3 kills with a solid anchor performance, but just not the same thing here for XSET. Very strong on the fly and getting some kills here to start things off too.
And that's the same look that we saw at Viva Geniuses on the pistol, right? It was that exact same setup. There was nobody there to contest it the first time. This time, there was a bit of action, and they managed to take care of Cryo on the way, but... Well, okay. That's certainly going to help. No shot. Dre's good for 3 here. He still has 2 shots left, but he only has 8 HP. A sliver. Oh, look at the flank. Look at the flank! Look where Jogamo is!
He's in a great position. He sees the spike, but he won't be able to see any of these players on the attacking side. Def has worked through tunnel. If he finds Reformed over by Arches, it could be huge, but Reformed finds him, and your boy Dre is good for 4 on the Chamber Thrifty.
And it opened, it really kind of worked around that opening pick on a Cryo, right? Catching him in elbow, trading damage here was enough. I mean, look at Zekken. Zekken was weak through that. And at that point, if you're doing damage, that's ideal. But the fact that not only they got a kill, they dealt some damage, and then Dre did this, really just kind of set up the round for EG to kind of take it right out of XSET's hands.
Oh yeah, and I wonder if EG can take a small learning from this, and it has been that XSET have been very quiet on their utility early in the round, right? Like, they're dry peeking a lot of these early angles and just sort of playing contact, and, well, EG are very successful when they're pushing on an eco round. Again, Boostio is trying to push up towards mid here, but will we see any more of that in the next 2 rounds remaining in this half?
This is cheeky. You know, we've mentioned in the last few rounds, Cryo would be the one to drop the switch, take a peek, and one instance got a kill, a second got drop, but this time Cryo getting a little antsy mid. Lucio has to dash away, 2 HP left. But where's the follow-up? There it is. Oh, BCJ had backup as well. It wasn't just them. There were layers to the layers, my friends, as XSET get all that they want here in the opening moments of this round, a 5v3 in favor of the attacking side.
Man, Boostio and your boy Dre have been hunting down mid to try and get that duo play to work out with them for so many rounds, and there haven't been enough players there from XSET for them to kill. The first round, we actually see it. It's XSET that absolutely shut them down. Cryo takes down Reformed, who's just isolated on the site. XSET are going to work it up to 7, and it's a Prime Gaming flawless right there.
It was pretty too, man. And, we talked about the layers, right? There was initial contact across mid, and it looked like for a moment that EG was going to have the beat off of Dre, right? Dre was the second layer, and BCJ was there as well, and Def was there. And there was so much built in to this mid fight that we saw at in that round that just went so heavily in favor of XSET. So excellent play there. We'll see EG. We're getting to crunch time here in this first half, down 7-3.
It is not looking too hot for them, and I mean, you notice BCJ just 1 point away from having access to the Hunter's Fury. Could be something XSET are looking for, as we do see a new look for them. They haven't put a lot of attention over towards Elbow early on, and this is one of the rounds EG aren't trying to fight for that area themselves. So it will be these 3 players again. Aaron to sort of watch that A cave if there's any early attention over there, and as Zekken moves with the team, XSET can try to set up sort of a split hit over onto this B site if they want. Again, having the Astra means they can try and smoke off that nest area and get free passage up through tunnel.
And there's just no information that EG are getting here. The wall went up from Aaron to cut off A. They used drone to get through double doors. They didn't see anything. Oh, but it may not matter. Okay, Joji, he falls. ECJ does as well, but Reformed is in a spot where he may be able to rest, but no, look at Def. Def has the spike, huge. And Def was going in!
Spike down, B.
Gorgeous shot there coming out from Reformed to shut that one down. Aaron on the lurk up through mid. A little bit unfortunate. Actually, Jogmo times out. Couldn't get an assist. Reformed, though, says, I don't need to res my teammate. I'll just get a 3K and win the round for EG. So very nicely done. And again, it starts off, Jogamo pops the ultimate to sort of shut down the drone from coming in, not giving up too much information on site, then landing those shots too. Just absolutely gorgeous from him, and the trade from Reformed as well. So EG playing nicely on site in those tactical situations, having to play off of one another. But it comes down to a little bit of XSET playing that contact game at the start, right? Maybe not necessarily like flashing their way in, trying to take the first fight without giving information over can sometimes be a blessing because you catch your opponents by surprise. That time around, with EG being crisp on those shots, it's a bit of a curse.
Ooh, different look here out of EG. Previously, it was the Viper's Pit that was used A. This time it was on B. Jogamo got the early tag with the knife into caves. What do XSET do around this? You see the Blade Storm online for Cryo. He's taken full hall control. Looks like they're going to try to pinch around, so you imagine the door. Yeah, the door is going to go up. There goes the ult as well. The Hunter Series coming online. Cryo's only able to get one, but Foe goes massive. He drops 2 from XSET. Aaron working around, able to land the shot. 1, tries to snap around for the second. Isn't able to do so. Through that, a 3v3 is what remains. And they somehow managed to get on side and get the spike down anyway.
The KO body times out. BCJ fighting over that new box. What a mess. Def stuck in this 1 versus 3 now.
He wasn't able to do anything, man. You're right. It was a 1v3. He had utility all over him. The Cosmic Divide, the Viper's Wall. There was just way too much going on. EG, it didn't look good, but they managed to get back to a 7-5 half. We're going to throw it to a break when we return the second half of Breeze. Stay tuned.
Switching sides.
We're halfway through this voyage on Breeze, and if you didn't have enough in the first half, I have good news for you. There's still another half to go. I'm Doug. With me is Ender. And Ender, things look really good for XSET to start off that first half, but as we mentioned at the close before the break, EG clawed their way back into this thing.
Yeah, EG had some good gunplay with XSET playing, contact a lot of times. And then also, I have to say, Jogamo's KO, finding the timings for both the ultimate and those knives, shutting down utility from XSET. XSET just sort of brute forced their way onto the site a couple of times, and EG were able to come out on top. So now let's see what we can do over on the attacking side of things for EG. They're already on site. Again, it's just a full 5-player retake coming through from the defenders.
Shock Dart, they've done a little bit, yeah. See, Jogamo took a good bit of damage there, but the spike, as you mentioned, has already been planted. It's ticking away. Gray.
Ooh, look at that
retake
retake
the heck
wall.
out of dodge. Yeah, but what can they do around it? Look, Zekin's already gotten onto it. info with the dart, should get some decent info, but he's got so much more in front of him that he can't effectively take care of everything around him. Dre plays back, the defuse comes through anyway, with 2 players alive on the side of EG. They do that thing.
We literally just went into like a different reality, like in the multiverse, just straight up. Round 1 with the attacking side switched. It was literally okay. EG on defense, they were gonna play 5-man retake, and then they tried to full stick. But this time we have a retake wall with that Viper to stick the defuse. They have the Astra smokes as well. Like, good luck with your pistols making anything happen. And also the Sova dart doesn't work out. First of all, they break it. Second, with an Astra smoke, you can't see down in it. It's not the same as the Viper, and XSET are going to take that round.
Man, it was a pretty setup. You can tell XSET knew what they wanted to do. They had a plan when they walked into that thing, and they executed it to perfection. That gives them the pistol round, and that gives them an advantage here. You see, Evil Geniuses does have 2 marshals to work with, though. We'll see if they can capitalize on it in any really way, shape, or form.
I have to say, I do love trying to funnel a lot of those orbs into Jogmo. We got the plant in round 1, took the orb here in A main too. So in round 2, even after losing round 1, he's at 4 of 7. So going to be very quick to get that one online. And again, I think KO can be one of the strongest agents for getting onto a site here on Breeze, shutting down the Viper util that would otherwise make you just so miserable trying to run out of A main.
Ooh, that
was awkward.
Saw a couple of heads there. You got plenty of info. And that's where you see everything funnel that way, right? You saw the next Depth. What is that? Depth's able to get 2. Cryo gets 2 of his own.
Okay, folks. I want you to take a learning today because we saw it earlier in our first best of 3 as well. Don't scope on the Marshal. It's just look, it's a long-range shotgun. That's all it is. It one-shots everything. It's surprising, startlingly accurate. Just absolutely insane how accurate that thing is when not scoped in. So in any time you're in like a mid-range situation, you don't have to scope that thing. Keep your field of view. You're going to be A-okay, and we just got a masterclass on that.
Also, I don't know who's observing at POVs, but the fact that they got all 4 of those, that was gorgeous. Very well done. XSET get to 9. It's Pressy. Shout out to my boy Pressy. That was gorgeous, my friend.
I don't know how they do it. They just know. In the brains of the players, able to figure that one out. And, well, EG, a little bit slower of an approach this time around. You boy Dre working back over towards Elbow, seeing if anyone's going to extend outward. But again, because XSET do not have a Sentinel, there's no chamber trip. There's no Cypher trip in this Hall's area. So you can make these spawn pushes that wasn't an option for XSET when they were on attack.
Form gets opener under Def. No Astra util to speak of for the rest of this round. You have to remember XSET is on the still. It's bonus. You got Spectres and a Marshal to work with, while EG on much more firm footing. Jogmo gets a spike down. Dre spawns second, jumping around, and lands the shots onto him.
Second gets a surprisingly large amount of damage out there. Your boy Dre taken down to just 25 HP, and Jogmo playing very far forward. EG are just ripping XSET apart.
And, you know, the truth is, there's not a ton they really could have done there, right? They took Hall control was not a factor. Guns were not in their favor. So this is very well played by EG to get to this point and to do so in relatively clean fashion, right? Like, they didn't drop any weapons that we can speak of, at least yet. So they managed to do so. They're going to carry those over. You've got Boostio, Fo, and Jogmo who are going to carry that armor in as well. So this is really everything you could have asked for if you're a fan of EG.
Absolutely. And I think EG are going to be wise to try and replicate some of these plays. You know, identify the weak points on the map. This Halls area we saw right there got exploited. EG, again, in the future, have the option to try and push past these doors. You know, Elbow, can they try and fight over that? Because it can be really hard to break out of A main or B main against the Astra with the smoke lineup with a second star behind it that you either suck or concuss. It is not the easiest thing in the world, and finding an Astra with your KO knife, again, she can be anywhere. She's usually just in outer space looking at the stars, trying to see, you know, if they're a Leo or whatnot. I don't know enough about astrology to know more than Leo, but that's what I've got. And, yeah, you're not going to find him with the knife here as EG busted out onto B.
Talk about channeling that ult early on. You mentioned they bust onto B, and they managed to do so really at the cost of very little, right? Like, there's nobody contesting. They did invest some util to get there. What they haven't met is really any resistance up until this point. Now XSET are going to be able to approach this thing from a 5v5 retake. Note they are a couple with light armor. Zekken's already taken a substantial amount of damage. And I love this from Evil Geniuses. They're taking the fight to their doorstep, and XSET's been picked apart up until this point.
Oh, absolutely insane. Boostio feeling it, pushing over towards Arches. Def going to get a rude awakening here with Jogamo if the shots can ever land, which they do at the end of it all. So EG stringing together a few there with a flawless as well, and you can see EG finding some openings here up against XSET to get these fast executes on the site.
I mentioned it while it was happening, but them taking the fight to XSET, I think is a big deal, right? You have a team who's down pretty substantially at half, or excuse me, at half they weren't that bad, but XSET managed to start the second half just as strong as they did. You start to build some of this lead again, and EG they get just an inch, right? And they play aggressively, they play confidently, they take those fights, they take those challenges, and they're able to capitalize on that and take what would be a small advantage, make it a much bigger one. Now you've got XSET on pistols, and while we've seen really just this weekend already how damn good these players can be with those pistols, it's certainly not the same fight.
Thing in the world. I'm curious to see what XSET's sort of plan here is, because notice they haven't sent out their Viper Wall just yet. You know, if they wanted to use that, if it were to be a B plant, they could use that on the retake, but just holding that very close angle for now. I don't think EG actually want to push Halls around like this, going, hey, maybe those close angles can be relatively tough, but XSET are pretty quick to rotate on over here, and actually get some good information with that. I do like Aaron trying to push in through the orb, dodge away from that util dump, and XSET put together a couple of kills here with the shorty in the classic.
And that's what you were saying, right? Like, you don't want to take those tight corner fights for that reason. Cryo was sitting there with the shorty. You walk around the corner, you get your head blown off. That's exactly what happens. But even through some of those early mishaps, if you will, EG managed to reestablish control of the round. They get the spike down, second, so only one alive. And he's got a sheriff. He has no health. He falls, EG get to 8. Now XSET should be able to respond with weapons of their own.
Curious to see what ults are going to be online here for XX. I feel like they've got a few. Yeah, Def has his, Zekken very close to being able to activate that as well. So maybe trying to get something to work here. Cryo has gone ahead and purchased himself the operator. And looks to be posting up around mid if he wants to maybe go for that elbow push. I know in a couple of rounds ago when he had that op, he tried to late push elbow, see if anyone was going to be trying and flanking in to make it a split B hit. Didn't end up being the case, and EG, like you were talking about, went for that very aggressive spawn push, which did some serious damage to them. But again, EG, they have identified the weakness. They are just continuing to sort of peek around this Halls area, see what they can get done, and if there's going to be any overstepping from XSET. I mean, look how far forward Cryo has pushed himself now to see if there is going to be that late B rotation. He would have the angle to spot them going there.
The thing is, too, you think a couple of rounds ago, it wasn't even that Def had like gone up aggressively in Halls. He was just playing his game, right? He was just doing his thing. It was just unfortunate circumstance. But you mentioned the operator. EG now rotating right into the sight line of Cryo. We'll see what kind of value he gets out of that thing.
This will be good, because Cryo even knows there's a trip down here, so they're going to feel so comfortable walking on through this opening.
They don't even check. Oh, info. My goodness, he spotted one. The drone is a second. Oh, there it is. There he pulls the trigger. Manages to take care of one. How much more? Oh, Cryo falls before him. That's a big kill. You see pressure coming in across mid as well as Boostio gets one of his own. But keep an eye on BCJ. He's on the flank as well. Now they're going to be able to wrap around EG and trap him in.
He's there so quickly. You also have Def over in elbow, so they're going to let the spike go down onto the ground. And as for the retake, they do have a dart, but I don't know if BCJ wants to shoot that immediately. He'd love to see someone try and fight him here, and he does have eyes on that chamber TP, so if these two players can force Gavoidre to TP, he can get that kill.
That was big, man. That was so big, but BCJ and Def both fall. It just falls onto Aaron. Is that going to be enough? One, pushing his way forward, time running out, options limited as well. Trying to play off of any information he can get, any audio cues he can find, but he falls. Boostio takes care of him. EG have fought their way back into this thing, but we're tied up at 9 apiece.
Oh, man. I mean, so many interesting things happened in that round, especially like Cryo letting the jet pass initially. And if the thought process there is like trying to find the KO, I absolutely love it. I think that's the most influential piece of the EG attack to get onto a site. and was able to get that, but EG just played that post plant oh so well. The flank from BCJ looked like it was going to be good, but it wasn't quite in time to catch them before they got on site, and because EG didn't do any sort of hunting, they stayed hunkered down, they made sure they were in positions to hold the entrances onto site and trade for one another. They didn't give XSET a lot of those one-on-ones that could have gone their way.
EG with 4 ultimates to their name in this round, and from XSET, they may not have much as far as guns, they may not have much as far as ultimates, but what they have managed to take at least early in this round is space and a kill early on. Look at the mid pressure, look at the kill already onto Boostio. How much more can they get though?
Yeah, Zekin even falls back after they get that kill. Like, no, we have numbers advantage. Let's just try and play a 5-on-4. No matter what we have in our hands. But you can't peek into this chamber operator, as presence will be detected, and Jogamo just continues to try and farm up those ult orbs. He's only 1 away now, and they can try and re-aggress into halls. They have to be a little bit concerned, because the last time there was an eco of XSET, there was just a shotgun sitting up there, so they don't want to push all the way down in that area, but I think even with Cryo's position, he can sort of jiggle here and try and see if there's going to be a rotation back towards B, which isn't going to come through. They're going to walk straight back into this A site. Can the knife hit Aaron? That's the question. Can you shut that all down? And they can't. The wall's going to be able to come up. This is huge for the eco.
Still some time. The Hunter's Fury comes out. Death dancing around the utility before him as Aaron does as well, and they're able to get 2 of their own. But Foe, his Hunter Fury manages to take care of 1, but they're far from out of the woodworks. EG fall apart. XSET take the round away.
I'm telling you, KO is the pick on this map. Seeing whether or not you can hit the critical members of the opposing team. If that knife finds Aaron, all of a sudden, they're not getting, knocked down in HP as they try and run through that wall, potentially vulnerable, as well as Molotovs come out too. No, it doesn't hit the targets it needs to, and that's what allows XSET to convert on that thrifty round. Hit a couple big ones on 2 and maintain the lead now for XSET as they get to double digits.
EG calling another timeout. They find themselves down just a tad, but down nonetheless in the second half of Breeze. And I mean, you see the story on the timeline, right? Like EG have managed to get a couple of rounds together, really find themselves on solid footing and find some momentum in this map. But XSET, the thing is, when you're this late in the map, 1 round can truly be the difference maker, and that's where XSET find themselves here. Curious to see how EG choose to approach this. They have Reform's ultimate in the Viper's pit, and talked about Jogamo, he's got his ult as well.
This is a really crazy round, because early in the first half, we saw both KOs use ult at the same time, and no Viper was having a good time over on A side. It just became all about the aim duels. But there is a situation here where you needing to get the timing is absolutely crucial, right? If Jogamo could find perhaps Zekin before you pop the ultimate just with the knife, that means, hey, we can go ahead and bust out onto a site. These are all things EG is going to be trying to think about, but watch this early peek from Cryo.
I mean,
revealed.
Yeah, well, and surely, right? Like, it's a jet that was revealed on defense. You know they have the money for it. No way you push back into that angle.
Which is why I like Cryo trying to rotate out. And these early drones actually as an answer, trying to get some halls information. Not often you see Sova having to use so much utility down halls, but will end up having to do that.
But it's big, right? It wasn't a waste of information. He had the tag with the drone on 1, and then he
look at the util.
That got cleared out, and now they can fight their way into that and push them back. This is so well played by XSET.
That's so sick. I mean, the snake bite, the fragment from the KO as well, just trying to catch that jet, force her to dash out of there and even take a little bit of chip damage on the back end. Absolutely big. Both KOs still with the null command ready to go, and we're ready. Let's get onto the site.
EG 1. Oh, instantly falls. See if Zekin chooses to use his. He's on the site, but he may not need to. No, he doesn't need to, but Reformed and Foe, they get 2 of their own. They pull it right back in. A 3v3. You still got the op in the hands
whole push
of Cryostos. So far off, but the flank not able to find any value as Reformed falls. Jogamo does as well. It all falls down onto Foe. He's got 30 HP. He's got no HP. XSET get to 11.
Oh, what a play right there. Holding halls the whole time from BCJ. And honestly, once you get onto that site, the null command comes out. It just becomes about individual performance. You can't use util, you can't shut down the hit, but you can if you just find heads, and that's exactly what they were able to do again. I love that play. Thanks for showing that one again. They tried to catch the Jet, and Aaron and Zekker were just able to hold down the fort so well on that A site that even with all those ultimates coming out, it just wasn't enough for EG, and they fall once again.
Cryo with the operator in hand, and it's in the same angle that he held in the previous round. Not going to get a chance at any monkey business this time. Evil Geniuses, heavy lean towards A. The Viper wall's already up. There's nobody Ender on site for XSET.
Going back to that pistol round strat, the full 5 retake again, holding on to the Viper wall too to try and play that post plant. EG spending a little bit to get on site with the Jet dash as well as the Viper's pit coming down. You can see that Viper wall to play the post plant, play the retake. The flank also coming in from Boostio, or rather Cryo.
Big.
That's so big. BCJ getting that kill. Oh no!
Oh, timing, my friends, timing. Cloudburst goes out. All right, Zekken using his ultimate, the flash, to go in as he creeps his way forward. Instantly gives his face back. Spike ticking away. Evil Geniuses have already lost 2, make that 3, and it's going to be a counter ultimate. Zekken falls. Reformed, what more can you find? That's it. He's not going to get anything to it. XSET are going to get to 12 without dropping a single member.
It's so nice. I love that call coming out from XSET because you know what they're thinking, right? They're like, we have null command. They have Viper's Pit. They're going to try and pop that one and play on site inside of it. All of a sudden, you have the null command for the retake. You're just fighting them in there. They can't throw anything back your way. They win those fights and they come out with the flawless round. And it got started off with BCJ, the excellent utility.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll forget the awkward cloudburst coming out from the Jet on the flank. Cryo ended up getting that kill regardless. Great retake there from XSET.
I think XSET have just done such a good job. They've put together a clinic on how to just play retake on site. Right, like give up the space, let them invest utility if they want to get onto the site, save what you've got. We've seen a couple of rounds already where that's been their play and it's worked beautifully.
Boostio does have knives if he wants to go into those as an alternative to the operator, try to win this round. But again, early drone down towards Hull's Reform. Doesn't give away Boostio's position, and Zekken takes the bait, hook, line, and sinker. What a great little play from EG.
And with that, EG have options, right? Like, and you see the how XSET, have to reinvest some of what they have there. Now they're leaning furthermore on site. You've still got Def who's playing in halls. Boostio. Oh, Def's not careful. Yep, he fell. No. Boostio was able to get a second.
And trying to push so far forward, past the Viper wall on defense. They just tried to play into A main, catch EG a little bit by surprise. Didn't work out for them, and now EG are on the site. A cloud burst to try and get the cross through double doors, but BCJ finds a third.
I mean, he's been a hero for XSET in this round. He was able to get a second, and as you said, a third. Cryo gets the last. It all falls down to 1. It looked so good for Evil Geniuses. Dre's left alone. You've got to swing around. BCJ gets 4 as XSET take Breeze 13-9. Ender, there is a lot that we can highlight from that map. We can talk about XSET and their retake play. We can talk about the heroics from BCJ in particular, right? We just think about that round. We talk about the cool little plays that EG had and Hall specifically. I mean, where do you start?
I mean, honestly, I think EG did so many things right. They identified the weaknesses of XSET's composition, tried to punish that Hall's area, but then XSET, once BCJ started working Halls, getting that early information, they were able to shut that down. And quite frankly, XSET just looked different shutting down those site takes. Zekken was an absolute demon. Aaron's ability to control space on the Viper too. EG just couldn't get into site enough times to actually win rounds on attack.
And there were so many different ways that XSET kind of kept them at bay, and I think that's the beauty of it, right? It wasn't just one thing that was working for them. They found areas, they found success across multiple approaches when it came to shutting down the attack of Evil Geniuses. But I think you're right. There's a lot that we saw from Evil Geniuses that was impressive, right? We talk about those little moments. We talked about how good they looked on defense and how they were able to fight their way back in after being down early in the first half. There's a lot of grit, in my opinion, that Evil Geniuses showed, and I'm excited. I think there's a whole lot more of that coming in the second half.
Hey, look, we should have known. Coach Potter coming in, teaching EG all about those Among Us halls she loves to speak of. That's where they're going every single round. We'll see what happens on maps that don't have that same area of the map, but fun stuff all around.
we won't only see it there, we'll see what happens for the rest of the series. We're going to throw it to a break. When we return, the desk breaks down Breeze. Don't go anywhere.
Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play.
Y'all shot me down, but them numbers finna run up. Bet I win. Bet I win. Yeah, I'm on the come up. Y'all shot me down, but them numbers finna run up. Bet I win. Bet I win.
Bet I might put on my back, bet I'ma rack up my racks, better go straight to the boo, better go hard to the max, bet I'ma come with the knock, you scared to get off on my block, this can I might come at you loosely, I'm killing them sound like a Fuji, I'ma just have them like, oh my god, so hard they call up the cops, you cannot walk in my shoes, you cannot fill up my socks, you don't know half of the truth, you ain't got half of the plot, but telling us lies, but when I'm surprised, they mimicking none of that God, I'm so authentic, oh, society I call me a menace, whoa, but this is just the beginning. Oh, I was broke for the record, no Guinness. Whoa, y'all little suckers so strange to me. Y'all don't really wanna play games with me. Y'all lovers never been the same to me. They don't go win cause I came to eat. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm on the come up. Y'all shot me down, but them numbers finna run up. Bet I win. Bet I win. Yeah, I'm on the come up. Y'all shot me down, but them numbers finna run up. Bet I win. Bet I win. Ooh, yeah, I need my respect. I need every zero we agree to on my check. Run it. Ooh.
The map does go the way of XSET in the first match in this series, but surprisingly so, EG look pretty strong in their first ever VCT match. This is a team who has struggled to make it past the qualification stages previously, and now they've qualified with a new roster that has had less than a month to work together. That's pretty impressive, Bala.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, that first half specifically, that's one that's very difficult to deal with, the composition and strats that XSET are throwing at you. And even still, XSET was throwing even more than they've shown in previous matches as well. They've still got more in the tank with this, and EG adapted very well. They even could have ended up coming very close to winning this match if not for a couple of heroics on the XSET side too. So very, very good performance from EG.
Yeah, a lot of opportunities for them, I think, to make a comeback in here. I think Endo as well was detailing the importance of that Horse control. It's one of the things that we saw that XSET actually cleaned up a lot of the time as well. There was a couple of mistakes where they opened it up a little bit too much, and it meant that those A-hits were really successful for EG. But at the end of the day, when they were funneled through that choke, you can see just how hard it is for them to be able to push through all of that utility. Again, that double controller setup coming. BCJ with the big guy buff here. I mean, this guy, he's able to clutch it up time time and time again for them as well to wrap it up. But again, a very close series between these two teams. I said at the beginning as well, before we headed into this one, but Evil Geniuses, they just scream of that Dark Horse energy, the capability to upset a lot of these matches that we anticipated to be going the way of one team or the other.
It's a team we just haven't seen a lot of, so there's so many question marks. And I joked about it in the pre-show, but it's the truth. We just don't really know what to expect from them. But really, the tale of the tape here, First Bloods were a huge part of how XSET was able to get the early round advantage. 16-6. 16 First Bloods. 6 of them going the way of Cryo. No surprise there, but you got to look at the 2 younger players on this roster, Zekin and Cryo, leading the charge for XSET, Bala.
Yeah, Zekin was phenomenal. There was definitely a couple of unforced errors, but he was having some fun with the game at certain times as well. 2.5 KDA, 238 ACS. That's definitely something you want to see out of Zekin, playing very, very well. I want to, you already mentioned BCJ, but also Def had some very crucial rounds and moments throughout that game. You could just see the amount of times he's assisting with the smoke. I mean, there was that one pistol round on the second half where he just pops down a smoke. You can't do that without having Def on Astra. So props to him as well.
Also looking killer with that Marshall. Bren, you were definitely saying people are sleeping on the Marshall. But is it possible that we could see a resurgence here as we go into map number 2? We can take a look at the maps here in just a second. As we get prepared for map 2, do we think that EG can get enough to get to number 13 and force map 3?
It's going to be really difficult. I'm not going to lie. I think XSET's bind, it's looked weakened in the past where teams have really pushed them on it, but in general, it's one of their stronger maps when they play it. You're going to need, I think, on the side of EG, if I'm looking for them to try and carry forward to win and bring it to that map 3, where, Icebox, I think, obviously, they'll have a better chance of things. It's going to come off the back of Boostio and I think your boy Dre again. These two guys, everybody's looking at them to perform really well. In fact, the last time these two teams faced off, XSET and EG, it was only one map. It was a best of one, and it was in a minor tournament. But even still, it was a bit of an underperformance, I think, from what we'd expect of both Boostio and your boy Dre. If they can perform above and beyond coming into bind, we might be looking at an opportunity for them to create that upset and maybe take it to that map 3.
For anyone that wasn't aware, that was a 13-5 performance you were referencing, where XSET kind of stomped on EG just a little bit. But to be fair, again, we mentioned it. This team has not had that much time to come together. I believe it was January 27th, so less than 3 weeks ago, a little bit, basically 3 weeks ago, where this team came together officially. Now, sure, you could make the argument that they had been practicing prior to that, but Bala, is that really enough time? Like, let's be real, the fact that they even qualified is kind of impressive.
Yeah, it's the crazy part to me is that they actually have structure behind some of this stuff.
Yeah.
It's not just free-flowing that you would expect for a team that has literally been playing tournaments since the week they've been formed, so very impressive. But I still think it's a problem for them to going up a bind, because this is not a map that you could prepare for against XSET, honestly. The way that XSET plays on this map is so terrifying. They unleash Cryo and Zekin at the same time, and they go so fast, and Def cannot control these guys. They go crazy on the map.
I am curious where we're going to end up when we start getting into the agent select as well, as we'll be jumping into that momentarily. We've seen some teams mix things up more recently. We keep talking about it. It's one of the major talking points for the first week of VCT. The Chamber play. When will we see Chamber? When is it appropriate? And we've talked about Bind in the past, Bren, a map that doesn't necessarily play to the strengths of an agent like Jet, which so many of the duelists tend to favor. Would we expect to see potentially a Chamber pick come out here from either team?
Possibly, yeah, but the big thing I think to look at is honestly the fact that your boy Dre is incredibly proficient at playing Raze, and Raze, I feel like whenever I think of Raze, it's literally Bind being the playground, I think, was where you see some of the biggest moments. You might see that come through, but yeah, of course your boy Dre is going to be playing solo for them, so they are still going to be opting into the solo duelist, of course. I love this double initiator comp. I think it has a ton of legs. XSET obviously opting into still that double control, and they're going to be running the double duelist, so they really want to maximize how much they get out of Cryo Cells and Zekin. But in general, EG, they do have a bit of an advantage in terms of this. You have so much you can use in terms of your utility with both Boostio and your boy Dre playing those initiators. The dog and a drone are really paramount in terms of taking map control early. It's going to be very important to deny XSET early, I think, in this match.
Paula, do you agree with the impressions formed by Bren here that this double initiator could be awesome?
I mean, this is one of the best comps on binds ever. This is some of the best teams have played this to great effect. I'm thinking, you know, Gambit with Gambit sometimes has a very mixed up in this regard. Just the Rays, in addition to the Sky as well, they can go some very fast pace changing types of things. But like I said, XSET, the way that Cryo and Zekken are paired up on this map, their speed is unmatched as well. So
it's. I just want to add on to that. On top of that, is that it's not just like unleashed aggression in circumstances where it seems like it. The system that they're placed in with XSET, these young guns, these guys are tempered at times. It's aggression at the right times in terms of how they take that map control and take space, and it can be really deadly because next thing you know, Cryo might be just pushing long B and give you a ton of information that it's going to be like an A hit on bind. You have to watch out for that, I think, if you're EG coming into this map.
We have to see if EG can, in fact, rebound and force things to a map 3. We've got our casters standing by, Ender and Doug, to dive into the action. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Bach. Ender, Ren touched on something. And I think it's very important, and I'd love to get your thoughts on as well, is it's not just uncontrolled aggression. It's very controlled aggression out of out of XSET with Cryo and Zekken.
Yeah, honestly, on so many maps, and we touched on this a little bit on Breeze, but now that we're seeing them go to the double duelist, which they love to play on Bind here, I think the way XSET play the rounds is really interesting because they kind of just put full faith in Zekken and Cryo a lot of the time to go get stuff done on their own, you know? I think you'll see Zekken try to play up towards Hookah so many times. That's not super uncommon on the Rays, but you'll see those two players sort of playing on their own a lot of times early rounds while the other players watch defender aggression. We're seeing some of that right now.
And playing on their own here, both duelists are together, and it's actually the duelist from Evil Genius and Boostio who takes care of them. Man, that was pretty. They tried going hot and heavy. They tried taking the fight to them, but Evil Geniuses just weather that storm beautifully.
It's so funny because I feel like a lot of times people, when they look at teams that like to run multiple duelists, they're like, wow, I bet they just hit sites really fast on offense. And it's like, actually, no. I feel like having double duelists lets you play so fast on defense, you know? When you're dashing down long or satcheling, whatnot, that time, they were just full-on sprinting. Jogmo going to get 3 kills on the Rays to start it off, and poor Def here, just a frenzy in hand. A little bit too much to get done on his own. EG are going to take a flawless pistol round.
And that's exactly what they needed, right? We talked about how how good this map is for XSET. Bala was talking about how specifically they play this map differently, right? They add their own flavor to it, and it's often difficult to deal with. For EG to come out of the gates to get a prime gaming flawless on the pistol, that's perfect.
Exactly what you want to see, and it'll be interesting to see how XSET can sort of continue to play this defense, because I think we're going to see a lot more of that aggression. Watch Jet and Rays hold hands. They push up over towards Showers. Early double satchel over here to get that early peek, trying to catch, I think, the dart coming out from BCJ or any early peek. Beat the timing on that. Jogamo not quite going to find a player wanting to challenge the Bulldog down B long, but now EG are going to slow things down, and this is a lot of the times how you want to play Bind. You know, see if you can find an early fight, but leave your options open late in the round. If you want to get a rotation, you'll notice with Rays, with Sky, with a Sova, you have so much scouting that you can hold on to some of those abilities and retake space late on in the rounds.
How do EG choose to approach this? You've only got BCJ at B, right? Like, he's sole player of XSET that's left over there.
Oh, but he has a classic.
Oh, right, that's true. So everything, all
he's
concerns
good.
should be assuaged. You're absolutely right.
He's fine. Oh man, the drone, it actually won't clear him because of the Viper wall cutting off Octagon, so he's not in a bad position, but a great flash. I actually think he was hiding in the corner, didn't get hit by that. Reformed, and Jogamo still gonna hunt that one down, and yeah, definitely got hit by that.
Pick up the ult orb as well. Very efficient Evil Geniuses are, and how they're playing this round out. They get the orb before they get the spike down. They find themselves in a 5v4. And XSET, do they really have enough in them to take this round back? I like their approach. They've got a bit of a split coming in from elbow and from defender spawn, but you can see waiting for the flash to come through. Yeah, the gun difference on full display here.
Yeah, don't think that one's going to be going the way. Back to back on the Prime Gaming Flawlesses from Evil Geniuses. Nice stuff coming out from them. And now we'll see if XSET sort of continue with the early peaks, because we saw it down B long, we saw it out of showers. This time around, it was actually Jogamo just leading the charge, and this is one of the reasons why I think you see a lot more rays on this map in particular, compared to something like the Jet, like the double satchels coming out of Hookah, being able to clear backside with your paint shells. Very, very powerful tools to be able to work with, and the setup currently from Evil Geniuses is just to have those smokers watch the exits over by A. They're going to throw down that Gambit wall on short, pretend that they can lurk up there at any point they want, and some early scouting from the sky into a cut of noises. XSET are not playing as forward as they have in the last 2 rounds.
I mean, they got punished so bad the first time. You imagine if there's a bit of, well, maybe we should approach this differently. But there may not be aggression. What there is a judge right on the other side. U-Haul, Def's going to get his chance. He's able to get one. Oh, but the gravity wall keeps him at bay. Reform going to swing off of that. The Dog's there. Reform's there as well. And Def falls. But now Zekin shows up. The spike drops. How do they approach this? You just saw BCJ take the teleporter. So, okay, look, I love how they're responding. Look at Aaron, right? If there's a chance for them to funnel out through U-Haul, they're going to be able to rotate through Telly. Aaron's already expecting that. But BCJ is the only one who's left on the site, and Ender, I think they think they're out now.
It's so interesting, right? Because they could. The Viper stayed alive, so they can throw that one up whenever they want and walk it on out. BCJ trying to reflank over towards short here, but I kind of like how EG are doing this, just sort of cutting noises, scouting out into pipes with the early drone, and with 20 seconds left, they're going to drop the spike over to Aaron, planting 4 CT of all things. The question is, do they stay U-Haul or push spawn? I think staying U-Haul is going to be the right answer, but BCJ is so close up here, and he knows very likely they are either in spawn or still here. They are not backside. He gets that first fight, and now the pinch comes in from Aaron.
That's big. He's got utility as well, and there it is, the drone and the Phantom out of BCJ. Excuse me, the Dart and the Phantom out of BCJ are just too much, and it looks like they're going to get another ult point into BCJ's hands, 1 point away from the Hunter's Fury. XSET find themselves on the board, and that was a spotty round, Ender.
It was, right? As soon as all the fighting goes down in U-Haul, and you're like, wait a second, maybe there's some guns they can pick up. What can they do? And ultimately, EG had so many different choices they could have made in that round, and it's hard to say what's better, what's not. You know, in a situation like that, you're taking gambles no matter what. They decided to stay in U-Haul, which I generally agree with that decision coming out from them. I like they were even able to get that plant back site, maybe expecting the flank to be coming in, but ultimately, the gunplay from BCJ, as we saw on Breeze, a little bit too clutch from XSET. We've got the early satchels, once again, from Jogamo coming out. So, very clearly have this idea of finding the early pick on anyone scouting out B-Long, whether it's the Sova with the Dart, an operator player, anything like this. That's the read from Jogamo, is I can get there faster, and I can get an early kill.
It's all about the zoomies, the drone. Yeah, it's gonna spot foe. And look at this pinch. Look at Cryo. Oh, and Cryo's not alone. The timing's great. The information was there. We talked about the double duelist on XSET.
Yes.
They are often like 2 peas in a pod, right? They're always together.
This is what duelists do. On defense, they allow you to push forward and aggress, because if you get into a fight and it looks bad, Jet can dash back, you know? If you have, like, even flashes on your team, you can go very aggressively to jump forward on something like the Raze. And lurking with the Jet is great, because if you lose that, you didn't really need Jet for the retake anyways. Here we go. Ult out for Hookah.
Oh, the showstopper's nullified right off the bat, but Boostio shows that he can do just as much damage on his own. He gets 2 with the Phantom. EG get onto the site. They're going to get the spike down, and the ultimate's going to provide cover. The nades don't feel good. They buy time for now.
Yeah, they guessed wrong on the spot there, expecting the long plant. Cryo gonna get the kill, get 2. That's so big. Your boy Dre stuck in the tube, and Zekin is there good on the trade to tie things up.
The impact out of the duelists, man. You talked about their push early on, right at the beginning of the round, how they were together, and then Cryo rotates towards B through attacker spawn, while Zekin stays anchoring A by himself. He gets the timing just right. Cryo shows up just in the nick of time to get 2 big kills there at the end. I mean, XSET played that round so well.
And it's this flank from Cryo that ends up doing all the work they need. Reform trying to play outside of the ultimate for a moment, and Cryo's able to catch 2 players, not even looking at him off of that. Very nicely done. And we're continuing to see these duelist players play over towards the A site. This time, though, if they're doing their homework, knowing that it's going to be a bit of a scattered buy from EG. We're not going to see that same level of aggression, you would imagine. It's actually Zekin playing up close here on top of the box. But I do have to say, there's a lot of utility that can scout him out, and even a read. Look at that Viper Molly lineup. That's all the way from market. That's ridiculous.
They're expecting him there, the flash as well. Man, they just know, they know. Look at how much they invested into that corner, right? Like the lineup, the dart, the flash. They knew somebody was going to be there. Read them like a book. The Hunter series coming out. BCJ is able to get one with that ultimate. The spike's nowhere near the side either, Ender.
Mad respect to EG. What a set piece out of that. The Viper lineup, the darts coming through too, and your boy Dre with the ultimate. I don't know if he needed the orb or the kill to get that one, but that's a 3K on the round, and it's just Aaron hiding all the way in the back corner. Boostio still very low, and it's not an impossible round for Aaron, but it is not easy.
Timing was big there.
Oh, he got out to triple.
Yeah, and he got it. So he gets it to a 1v2. The spike still hasn't been planted. Dart, he swings around just in time. No, but Dre has to, it takes 4 for EG to win the round, but I think this is just another example on why EG are here, right? Like, they surprise people, they qualify, they once again prove through little things like those set pieces at the beginning, through heroics from Dre,
Molly.
They should not be overlooked.
That Molly is so sick. Then you flash, and that's the time you send the dart out, right? So this close player you're expecting to be here can't shoot the dart because their eyes are being blasted out of their brains. They can't see anything with the sky right there. It's so sick. And your boy Dre making his Sova look so good. You know, he used to be the duelist player back on LG and all this stuff. He was good. He was able to compete at the higher levels. Here with a 4K, he's able to show up and win EG a much-needed round.
Now they have the gun advantage over XSET. There's a Blade Storm for Cryo and a Spectre for Aaron, but Pistols the rest of the way. And we see some respect coming out of Evil Geniuses, right? We've seen, or at least XSET have shown a couple of times now, they've conditioned EG into expecting some sort of aggression from their duelists on either side of the map. Off of that EG, they're just going to wait this one out, man. They'll play it out, see if anyone's coming in before they make their move.
Yeah, second flash is about to come up from Boostio, so he doesn't feel too bad about using this one. Getting Jogamo up into hookah. A lot of times people, or teams rather, will play for this hookah control, leave their Raze there, and then leave with the rest of the team. You know, Raze can sort of scout out, look for any sort of pick as players rotate off B towards A. Not the play for EG this time around. They're going to convert over into an A hit.
Seekers are online. Cryo waiting patiently. He manages to get 2. What is that? Jogamo swings out at the right time to clean him up, though. He's been damaged.
Whoa!
Showstopper. Unbelievable out of Zekin.
Our races are just flying around because Jogamo's only able to trade because he's double satcheling on the site to make sure he can get that one. Still, it's going to be the TP play out here. 2 players already rotating, and they're going to win the timing. They're going to be here to be able to fight on site and double walls to try and make sure they can't plant the spike.
Cosmic Divide was there, maybe a hair late, but they've got a lot to deal with. The spike goes down. Dre trying to turn his attention over towards elbow where Aaron's waiting just on the other side. Dre lands a shot, but Dev takes her foe. It's all onto Dre. 60 HP, no armor. Spots a kneecap. Spots his death as BCJ swings out, cleans him up. He's going to get the defuse. Man, what a round.
Absolute mayhem right there. And that's one of those situations where, like, oh, maybe if you're able to leave someone in hookah, by the time you rotate back over to B, you've been able to push into spawn. That's what leaving those late round options open can mean for you potentially. Your boy Dre still really tried to make it happen. And again, I love this. Cryo gets 2 kills, but look at the movement out of Jogamo's Raze already flying around the corner. Cryo was not expecting that, as both Razes did end up falling. But even using this Astral Wall to try and mask some noise to get the quick rotate over and attack out from hookah is very nicely played there from XSET.
Cryo with an op this round. He and Zekin separated, but Aaron using the Viper's Pit right off the bat.
Yeah, and I have to say, it's not the easiest thing in the world to play op versus triple scouting utility, double controllers, double initiators as well. You have to hope that your team is playing a little bit slower, playing contact, which they were right there. Cryo just fell off the angle before they ended up taking a chance on that one. Flashes out, dashes out, we're on the site.
Ooh, Boostio's not. Oh, but Dre is. Dre's able to take care of Dev. Jogamo's managed to control the back of the site, but BCJ, yeah, he's going to get cleared out as well. So they're going to get the spike down. It's going to be a 3v3. Keep an eye on Aaron. He's the one who's on the flank. I love this, though, from EG. They're taking elbow control. If he swings out at just the right time, he's going to get plenty to work with, and there it is. Oh, he had a shot. Wasn't able to get it though.
Yeah, I mean, it's what makes opping so awkward. All the util comes down, and Cryo's just sort of stuck here. There. How do you retake B site with the op? Well, get them to peek you. Just ask them very nicely, and all of a sudden you're back in.
Just like that. Jogama still has elbow control. You've got Reform trying to dance around. Man just swings out into the snakebite to 1v1. Cryo lands a shot with the op. He's going to get the defuse as well. XSET take the lead back.
A little bit of a messy round there for EG, taking some fights against an op they knew was there. Peeking into that one with only 6 seconds on the clock, you have to feel if EG had just played a little bit more patiently on that B site, it would have taken a long time for XSET to clear all these angles and get in there with just an op to lead the charge. It is Reform jumping around the corner too that gives Cry an opportunity to shoot him in the back and get that defuse. So XSET jump out to the lead, and well, we'll see if EG can continue to try and shut down the op, because the early attack looked really good, but you have to be worried about these early forward peaks. That's where the op looks good. We saw it from TenZ yesterday, creeping up A short, peeking out of hookah, all these things. It can look real good.
Oh, and he's going to get a shot at it. We'll see how much more space Reform tries to take.
But hey, it's why you have a Sova. It's why you have a Sky. You can use utility to clear these angles. Then the op doesn't look so good. We'll see if EG actually do that, though.
You're just so patient.
There's 4 players on A2. That's crazy. 5 with the
BCJ's
TP.
hunting. BCJ's hunting. He takes the telly. Cryo gets a shot with the op. But the spike, look, the spike's out. The spike's out.
Yeah, Doug, the spike's out, but Jogamo isn't. He's stuck here. There's a Phantom on one side, BCJ hiding in the teleporter like an absolute rat. Now there's only 3 players alive from EG, and sure, a second ago, B site was clear, but there's an operator here now holding the angle. Flash comes through, but it doesn't get the angle.
Yeah. The rotation just took too long, and Cryo is teeing off on Evil Geniuses right now. Foe in a 1v5. Godspeed, my friend. 1. Has an idea of where the second one is. Yeah. Well, Cryo's
Valiant
on
effort.
one. Yeah,
valiant effort, but not in the end. I mean, Cryo starts that round off with the wallbang, right? He's got 3 players behind him playing on site. The TP as well, like XSET just sort of coming up with that one on the fly. You feel, but absolutely pinching it. You had to have seen them for a second, and oh my God, he got a... He dealt damage to your boy Dre through that wall as well, I think. Huh. That was a collat.
But I think even, so yeah, the opening pick with Cryo is great, but the early rotation too, right? Getting such a good read. Yeah, let's look. His early rotation, as EG call a timeout, the early rotation out of XSET is really what allowed Cryo to do what he did. Right, like that's what allowed him to get those kills with the op, to get him to a 12-5 stat line right now, is once they felt the pressure in showers, they got what they wanted, BCJ pinched him in, they understood, okay, there's a very good chance they're not going to want to take this fight. You talked about Jogamo, who was stuck in showers, exactly, had nowhere to go there. The rest of the members of XSET hightail it out towards B, and as we mentioned, Cryo just had himself a field day.
Yeah, and you know what? I feel like this is one of those games that EG is going to go back and they're going to learn so much about their attacking half. And there's plenty more Valorant left to play. They could figure it out over the course of the game, but they've been beaten or just barely squeaking by on these late round rotations over to the B site. And maybe, just maybe, if they're able to commit 1 player to lurking over there, they could take way more forward space on B and fight XSET before they're able to get into a comfortable position to play that retake. You know, a lot of these rounds have come down to the last second actually getting that plant down, and we'll see if they do that here as they come in a quick way.
Okay, a kill traded at this point, sure. Right, like you're getting whatever you can get. Evil Geniuses just on pistols. There was a Stinger, excuse me, in the hands of Jogamo. So you take what you can get here.
Yeah, they've, oh my word, death with the 2K right there. BCJ using the ult to snipe out, gets, I think, 2 tags off of that one. I was going to say EG had some ults to work with, but at this point, you're going to go ahead and lick your wounds and head on into the next round.
Yeah, this one's a bit of a wrap. Def gets 4, Cryo got 4 in the last round, so you take a look at it. While it's been a lot more fun to watch with the operator for Cryo, it's been a complete effort from XSET. I think they've found success in early rotations around the map and winning these pivotal rounds that are often overlooked, right? Like, oh, they're going against pistols. Teams can get very lazy there, but you just saw XSET. Yes, Def went big, BCJ dropped the Hunter's Fury, so they're showing willingness to invest big to secure a round that other teams might just overlook.
And honestly, I love that. Like, I think if you're sitting, like, a lot of the time, if you're sitting on your ult for, you know, multiple rounds in a row, you're probably misplaying to some extent. Like, Jed is maybe an exemption.
This is
trying to
so
hold on to that.
pretty. That was
Good Lord.
gorgeous, but Zekin gets out. My goodness, the setup was there from Evil Geniuses. The dart, the gravity, while the Hunter's Fury, they had everything they wanted. XSET fancy footworks their way there. Tango out of the trap that Evil Geniuses had for him. My good God, man.
I feel like we've seen EG have some really interesting utility to try and clear space. Like we saw it on the eco round over by A, here trying to take control down B long. They've done it in Hookah as well. When EG are coming in with that set piece, it's looking real strong for them. It is a raise trade just for the time being, as pulling back the smoke tries to bait someone into walking into Cryo's crosshair. But now EG have spent quite a bit. They've got Flash still left here, and they peek on into it. Wow.
That's so. The thing we talked about at the beginning, Ender, was that you have things to deal with the operator, right? You've got flashes, you've got dogs, you've got darts, you've got drones, you've got plenty of tools. The thing is, Cryo doesn't seem to give a dang, right? Like, yeah, throw the flash, I'm just gonna sidestep it. Throw the dog, I'm gonna hold the angle until you peek out, and then I'm gonna rip your face off. Cryos look so good for XSET on this map.
Yeah, and he's not taking any chances either. He gets those 2 kills, then falls completely back, knowing it's a 4v2 retake. Like, what am I going to do playing on site trying to get a pick? No. Go play over towards that elbow. Has the knives. Try and get out here if he wants. Everyone from XSET is here to just completely crunch in on EG.
My goodness, you see him wrapping around. There's just nowhere that's safe. Yep. You deal with the fight in front of you, a couple of knives going into the back of your head. Cryo gets 4. I believe that's 3 rounds in a row now where one member of XSET has managed to get themselves a 4K. XSET are going to get the defuse, and they're cruising right now.
Yeah, I think it was your boy Dre, then Def, now Cryo. Everyone getting involved, from the duelists to the Sovas to the smokers. We've got it all right here working for XSET, and you can see, like, you know, that dog not able to give them the information they need. Cryo with the knives looking oh so sweet, and EG are going to have to go back to the drawing board. Again, it seems like they have a lot of depth in their playbook of things they're willing to throw XSET's way to get on the site. The problem there was they took B long, and then everything shut down, right? They had to wait for their utility to come back, refresh, and whatnot, and that just allowed Cryo to get into position with the op and absolutely shred them.
There's that Viper Molly lineup again. Cryo this time not able to land the shot. The showstopper coming out of Jogmo's going hunting, but BCJ drops him. BCJ gets his second as he refuses to give an inch. The spike hasn't made its way out of showers. Second falls though. 3v2 in favor of XSET. What do EG do here? They kind of have to go towards A.
They have to. Boostio gets one with the Sheriff. That's a good look, but the spike is just completely out of the realm of possibility of retrieving it. Your boy Dre on 18 HP, so he can't even hide behind these walls. He's very easily spammable. Has to find a crisp, clean shot now with the Guardian.
Creeping his way forward. The dart. It's going to be cleared, and it's tagged as well, but he's got a dart of his own. CJ not leaving anything to chance, just waiting it out as this 1v1 stalemate continues. VCT was there, and Dre lands the shots on him. That looked almost impossible.
Last round before the switch.
Insane coming out. And I was just about to say, like, I feel like BCJ is always getting one more kill than he's meant to on a site. You know, on Breeze we saw too, like, it's just illegal that he's getting 2-3 kills in situations like this, but it's your boy Dre that comes up on just a sliver of HP and shuts him down. Doesn't matter how much work the opposing Sova did early in the round. When it comes to the 1v1, your boy Dre makes it happen, and it's been your boy Dre all game long, right? We saw him earlier on that eco round. They're able to win over by A. It was him winning that. It's him winning it on A again for EG, and trying to win just one more round in this half.
Time to hunt.
So they now know that an op is there.
Blinded.
Gonna clear that out. You see
Got your trail.
Def, he's still playing in that cubby though. I don't know that they're expecting that the Seekers are gonna come out. Oh, Zekin. Oh no, Zekin's not able to fire it off. Was waiting and it didn't get a shot that he was looking for. Jogamo falls, though. Cryo still has that operator to work with, man. As the Viper's pick goes down, they're still trying to play around that Cosmic Divide. As Aaron, you rat. My goodness, if he gets the timing right, yep. He's going to have everything he could possibly want and more. One. And then steps right back out. He's such a nuisance. He is dealt with eventually. The attention was invested. Now, I mean, the spike still hasn't been planted yet. Now Boostio's going to try to get it down, but they're feeling pressure from so many different places. There are just 2 left that remain for Evil Geniuses. As XSET swing out, but Boostio, that's a big kill on the Cryo, a 2v2. Spike ticking away now, so it's not just the personnel they have to deal with. The clock is not on their side either. Def, big kill on Boostio. Reformed left alone. He still has the cover of his ultimate. He chooses to duck, dive and dodge in and out of it. 66 HP as it ticks away. BCJ just below him. Reformed thought about it. He's got classic burst. He's got people in front of him. What? Not able to land the second. The classic comes through for BCJ just in the nick of time to get him the kill and to get him the defuse and to get XSET tape. My goodness, we're going to a break.
Switching sides.
Welcome back, dear friends, to the second half of Bind, where XSET find themselves up, and they find themselves up big, in large part due to Cryo's op and all sorts of wizardry out from BCJ. I'm Doug, with me is Ender. Ender, we talk about compositions. Now that we see things flip, what are you expecting to see?
Again, this is going back to sort of the conversation Brendan was having on the desk before this match even started, and it's about XSET's duelists trying to take space on their own. Maybe not so much in pistol rounds, but we'll watch it a little bit later. Early bird gets the worm, also gets the information. Boostio's going to grab that one down outside of B.
I don't know if I'm proud of you or disappointed. Okay,
Honestly, I thought of that halfway through my sentence, so that was not planned.
So we see Aaron, there was a dart, or an early dart that came in from Dre through showers. So you're expecting pressure to come that way, and that's why Aaron's playing so far off. Right, Def is waiting for it as well. They're both sides are being pinched in from Evil Geniuses. You had the pressure short, you have some pressure in Hookah as well. And Zekins, he's stuck, man. He's just got to go.
Jogamo on the team. Jogamo has been just flying around the map. Like, he was double satcheling all through the attacking half. Now on pistols, he's just TPing. You don't see that every day to fight over Hookah control. He's just reformed in a tough situation, but gets one. That is massive. He should not have been able to find that.
So the problem with dialing up aggression the way that Evil Geniuses have is that you can have gaps. right? You can have gaps in the aggression that the attacking team can work their way through, and that's exactly what XSET have done here. They've managed their way to get onto A through the pressure coming in from Hookah and through showers. Now they've got the spike down. They have U-Haul control as well, and there has to be the utility traded to fight their way in the gravity well. Ooh, baby. Def still playing around it. Shock dart in his face. Dart behind him as well. Manages to take care of both. Can he take care of Foe? No, he can't. Cryo can't either. Big round for Jogamo to get EG to 5.
And again, I just have to praise Jogamo. Watching him play on this race and his fearlessness. I feel like sometimes you just need that in a game like Valorant. It's taking a bit of a risk, but you feel confident in that play to go through the teleporter and take that fight, shooting those players that are trying to get into Hookah. Because again, XSET were a little bit split up in their attack there. Only had about 2-3 players immediately ready to walk into Hookah, and that allowed him to get that kill, then quickly get out as XSET tried to rotate back over towards the A site. So as we continue forward here, I do think I want to bring up the point that we didn't see EG when they were attacking try to lurk that much or get players into a forward position, you know, whether it's showers or Hookah, U-Haul, anything like this, and try to late rotate into them deep in the round. With no sentinels in the game, that is definitely an option here for XSET now on the attack themselves.
Boy, how many times do you play with fire? Boostio's giving him a head, he's giving him a shoulder, a knee, a little bit of everything to think about, and somehow has avoided getting his head taken off. We'll see if Cryo gets another shot at him. The spike's still leaning towards showers right now. Hasn't made its way past the proverbial 50-yard line. There's a third. All right. I mean, I guess if it's working.
We're not going to do any more football puns, are we?
I was only one. Come on.
We're not. Yeah, but like... Nah, man. I'm here for video games.
Boostio with the flash, swings out, takes care of Def. Marshall still in play. Well, no, it's not.
Not
Marshall
anymore.
falls.
Not anymore.
Boostio 2 big kills there.
Yeah, I kind of like how EG are just sort of stacking so deep back towards the A site. Like, yeah, come into us. Good luck. You're never going to make your way into U-Haul. We're going to have 2-3 players ready to pile up on top of you. And also with EG controlling this Hookah area too, it is not easy for XSET to get back onto this side. I feel like EG have a really good setup for making sure XSET can't get the plant, and as I say that, Zekin gets the kill and makes it into elbow.
The problem is, though, I really like this from EG. They're set up in spots where they're going to be able to apply pressure from both sides. They have Hookah. They're going to have CT control as well. Reform swings out. Yeah, my goodness, this is beautiful out of Evil Geniuses. You might get a couple more kills here, but the spike never went down. This was a great setup.
Yeah, you know, I have to say, like, EG's setup that down was excellent, and I'm kind of disappointed seeing BCJ try to plant, you know, for long there without ever clearing Hookah. I feel like trying to just plant in tube, make sure you can get that ult orb, you know, get the extra money for putting that one down. That's probably the higher percentage play, even if it does sort of cost you the chance or any winning chances in the round. I think that's the gamble I would have liked to see him taken, but regardless, EG came in with a very solid defensive setup after getting those 2 picks down B long to make sure XSET didn't really stand a chance.
Foe still has that judge that we saw him get a 3K with, by the way, in the previous round. And he's playing tight in Hookah again. I don't know that he's... I mean, we'll see how XSET choose to play this out. They've taken long control. They can't easily duck out Boostio. Oh, the flash, the nade. Oh, but Cryo!
Just too good on that one there. EG just using the smokes to try and get up for it again with the judge in hand. And you'll see these little set plays from EG using multiple pieces of utility to distract, try and get themselves a winning fight, an unfair fight. Doesn't work out for Boostio right there. And now XSET are going to know that they have to clear this close angle. Cryo's ready for it and can knock down Fothies.
Yeah, that judge that we highlighted at the beginning.
What's
no
going
value.
on?
Jogamo.
What game is Jogamo playing?
Who knows?
That is unreal.
But eventually does fall. BCJ and the rest of XSET get onto the site. Cryo looking for more, a little bit of hunting, and he's rewarded. Dashes forward for the last. Spots reformed, cleans him up. A prime gaming flawless out for XSET as Cryo get to 4. XSET take another one. EG, they're still within striking distance, so man, I have a hard time believing this map is anywhere near over.
We've definitely got fighting chances because I want to see more of these, you know, EG defensive pieces because we saw XSET playing pretty aggressive early on in the half, and that was without flashes. That was just Duelist sort of running forward, seeing what sort of work they could get done themselves. With the Sky, like peeking B long is just something that is always going to be a threat for XSET. You almost always have to have 2 players there, one at least playing anti-flash to make sure they're not able to find any of those cheap kills versus you. You'll notice again, this is more of the traditional XSET setup, I was going to say, as Def is actually taking the fight, and it is your 2 duelists that are going to be peeking A short and outside of hookah as well.
And I missed if there was any damage done with the snake bite out from Aaron, but XSET, man, they play that to perfection. I like this from Dre, though. But I wonder if he's going to get the timing. Def almost seems like he's waiting for someone to push through that. Yep, he was absolutely right.
Def just a little bit smarter on that one, reading the situation, reading that it could be a possibility, and it's something I like when you have the double smokers. Like, one of you can go kind of nuts. Cryo zooming on forward, the suck, the concuss. It just doesn't feel good, man.
No, man, foe stuck between a rock and a hard place. That kill was served up on a silver platter. Another Prime Gaming flawless. And it seems like XSET, they found just the window, and they are striking at just the right time. They're getting them exactly where they want them to build this lead up, and they can snowball this thing out of control.
And that's the thing, right, is I think XSET's attacking side has looked better. In the VODs I've watched of them prepping for the series, like, their attack looks better than their defense. Their attack, they're often able to find a lot of work, and you can even see if you're watching the minimap there, it was a bit of a split play. Raze continuing to play outside of hookah that entire round, both to watch and make sure there's no flank. And also, if things didn't work out for XSET, well, you pop in the TP, you go back over towards B at the end, and it's going to look okay for you. So again, once more, seeing maybe we'll peek down B long. Jet's going to hold outside of hookah this time, and our 2 smokers posted up by A as those living turrets to guard against a flank.
4B for Evil Geniuses here. It's just Boostio alone on A. It's going to be in U-Haul. And the spike, I mean, he's going to have a ton to deal with here. The dog gets info, and look at it. Off of that, everyone rotating. Of course, with the exception of Dre, who's still playing back towards B, and you've got Reform pinching in. But they understand there's a very good chance here that the hit is onto A. If they can pinch at the right time, they're at a severe gun disadvantage here. But if they get the timing right, they have a shot at this thing.
Yeah, you know, even XSET holding off on the plant to bait out the Sova shock darts, making sure they can't die on that. Some chip damage and a peek on through, but Boostio can't find anyone. They're hiding, playing anti-flash. They come out around the corner at the end. Zekin is still waiting for that flank. It finally comes on in, and Def, who never left showers. He was holding that the entire round. Didn't even push in until after the spike was planted, but it's in the exact position they need him to secure the round.
And, you know, even how they approached that on the side of Evo Geniuses was great. Reformed was on the flank, but the problem is he needed to go huge, right? One was not enough. Yes, he got that first opening kill, but just wasn't able to get the second. You highlighted Def and Showers and how he was just an anchor there that had never moved away. He's able to clean up those couple of kills at the end of the round. So I love the way Evil Geniuses approached that. I love what they were trying to do, but it was just too much out of XSET. It required way too much as far as heroics go. That gets XSET 3 rounds in a row. We talked about how this thing could snowball. It feels like it's starting to snowball out of control. EG calling a timeout to try to stop it from getting out of hand, but Ender, it may be too little too late.
It is not looking easy. I'd love to be able to check in on some of the ultimates EG have their way, because they haven't been able to get a lot done, right? It was just the pistol round early on, and thanks so much for actually switching over and showing us that one, observers. But yeah, Jogamo has the ultimate ready to go. You also have the Seekers up as well. So these are 2 great ultimates, and I think those 2 ults in particular work so well with each other, right? You know, the Seekers sort of are a guiding missile for that Raze ult if you're going on some sort of a retake situation. And if that's going to be the call for EG, it means Jogamo has to be a little bit more cautious early on. I think holding on to that Raze ult late into the round is going to be very important if they're using it in a retake situation and not trying to catch players very early on.
Interested, not just those 2 ultimates, but they also have Reformed and Foe a point each from their own.
Look at that suck! That's so clever, trying to hold down some of that scouting utility. Doesn't do a perfect job, and now XSET have the position. Cryo's just going for it.
Uh-oh. Yep, he went for it. It didn't work out exceptionally well. The showstopper blast packs, and there's a showstopper that's being countered. Jogamo. Oh, but BCJ makes the time. No! Jogamo landed the shots onto him. Def's gonna fall as well. That was about as clean as it gets, man.
I love that. Jogamo pops the ultimate, waits a second, He's like, yep, I'm coming through the TP. Here we go. And part of that is like the slight misdirection. Because if you hear the raise ult and instantly TP, you're like, okay, there's a raise in that portal no matter what. If there's a 3-4 second delay, all of a sudden you're not so sure. It is a possibility, and it was the truth there. Jogmo was able to get a kill on that quick flank, and that's a couple times now that his TP usage has resulted in a kill and a round win for EG.
Now Dre and Reformed, I mean, they're 2 points away from having almost everything up on the side of Evil Geniuses as far as ultimates go, but again, they're not playing around them. You don't see them trying to fight for these ult orbs to get those online. XSET with a heavy lean towards A, testing the waters in towards short, and guess what? Jogmo's gonna drop a nade right at their lap. Push him back as a flash goes down long to get information.
This is starting to get pretty uncomfortable now. Reformed playing in a one-and-done position, you see? That's why he's trying to peek around the corner to get the fight, but he can't even get the one before he's done. Cryo enters onto the site. All the smokes are out, and welcome to Viper's World. XSET have the pit on the site for the plant.
Interesting where they choose to drop it. You hear the secrets were used as well, and I think, yeah, XSET are just going to try to rotate out of this thing, but if you stick around long enough to fully bait them into it, yeah, now the spike's going to go out through the teleporter, and no,
they got an Astral ult out of it.
Well, and Foe's close by. He's got to judge. So he's going to have to play this tight if he wants to get value out of it, or just wait until his teammates show up. That's exactly what he's going to do.
They decide it's time to go for the retake. Importantly, Avoid Ray doesn't have the ult. He goes flying on in at the last second. 2 kills. Zekin and BCJ follow it up. XSET. Oh, no. 5 versus 1. They're going up to match point, Doug.
Yeah, that was surgical, the way XSET played that. Right, they telly through, they assume the exact positions that they need to get. Another Prime Gaming Flawless coming out, and we talked about that window where Foe could have done something with the judge. He even managed to get within distance, a lethal distance, right? But he just didn't look. It's just one of those things where you just don't look in the right spot and things don't go your way. He gets a couple of shots into the back of the head, as we see right there. It's just kind of unfortunate how that plays out for Evil Geniuses. But XSET, the rest of the pieces around a play like that are so freaking clean, man.
Oh, yeah. It's so interesting, too, because you could boil down XSET just really crisp play from Cryo, especially in this game. Usually it's Cryo and Zekin that are leading the charge, but they're always guarding their flanks. Like, yes, all of their attacking comes down to very clean gunplay from their duelists, but there's so many more layers on top of it that don't leave holes for flanks to come in, for enemy opponents to be able to punish them on the sides. And, well, in a rare mistake, it's Boostio that takes down Cryo.
2 Hunter's Furies were used there. Dueling Hunter's Furies as well, and you see the Viper's Pit still controlling it short. BCJ looking to pick the spike back up. See how XSET choose to play this. Look at Def. How are you so far up, man?
That's unreal.
Yeah, but he's just a nuisance here. But Boostio's in a good spot to stop it. No, he falls. Zekin and BCJ are going to get B-side control, and it's going down to Foe again to be the hero that they need. Zekin drops right into the gravity wall, somehow manages to stay alive. The Classic's not going to do it, but BCJ is. He's going to get the spike down. Now Aaron's going to show up as the 2v2's left for the site. Reformed is so freaking weak, man. You look at him funny here, and he falls. He does. Aaron's going to get a chance of getting the second. Not able to do so. Takes a significant amount of damage as well, and BCJ sews up just in the nick of time to clean things up for XSET. A 13-7 win. Ender, my goodness. That, we talk about Bind. XSET looks so good on that map, man. It's just kind of not fair.
And the thing is, like, Cryo, all the credit's going to go to him. A fantastic play out of him. But in the post plants, BCJ was just an absolute demon. Like, his control over a spike site, both on defense, over on Bind, I thought was absolutely phenomenal. Here in the post plants on, on Breeze, holding down the fort on defense, it was fantastic. Here on Bind on attack in the post plants, fantastic there as well. I feel like XSET are looking like a pretty well-oiled machine, and EG, while they did have some really good moments, some really fantastic set pieces, this is going to be one of those games they're going to need to go back and study, because I think it cost them a lot of rounds on attack, not having the ability to play into that B site late in the rounds, not having a player in a forward position to capitalize on.
The Des mentioned Cryo, the addition, the most recent addition to the roster, and the bang that kind of comes with him. And again, BCJ was just a wizard. Man, he just really seemed like a wizard sometimes, doing things that he probably had no business doing, as you were mentioning during the break, getting a kill that he probably shouldn't have been able to get, to put XSET back into an advantageous position, right? Like, he oftentimes in mid-rounds or late rounds single-handedly put XSET back into a spot where they had a chance to win the round. That's invaluable. And that's something that doesn't always show up on stats, right? Like, you can go even, but if you have high value kills on all of the ones that you get, but you go 11 and 11, that's kind of lost. The value that BCJ had in that series is almost inexplicable.
Yeah, it's like the rounds that BCJ had kills, he had 3 or 4 of them, usually at the very least 2. I mean, his Sova play was looking very, very crisp overall.
It was indeed. XSET take care of EG 2-0. We're going to throw it to the Prime Gaming post-match highlights to relive all of the action. Don't go anywhere.
$10,000 the motto. They see the bag is coming out, they flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. Get it, don't mind it. Ay, back with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Ay, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows they binging. Ay, best keep distance, all of my haters send best of wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no I don't need no assistance, no. Yeah, no playing it safe, I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say, you ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Got no time to waste. Can't be with me if you're not at my pace. You're not at my level, you're not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. Get it, don't mind it. I gotta get it, don't mind it. I gotta get it, don't mind it.
And we are back as we just watched another series conclude. It's going to be EG who take the loss here as XSET comes out swinging in their first match for VCT, picking up the 2-0 victory. But again, I feel like you really got to give some credit to EG. They put up a few more rounds, at least in that first map, than maybe we expected to see from them, Bren.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we said at the beginning, the dark horse potential of this team is unknown because we haven't really seen that too much of them in terms of the footage, right? But we know that these players are capable, and given the fact that these guys have only been playing with each other for a short amount of time, and I keep hammering home this point because it is the truth. There is 4 more weeks in this group stage. That is a lot of room to work with and improve. You may have just lost to XSET in this 2-0 fashion, but there's nothing better than the losses to improve upon and carry that forwards into next week and the week after that. I really am excited to see where this EG roster ends up going.
And this is a group, honestly, that there could be serious dark horse potential compared to the other one, where it's like, who the heck out of the top 5 teams of this group are going to make it out, you know? I have to give credit as well, Bach, because their set pieces were really good on Bind. Like, you could see so many times they were just up in the pace, hitting the same Viper ults that we saw actually the earlier game use as well. And also just combining that with extra layers of stuff that pushed XSET to the limit on their defensive side, but when it came to that attack side, it was the cryo show, man.
And when you see those set pieces too for a team that hasn't been working together for all that long, it makes it even more impressive. But focusing specifically on XSET, obviously they look strong. They pick up the win 2-0. I think that's what a lot of people expected coming into this series, so it's not entirely surprising. But you do love to see what Cryo was doing in the server, and we actually do have a little bit of a highlight reel here for Cryo Cells specifically, highlighting what we're talking about. This guy is an absolute monster, Bren.
Yeah, he's a demon, isn't he? He's a demon, man. It's so exciting to see where, again, the ceiling of this XSET team is going to be now that he is on this roster and fitting into the system that is the XSET team. I mean, what is that? This guy, he's absurd. Bind was his playground here. We don't see a lot of Jet teams tend to drift away from it when it comes to being played on Bind, but it allows you to do crazy stuff like this. You pick up the AWP, you're playing these unconventional angles. Yeah.
Dude, there's not a single Jet who has these types of performance on Binds. That's why teams shy away from it. And he does it consistently now. This is the second time I've just been so impressed by the level he's able to bring out. Like, what are these knife kills in some of these instances? How's this reaction? He just turned the flash within like a half a second.
I don't even know.
I don't even know. Boostio's flash, man.
You literally have to partition part of your brain to know that the flash is coming there. And he just locks it away and he just knows it's coming. It's the copious amounts of talent that this guy has got. And he's just been slotted into the structure of XSET. And it's a team that have a really great disciplined idea of how they want to play the game. And I think the sky is the limit right now. We don't really know where this team is going to end currently. It's a long group stage. And man, it's just exciting.
We started the day off, asking, hey, is Ye going to come out and prove to North America at least that he's the best Jet? It's not TenZ. The real answer here was actually Cryo Cells potentially after this performance. That's a stretch. I want to put that out there.
Jumping out the window, Jerry take a little bit.
However, he is statistically right now, he has over the open qualifiers in this put up some crazy numbers. And now is the chance
for sure.
as we move through these weeks, we can actually look at that, look at this performance and say, he potentially can do that. He can potentially actually take the answer to that question.
Look at the stats there as well. Strong performances from a few players, but some of the players you don't necessarily see the statistics for, and one of them is a player we're going to be talking to in just a minute, BCJ. Incredible Sova player coming in for the side of XSET, has been a staple of that roster for a long time. Before we pull in that interview, any last thoughts on the performances that we saw from XSET and EG? Paula, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I'm just excited to see what XSET cooks up in the future. That Breeze comp is so good. And I hope that we actually get to see a little bit more teams implementing it right now, because I think there's still more to see from that. Not only the bind play, obviously that's really loose and you could do a lot with that, but the ones that are a little bit more structured where Zekin is playing KO, I think there's more to it. So let's see.
Bren, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just shift it the other direction with EG. I'll just reiterate what I've been talking about. These guys, a lot of potential, a lot of room for growth. I mean, it's a young roster. I keep hammering home this point because it's important. We live in an age where just instant criticism will reach your eyes in a second because of the timeline and people absorbed into Twitter. But yeah, a lot of room to grow, I think, with this roster as well. And the players themselves, they got some cool ideas that they cooked up in the series. I think their next match that's coming up, I believe, is against LG. That's just off the top of my head. I could be wrong with that.
Correct.
But that is a match where they absolutely could take away a win against LG. It's looking like comparable in terms of the strength of both of those teams.
Yeah, I think the best advice we can give, ignore the bird app for now. Bad things being said on there, I'm sure. But we'll say goodbye to the analysts for now, and we'll welcome BCJ for the Verizon post-match interview following XSET's big win over EG. Congratulations on picking up your first win in VCT for the year.
Thanks so much, Bach. It's glad to see you here again. Yeah, man, we're psyched. You know, this is our first match of the stage, so we're pretty excited.
You know, for a long time, you guys have been compared to Envy, a team that has struggled in the past to get past the top 4, constantly hitting top 4, but not really cracking beyond that. With the addition of Cryo, do you guys think you have the ability now to go beyond that level and potentially go to an international stage and give EU teams a run for their money?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, that's been our goal since day one, even back in the day. And making this move, it was hard at first to kind of take a step back and be like, okay, this kid's really nuts. He's really nuts. Let's get him on board. But yeah, with the addition, we feel as confident as we've ever been. We think that this is the team that's going to go all the way. So yeah, we're stoked to go to Worlds.
Speaking of Cryo specifically, what was it about him that stood out to you guys and made you consider him as an option for a potential replacement for someone on the team?
He was tearing up the tier 2 scene, but in that wake, he was on a team that was starting to do really well in the tier 2 scene. And when you start to see some of those, those players, those up and coming players, Xander was with him and that team, and it was that second wave, so to speak, of players that came into tier 1 teams that make differences. And Xander's made a difference with, his team, and Crow's made a difference with our team. So for that, it was just finding that talent, and we've always done a really good job of finding talent and bringing them on board and making sure we're not making the wrong move. So instantly we knew this guy's the real deal.
You guys have only played this EG roster one other time. Obviously, they more recently made the changes to bring the players in that they did, and you beat them 13-5. That was in the Nerd Street Gamers Winter Championship. Did that affect the way you approach this series at all, or was it same old, same amount of structure, rigidity, etc.?
Oh no, it helps. When you play somebody recently, obviously it helps. Getting that prep in before you kind of get a hands-on view of what you think they're going to do, what they do. But yeah, I mean, we're treating every single match the same way. We're going to go in, do our thing, play our hearts out, and the results will follow. So that's kind of the way we have thought about the game for quite some time now, and we're not going to stop with the gas pedal.
You guys are in an incredibly competitive group. You've got Cloud9, who's swinging for the fences. You've also got the Guard, who's really showing up and surprising a lot of people, turning heads despite limited information on the team. How do you feel about the competitive nature of your group and who you're going to be facing off against in the near future?
We love our group. We feel pretty confident against most of the teams. I think this new system is really cool. It's actually kind of a different look for us as pros. Never had this before, so it's pretty cool. But we're pretty stoked with our group. We're excited to play against Cloud9. We want to get that rematch in. We're stoked to play them with our new roster, obviously. So yeah, we're really excited going into this year, man.
I mean, apparently that match is coming up next week. How are you guys getting prepared for that match against Cloud9?
Same thing as always. We're going to do our thing. We're going to get ready for, the whole year. We're not going to, show all of our cards. We're not going to, try to give everyone our strategy. But, we're going to work hard. We're going to work hard every single day, every single week. So, we're ready. We're ready for this match.
All right, last question before I go. Bren really wanted to know this. Do you remember calling him Big Guy when you guys crossed paths at the LCQ leaving the bathroom?
Oh, of course. I remember everyone I met.
It's lived in his head rent-free ever since. So I feel like it was really important. We really needed to know if you remembered, if you still called him Big Guy or not.
I will call him Big Guy from now on. You got it.
All right, perfect. That's awesome. That's what we love to hear. Congratulations on the win again. We'll let you go. I am so glad that I asked that question.
VCJ is going to be thinking, mate, I am never going near Brent again if we're ever at an event. He's like, who is this absolute weirdo who is remembering this one moment? But it sticks out in my mind because It sticks out in my mind, man. We were just crossing paths in the corridor, and he just came out of nowhere. I'd never chatted to him before that point, but he was like, "Yeah, what's up, big guy?" And I was like, man, he just gassed me up for no reason. And I respect that. I don't know. I like that about him, and it's just stuck in my head. Every time I see him clutch, I just think that's the big guy buff. Every time.
We were saying it in the green room as we were watching the game. He had that one 4K on Breeze. And you're like, oh, big guy buff, big guy buff. He's 2 kills in. He ends up getting the 4K to win the round. He kept saying big guy buff.
You, man, the guy
you had to
different.
explain it to us, but we get it now.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that boy different.
Well, looking at the series across the entirety of the day, we obviously have our AIM Lab flick of the day. And we're going to be taking a look at that in just a second. It's hard to pick a play, if I'm being honest, Balla. Like, we had so many good plays throughout the entire day. Some from Ye, some from Cryo, some from others as well. Which ones for you really stand out?
There were so many Neptune rounds, but yeah, I mean, we just finished watching the series, so it has to be Cryo. The 2K on long, and then to follow it up with the knives after some time was so nice as well.
Yeah, this guy's nasty. I mean, we literally just watched a frag video that we custom made. We tried to get over Cryo's kills, but I mean, you only get this, you know, with the creme de la creme of the AIM trainers. I think AIM Lab flick of the day. This guy is different. He's going to be making a difference for XSET moving forwards. These plays, I'm hoping they're just going to be even more numerous as we watch XSET throughout the groups.
I just like that we actually get just a sneak peek into Cryo's YouTube because for this entire post map, it's just been Cryo highlight, Cryo highlight. That's basically what you get when you go over there, except just fast paced with music too. Go check it out. He's a beast, man.
All right, let's take a look at how things now shape up for the standings as week 1 comes to a close and day 3 ends here for NA VCT. We'll take a look at the standings here. As you can see, Guard, Cloud9, and XSET all pick up the wins over in Group A, e.g. 100 Thieves and Luminosity, unfortunately suffering the brunt of those on the Group A side. Balla, impressions overall from Group A?
Yeah, I think the main thing I want people to pay attention to is that it's top 3, right, to qualify for playoffs. And that's a hard task when you look at the rest of the group. And next week, we'll really start to see how the standings shape up. We got, XSET Cloud9 is the main one, and then 100 Thieves Guard as well. Those could be really key to decide who's coming out of this.
And we'll start to shift our gaze over to the other group, looking at Group B, which had some surprises. We saw some teams step up that maybe we didn't expect to, and we saw some teams fall short. Again, one of the ones I think it's really easy to point at is the Sentinels Energy series. Even though Energy lost, that was a really hard-fought series. Energy was right on the cusp of finding victory. Literally, like, what, 1 round? If they win 1 round, they would have broken Sentinels' economy in that second game. They would have won 2-0, Bren.
Absolutely. The storylines, I think, coming out of this group are going to be really interesting moving forwards. I mean, Optic already down a series in this, and a lot of people anticipating that it would be Sentinels and Optic at the top of this table early on. Not the case. I think the community as well is going to be really latching and basically just focusing deep on these teams, these top NA teams in past of the 2021. They've had their reign of dominance. Will it continue in this group stage, or are they going to be upset? I mean, that's going to be the question on my mind as we watch even more of this footage and the VCT series as it continues.
You talk about a continuation of the group stages. We can take a look at the schedule as it's going to stack up for next week. See which matches are going to be played when and where, as all of these teams are fighting in a round-robin group stage. So again, Ball, I believe you mentioned it's top 3 making it out. All these teams are fighting it out, and some of these groups are really competitive. That Group A, it's really tough to pick because we see Cloud9. A lot of people have them pegged as NA's favorite, but even Vanity says we're not actually NA's favorite. You're correct. You might be right, Bren. We'll get to it. But looking at the schedule, Pittsburgh Knights versus Sentinels to kick things off over in Group B. EG versus Luminosity in Group A. Then Saturday, XSET Cloud9. That series, Bren, is exciting.
Oh, yeah. I mean, these games, as they get on and on and on, the narratives, the storylines are going to start to build as well. In particular, I'm really looking forward to those Saturday matches. I think those are going to be absolute bangers, with Rai stepping up to the performance, version 1 looking like a top team in their group, XSET versus Cloud9. I mean, that is an absolute giga banger of a day when it comes to the matches.
Even looking at day 3, though, 100 Thieves versus the Guard. I'm actually kind of curious to see how that goes. Optic coming off of a loss in week 1, facing off NRG, who nearly beat Sentinels. I'd say Saturday and Sunday look very promising schedule-wise. It's not to say that day 1 won't be great, but those matchups definitely pique my interest. But seriously, XSET versus Cloud9, I think that's the one we all want to see because we're trying to figure out who is going to be the dominant force in Group A. Cloud9, a lot of kind of hype behind that team. XSET on the rise. Definitely a lot of storylines as we move into next week, Bala.
Yeah, definitely. That Saturday day, specifically. For me, it's the Cryo and Zender on the same day type of thing. I'm looking at that and being really, really excited. Those two played together from that team that BCJ was mentioning. Just an exciting couple of weeks we have ahead of us just in general.
Well, we're so happy to wrap up week 1. We've got so much more coming down the pipeline. Make sure you guys join us next week as we kick off week 2 of stage 1 of NA's VCT. We hope to see you then.
One enemy remaining.